Thank you for your patience. Closed session went a little long. Bear with me while I get organized here. All right, thank you. I'd like to welcome you to the Tuesday, April 11th, Sierra Madre City Council meeting. It's now, I guess, 5:35 p.m. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you. Mayor Edward Garcia.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Kelly Krebs. Here. Councilmember Jean Goss.
Here.
Councilmember Christine Lowe. Present. And Councilmember Robert Parkhurst.
Hello.
Mr. Mayor, we have a full quorum this evening.
Sorry. Thank you. If I could ask Councilmember Goss to provide inspiration and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise and face the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. We have kind of a long meeting tonight, so I'll try to keep this brief. I was doing a little perusing to try to find out what we're honoring today in this country, and I found 3 different things. And many of you think I'm going to start with National Pet Day, but I'm not. I'm going to start with today is the International Be Kind to Lawyers Day. I thought that was appropriate for tonight. So in honor of the day, first I'd like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Kelly Krebs for her work as an attorney.
Thank you.
And not to be left out, I'd like to thank City Attorney-elect Gagosian for his work as an attorney. And I know there are attorneys out in the audience tonight. I want to wish you well tonight. And those who are watching at home who happen to be attorneys, I wish you well as well. Today is also National Pets Day. And Sierra Madre is a pet-friendly town. A lot of people think we're a great dog town, but I'm sure we have cat people too. National Pet Day celebrates the joy that pets bring into people's lives and encourages people to help reduce the number of animals in shelters. Bringing humans and animals together helps make the world a better place. So hug Fido tonight. And finally, right. Finally, today is National James Day. James is one of the most common names in America. It is a day dedicated to honoring all Jameses and their great contributions to the world. In the spirit of the day, I would like to recognize our James, management analyst James Carlson, in his efforts here. And if there's anyone named James in the audience or watching at home, kudos to you as well. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor back.
Thank you, Councilmember Goss. Quite inspirational, and it's nice to have a smile here every now and then, so thank you. Okay, moving on the agenda. Do we have an agenda? Could we have a approval of the agenda unless anybody wants to take something out of order or change anything within the existing agenda?
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. We have an agenda. Okay. Next, I'd like to move on to approval of reading of resolutions and ordinances by title only. Do we have a motion for that?
So moved.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Parkhurst. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Carries unanimously. I do see that I skipped over, didn't mean to slight our attorney on National Attorney's Day, but we skipped over the council report out from closed session.
Be kind to the attorney.
Kind, okay. Attorney Garagosian.
No offense taken, Mayor. The city council met in closed session regarding anticipated litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9. No reportable action was taken.
Thank you. Okay, we have a set of minutes from the March 28th council meeting. Do we have any substantive changes that are to be made from the dais, or have you had any email to you, Madam City Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, the city clerk's office did not receive any requests for substantive or otherwise changes to the minutes.
Okay. Is there a motion if there are no changes?
I move to approve the March 28th meeting minutes.
Second?
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Carries unanimously. Okay, moving right along to mayor and city council reports. Who would like to report out?
Mr. Mayor, I have no report tonight.
Thank you.
I don't either.
Okay.
Pretty exciting weekend. It was the Easter weekend, and so our Sierra Madre Fire Department and our Sierra Madre Professional Firefighters Association did their Easter egg hunt, their annual Easter egg hunt, which I actually used to participate in as well as a child. And it was a great success. There were families all over that came to partake and enjoyed it, and golden eggs were given out and hidden, and it was really a fantastic event. After that, on Saturday was also our wildlife presentation that covered the bears. And it was new information, which was really exciting, and actually it was very poignant in how we don't have the ability to track bears, and this is a huge overpopulation that we have. So I'm looking forward to our bear report tonight to add some of what I learned at that session. It was well attended as well. Oh, and the last one I did was there was the League of Cities held their Planning Commission Academy, and while I wasn't able to attend it in person, they give all their information virtually. So I virtually attended two PD sessions. One was on the Processing Housing Develop application under SB 330, and the other session I attended was the All Cities Across the State, the objective standards to comply with state law and retaining local control. And being new to the city council, I learned a lot on what's happening with the state coming down on us with SB 330 plans and other measures. So that was really exciting as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowe. Is there a report, Councilmember Parkhurst?
I do have a report. So we had a town hall here in Chambers on March 30th. Had about 24 people show up. I happened to MC it, and it was a really good dialogue about our strategic plan and where we're going. And then that weekend was the Whiskey and Wine Festival. I think there were a number of us that went to that. It was very successful, really well done. It was great to be back in person on that. And then I do have some exciting updates from the Clean Power Alliance. So just recently, the Alliance executed a transaction that's going to save our ratepayers between $2 to $5 million. So that's really exciting. So that'll help us keep the energy costs down. Also, we approved a 75 megawatt energy storage project. It's going to meet one of our long-term requirements from the California Public Utilities Commission, as well as provide some valuable reliability to our system, especially during heat waves. And then finally, the Clean Power Alliance kicked off a number of new energy programs for our cities to apply to. So it's ones I've been speaking with Analyst Carlson on the opportunities for our city. They include funding for municipal fleet electrification, community EV charging stations, community microgrids, and streamlining of solar permits. All things I think could be very valuable to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parkhurst. And I don't really have a report per se. I will meet with the COG and the Sanitation District and the trustees, I think, before the next meeting, but that's all toward the end of the month. But I also did attend the Sierra Madre Community Foundation Wine and Whiskey event. It was a wonderful event. It was great to see community get together and raise money to benefit the entire community. And they do such a great job there. And next year, if you're lucky enough to get tickets, because they go pretty quick, I would encourage you to get tickets. I just have a few talking points before we move on with the agenda. Some announcements to make. We'd like to encourage you to come out on April 22nd for our Earth Day events. There will be a landscaping dedication ceremony at the post office at 9 a.m., followed by Earth Day booths and events right next door at Memorial Park from 10 a.m. to 2. So once again, at the post office at 9 a.m. and then in the park at 10 a.m. On April 29th, please join us for our first community bike ride. This is very exciting. The Community Services Department is partnering with the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments, the SGV COG, for a bike ride and wellness fair. There are flyers in the back to register for this event. Also, we do have some leftover compost from the Athens free compost event last weekend at Sierra Vista Park. It'll be available all week and while supplies last. Please stop by and pick up some compost before it's all gone. Also, the Community Service Commission has 2 vacancies. Anyone interested in filling these vacancies, this Community Services Commission rather, please contact our city clerk's office for more information, and that appointment begins in July. Also, there's 1 expected vacancy on the Natural Resources Commission. Please contact the city clerk's office if you're interested in filling this vacancy. Again, that starts at the beginning of the new fiscal year in July. And that's all I have for city announcements. Moving on to public comment for items on the agenda, I'm going to defer to City Clerk Aguilar to make an announcement, and then we'll talk about public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City of Sierra Madre will be holding a special election on May 9th, 2023, to have voters consider ballot measure M. Vote-by-mail ballots have gone out, and they are going out to every Sierra Madre voter. So we have officially entered the voting period leading up to the May 9th election day. Please note that City Hall and Council chambers are located within 100 feet of an election ballot drop box. Electioneering is prohibited pursuant to California Elections Code Section 18370, also 18371, and Section 18372. Prohibited activities include, but are not limited to, asking a person to vote for or against Measure M, wearing articles of clothing, including hats, that support or oppose Measure M, distributing flyers, stickers, buttons, or similar paraphernalia that supports or opposes Measure M, blocking access to the ballot drop box located just outside City Hall. The timing of this announcement comes with the establishment of the official voting period. It is important for our citizens to be aware of restrictions to their election-related activities so that they don't inadvertently violate election code while visiting City Hall or attending a council, commission, or board meeting. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. And so now we're going to open it up for public comment for items not on the agenda. I just want to read the Code of Conduct once more so we have that. I kind of got away from that. Generally, we'd read that every time. The Code of Conduct reads, your participation is welcome and invited at City Council meetings. The Council requests that participants refrain from making personal, slanderous, profane, or disruptive remarks. A person who continues to disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting after being warned by the mayor or designee to cease the disruption may be precluded from further participation in the meeting. No signs, posters, or other large objects shall be brought into the council chambers or other meeting place if doing so would disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly course of the meeting. So again, we want to encourage public comment. We're not trying to discourage it, but we want to make sure that everybody has a fair voice up at the lectern. So if you do want to make public comment, make sure you fill out one of the yellow cards at the back, hand it to our city clerk. Once again, this is for items not on the agenda. Madam City Clerk, do we have some cards?
Yes, sir. We have a number of cards. Our first speaker today is Natalia Flores.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I hope that you all received one of our lovely little postcards in the mail. So we are getting ready to kick off all of our events for this season. We have been working really hard to revamp the program, come up with, just really listening to our residents and seeing what it is that they want to listen, what kind of information they would like to receive. So we have some very exciting events coming up. First, we have our Chipper event coming up this coming Monday, and we actually are almost full, so that is really exciting. Registration closes tomorrow, and we still have a couple spaces left in case anybody's interested. And on April 26th, we have our first educational workshop coming up. We are calling them our Smart Workshop Wednesdays. And we have speakers coming from all over Southern California, some really awesome wildfire hazard mitigation specialists coming to speak. So we would really like to encourage our residents to attend that event as well. And there are flyers in the back of the room, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Do we have any questions for Ms. Flores? Can you tell us what SMART stands for? I think it's a clever acronym, and I like to hear it.
Yes. SMART stands for Sierra Madre Achieving Resiliency Together. And it's something that is a big goal behind our program. It takes a community effort to become fire resilient. So it's something that Chief Bartlett and I came up with, and we really thought it was clever. So
That's great, thank you. With a lot of rain, we're going to have a lot of vegetation, so we're grateful for your efforts. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Madam City Clerk?
Thank you. The next speaker for items not on the agenda is Alice Wittlow.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for having me here.
Welcome.
My name is Alice Wicello. I live at 471 Sierra Madre Boulevard. And I'd like to speak out to the residents of Sierra Madre. We are being bullied by the developer New Urban West. There is one and only one option on the table, and that is, are we going to allow 42 mansions to be built on the meadows at Bailey Canyon, or stop the development by voting no on Measure M? We are being threatened by New Urban West that will develop 50 homes if they are defeated by Measure M. That is only a threat. Anyone can submit to the city an application for anything. They will have to go through the exact same process that their 42 mansion development is going through now. The park. The park will have all its mature trees, some over 100 years old, torn out and replaced by fledgling trees, which will take at least 20 years to mature, unlike the photographs of the drawings of fully matured tree that are around town. In hot weather, there will be no shade. Those 3 acres can't be built on anyways, because by law it must be used for water storage. Bailey Canyon, adjacent to the meadows, is a park. The developer said to build those 42 mansions, it will take a minimum of 5 years. 5 years of construction trucks, cement trucks, up and down Sunnyside, Carter, Lima, and other streets. The traffic at that stop sign intersection, Sunnyside and Sierra Madre Boulevard, will be a nightmare. We can stop the massive development in a wildlife area by voting no on Measure M. Please.
Thank you, Ms. Wicello. And I want to clarify, Mr. Alcorn. So individuals are allowed to speak whatever they want to speak. It could be to their own peril. There's fines and imprisonment per elections code, and this is being televised. So if somebody wants to tell somebody to vote, they are electioneering a certain way. They are electioneering, and that's to their own peril. But you can talk about the project and your own personal convictions. That's fine. So we're allowing that. I'm not going to censor anybody from speaking, but I will censor people from disrupting. So I want to make sure that's clear to everybody. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Taryn Moise.
Hello, thank you so much for the time today. And I'm very happy to be here with all of you. Thank you for the time. It's become a more prevalent occurrence and more in our daily lives. Quick monetary to be gained, to be had at detrimental expense to the community inhabitants, endangering their safety and future ecosystem. As a citizen here, I'm concerned for myself and my fellow neighbors, future neighbors, for the proposed development. The passing of Measure M is a failure for our future generations of Sierra Madre residents and a failure for its governing board, which needs to shepherd the current safeguards in place. Imposing twice the allotted zoning for the proposed project, Measure M seeks to create 42 homes over twice the zoned amount to the area. This is a reckless and dangerous for resources, city infrastructure, and our community at large. Tearing up over 100 trees, almost 20 of which are protected oaks, destroys the current erosion protection that we have in place and control, making us all more vulnerable to devastational disasters like mudslides, drought, destroying wildlife, and more. The proposed park is the only parcel of land that the contractors can't cover with concrete by law. This destroys our precious watershed, making us all more vulnerable to climate disruption, devastation. It is not a gift of a park. It is the bare minimum that they cannot cover with concrete. And once you cover up that land, you cannot get it back. It is a paltry piece of land which weakens our gentle, delicate watershed. Think of that, destroying our watershed while also making the landscape in our community more vulnerable to fires, landslides, destroying the wildlife, demolishing the current resources that we have. We are asking for the development to stay within the zoning laws erected to protect our precious, vulnerable, and exceptional habitat that we have here in Sierra Madre. These protections have given us the perennial gift of what Sierra Madre is today. It is our civic duty to carry on that gift, pay that due to the future generations to enjoy and cherish. Please, I urge you citizens to keep the project within the current zoning guidelines of 20 homes, not 42. Be the stewards our forefathers hoped we could be. Secure Sierra Madre for healthy development, secure her legacy and enduring endearment for future generations to thrive. Please join me in voting no on Measure M. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Jake Knapp.
And as a reminder, if you could state your name and residence as you approach. Thank you. Firefighter Knapp, how are you?
Doing well. How you doing, sir?
Fine, thank you.
Public speaking. My name is Jacob Knapp. I'm the Union Vice President of the Sierra Madre Professional Firefighters, no residence. So good evening and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. Almost 2 years ago, I took an oath to protect and serve this community. It's with that goal in mind that I humbly stand before you today. I'm here to speak on a pressing issue that is greatly affecting our fire department, the issue of recruitment and retention. In the past few years, your Sierra Madre firefighters have worked tirelessly through staffing shortages, a pandemic, wildfires, and much more. Through these hard times, we have lost experienced firefighters, as well as very educated firefighters, engineers, captains with a virtually 100% turnover rate since its inception. All fire departments are facing the difficulty of hiring quality firefighters with a passion to learn and serve. Unfortunately, Sierra Madre Fire Department is taking the hardest hit. We are feeling the effects of recruitment compounded by an open job market with all other local departments offering better pay, incentives, and benefits. Your Sierra Madre firefighters value this community and are honored to serve its residents. From community events to town hall meetings, we understand that the community has pride in its small town local fire department. We understand that you enjoy the events and parades and that you value the paramedics and fire protection. Unfortunately, the things you want, and more importantly, the things that you need, are on the verge of crisis. The Sierra Madre Fire Department is facing a mass exodus of the firefighter paramedic rank. Fully staffed, we have 9 members in this rank. Currently, we have one brand new member who has just 1 month on, one person in the hiring process, and 7 veteran members. Of those 7, 5 have had interviews with other agencies, and all 7 are currently putting out applications. Likewise, half of our engineer and captain ranks have also put out other job applications, considering the potential of this many vacancies. The repercussions of losing just 1 member is severe, and losing 5 is immeasurable. The fire service is not like any other career. If we have a vacancy, we cannot simply just have 1 less firefighter that day. The remaining members must pick up the extra shifts. Your firefighters have been picking up the slack of vacancies since the inception of this department, but it has never been this bad. Last year, your firefighters worked over 17,400 extra hours away from home to fill vacancies. I want to be direct when I say that if staffing drops to what is expected, we will not be able to safely fill any more vacancies than we already have. The reason is purely to provide for our families. Roughly 75% of your firefighters work second jobs just to provide for our families. Complied with the open market and hours away from family, many members feel they are being forced to look for new employment even though they may not wish to. I would also like to elaborate on a flyer that was handed out recently. It was not our intent to blame or point fingers at anybody. The bluntness of the flyer came from the urgency of the situation and the possible crisis we all may find ourselves in soon. I hope that I have properly conveyed the severity of this situation, and what we ask for is a collaborative effort between the public, management, and council to find some resolution to this issue. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you, Firefighter Knapp.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is David Gordon.
David Gordon as president of Sierra Madre Playhouse. So Earth Day weekend, Mike Farrell, who played Captain Honeycutt in MASH, is coming to Sierra Madre, where he'll be performing the part of Dr. Keeling, who was a pioneer professor at Caltech who started measuring carbon in the atmosphere. Captain Keeling, or in his guise of Mike Farrell, is 84 years old, so it is likely he will want to use the bathroom while he is here. Unfortunately, he will not be able to use the Playhouse's bathroom because we have no water. He will be using a porta-john. The reason we have no water is because our pipes, at least 70 years old, have sprung a leak, and we are engaged in measures to try and fix it, knowing that if we do fix this leak, there will be others because the pipes are very old. As the council knows, I have been before them before to request funds for the refurbishment of the Playhouse, and this latest event shows the urgency of the need to refurbish the Playhouse. When we last asked for funds, it was pointed out that since there was no program to help, you can't just give money to one organization. There has to be a program in place to help Playhouse or anybody else who might be eligible. So I'm urging council, as I have done in a letter I wrote to council, to set up a program that would help not-for-profits, that would help historic structures in the city, and that this idea be agendized for a meeting, and be discussed. Thank you very much indeed. I would like Mike Farrell to leave Sierra Madre with a good impression of the town, and we're aware of the fact that having porta-johns on the main street is not a good advertisement for Sierra Madre. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
And get your tickets soon for Captain Keating.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Howard Hayes.
Hi.
Hi, Mr. Hayes.
I'm Howard, from Sycamore, just north of Grandview. And, over the past years and years, I've been involved in some rather large real estate projects myself. Well, albeit with commercial properties rather than residential developments. But we all hear the same lines, especially that line about, give us what we want, or you'll have to accept something much worse. Oh, yeah. People still use that, even though nobody likes to get thrown out of an office or knocked off a Zoom call. We expect New Urban West to use that line. It's part of their playbook, it's what they do, it's how they make their money. But to hear the city council use it, well, frankly, it kind of comes off as field reps who are given the talking points and then going out to make the pitch. But to be cautious, though, I wouldn't go too deep into this whole notion about, well, gee, we're not wild about McMansions or that kind of development either, but our hands are tied, yada, yada. We all know that most of you, well, except for newcomers like Ms. Lowe, you've been pushing for these 42 McMansions for long before New Urban West ever filed that preliminary app for the 50 houses. You've been pushing for those long before anybody ever gave much thought to SB 330. So it's just, right now, New Urban West and Council, it's your last best hope of getting through those 42 McMansions that you've all had your heart set on for so long. I can see only two possibilities of why you're doing this. Well, number one, you know what you're doing. You know that should New Urban West actually move on this project, which I kind of doubt because their investors would have long since walked. But if they do, there's going to be months of hearings and revisions and challenges, regardless of any fast tracking at SB 330. But now when you come off as, you know, well, it's a done deal, there is no credibility. It's just trying to ensure that the interests of the developer prevail over those of Sierra Madre. The other possibility is maybe it's just confirming that we're all the bunch of gullible small-town rubes that all the developers would like to think we are. But neither is a good look. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Philip Yao.
Just want to ask you a question because the ballot has gone out. I am not allowed to advocate a position on the vote, but I can state my position on the vote. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think I'm
Can I-
not an expert. I don't want to give you legal advice.
Clarification.
I'm sorry. Yeah, don't start the clock. I don't want to give you legal advice, but as far as the electioneering pamphlet and form, it says you cannot encourage somebody to vote one way or another. You can speak your mind.
Yeah, I can say I'm a vote in a certain position.
That's my
but I just-
understand-
I
that's-
won't advocate a certain position.
That's my understanding.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you for clearing that up. Okay, you can start the clock. Good evening, City Council. You know me, I'm Phil Yao. I live on 513 Sierra Keys Drive. And just for the general public here and those watching, I am going to be voting no on Measure M. That's my position. I am against overdevelopment and I am against McMansions. Looking at what's transpired just recently, the misinformation propaganda machine supporting the development is alive and kicking. And I am disappointed on how low and disingenuous the arguments have been. Okay? The fact is, now some of you guys may not have been here before, the fact is the Planning Commission and the City Council got us into this predicament. Okay? And really no amount of stirring up the pot could obfuscate the true facts. So all the disinformation and all the mudslinging and all that's going on, really you guys should, withhold that. One individual who had actually served in the Planning Commission and the Fire Department even tried to fool people by saying, don't be fooled. Okay. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not fooled. Two-story metal houses that are 2 to 3 times larger than surrounding homes are McMansions. It was a bad decision by planning and city council, and including giving the developer a waiver on lot coverage. Yes, it's a bad decision. I'm not fooled. I'm not fooled that of the number $900,000 in the fly and $980,000 in the newspaper. So there's a discrepancy of $80,000, but of course that really doesn't matter because we know the developer is really funding, this propaganda push. As opposed to No on M, we're a voluntary group that's all Sierra Madrens. Okay? And we run on fumes on donations. Furthermore, this funding is now tagged Water Conservation Program. And I don't know why we call it that. I thought that when you guys got started, it was to mitigate the increase in water costs. So now God knows where that's all going to. And I know the people on Sunnyside and Lima and Grove are all really thrilled to the added traffic. And they're going to feel so much safer with all the added automobiles. Okay? And then furthermore, I really wonder of the generosity of developer to install a helipad over the 42 homes, because I really kind of have a problem figuring out where the emergency sheriff helicopter is going to land. I have no idea. They did that this weekend. Perhaps it's a practice drill. Perhaps it was because someone injured along the trail. Regardless. So, okay.
You can finish your thought, Mr. Yao.
Yeah, my time is up. So again, I just want to state that my position is no on M. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Yao.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Carol Canterbury.
Hi, Carol Canterbury, 46 Victoria Lane, been here since '86. My family will be voting yes on M, and just tonight, this evening, our chamber board voted yes. So that will be coming out in the newspaper this weekend. But just from all the years and watching everything, I grew up in Pasadena next door. There was Liliano, there was Camillo, there was Arno, Sierra Keys. When all these houses were built, Jameson Courts, all those houses, it was everyone decided, the end of the world was coming. And it didn't. It worked out, and and I discovered the hard way with working with one Carter. It took 25 years, and we're right back to where we started. So personally, I just think it should play off. We should go get what we can, because if we don't vote yes, if I don't vote yes, if I voted no, there's a very good chance the state of California will take over and decide what will and will not go in there, and it may not be what we want. So I just hope everyone calms down and looks back at history, at all the other streets that we went through, and it worked out. Jameson Court, they were furious with, and it worked. Liliano, people hated it. They hated it so much they made rumors about it. But it happened, so anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Canterbury.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Alex Arrieta.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Just a couple of comments about public safety. I'm concerned about what I heard tonight from the fire department representative, and particularly concerned about when you couple that with 42 large homes being built in a 9-acre area. Public safety, Parks and Public Safety, the old name, Citizens for Fairness, different name, but they're still backed by the developer New Urban West. I think the concern here is if there is a real premium, honest premium being put on safety, then there would be such strong opposition to 42 large homes being built in a very high hazard severity zone. CAL FIRE's highest severity designation. We don't need increased fire risk in Sierra Madre, and we don't need the increased traffic either that will come from the 42 homes. The $250,000 donation from the developer, New Urban West, to the police department to retrofit the old B of A building, I think the city spent a pretty significant chunk of change on, does not equate to making safety a priority. The developer stands to make tens of millions of dollars. I have no beef with that. I have no beef with development. We have not proposed no development on that land. What we're saying is make it a reasonable development. Mayor Garcia, with all due respect, with the article that you had in the Mountain Valley News this weekend around if this project doesn't go through, then we lose all control. With all due respect, if you guys had held the developer to the same standards that every other resident is held to in Sierra Madre, i.e. the general plan, and exert control, then we would not be in this predicament. We would not be in this issue. So you had the opportunity to exert control. So I didn't buy that article this weekend. The last point I want to make is around the helicopter that did land on Saturday. It wasn't a drill. Somebody actually got seriously injured. The helicopter landed right there on the monastery land, and ambulance, fire engine trucks had to come carry the victim away. During the fire risk and with the fires a couple years ago, several helicopters landed, used that as a staging ground. So the point is, that goes away with the building of 42 homes. Last point. There is only one project on the table today, the 42 house project that has been approved and vetted by City Council. That's the only one on the table. There's not a 50 house project that's been vetted and approved by City Council today. Residents, please be aware of that and understand that very important distinction. Fire department is risking high attrition. I'm concerned with the 42 houses and their ability to fight that. I'm voting no on Measure M. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arietta.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Alicia Yao.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Alicia Yao, and I live at 513 Sierra Keys Drive. I am against overdevelopment, and I'm against McMansions. I will be voting no on Measure M. I want to talk about the deceptive yes on M Yard signs, flyers, and their ads in the newspaper. Don't be fooled by their claims of improved safety on yard signs that they conveniently left off the flyer. The reason it is not on the flyer is that a new police station does not improve safety. In fact, the safety to the immediate Sierra Madre community is jeopardized with the huge increase in automobile traffic from the Meadows development. Just ask the homeowners on Sunnyside, Fairview, Grove, Lima, and Carter. They'll tell you. Unfortunately, I don't think the Planning Commission and City Council did. Don't be fooled by all their propaganda that deceptively implies the Sierra Madre Police Department and the Sierra Madre Fire Department instead of the Police Association and Firefighters Association support the project. This is unacceptable and violates fair election statutes. Don't be fooled by the promise of a new park. Who needs a new park? Our wonderful Bailey Canyon is just next to it. This project will turn Sierra Madre into Irvine with McMansions on small lots, and it will eliminate protected wildlife habitats, deforest 100+ mature trees, eliminate an important emergency staging zone for sheriff helicopters, and bring in untold numbers of other deleterious consequences. Just look at how the Milton and Harriet Goldberg Recreation Area has devolved. It is at 171 South Sunnyside and Ramona, and residents call it Cat Litter Park. Worse, they complain often of illicit activities taking place there. I will be voting no on Measure M. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yao.
Mr. Mayor, there are no other speaker cards. The city clerk's office did receive 2 emails regarding items not on the agenda that were forwarded to the city council and uploaded to the city's website.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. We have a few presentations to attend to. And first, bear with me here, the agenda. We have a proclamation in recognition of Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day. I do have a prepared statement. The Armenian Genocide was the systematic destruction of Armenian Christians living in the Ottoman Empire from spring 1915 through autumn of 1916. There were approximately 1.5 million Armenians living in the multi-ethnic Ottoman Empire in 1915. At least 664,000 and possibly as many as 1.2 million died during the genocide. Every year, usually in April, we give a proclamation in recognition of the Armenian Genocide. The actual day of remembrance falls on April 24th. We do it, as we've done it now for years, to recognize those who have suffered injustice. On October 29, 2019, the House of Representatives passed a resolution recognizing the Armenian Genocide, and on December 12, 2019, the Senate did the same, making the recognition of the Armenian Genocide part of the policy of the United States. Then on April 24, 2021, President Biden recognized the atrocities committed against the Armenian population by the Ottoman Empire in 1915 as genocide. Today, the city of Sierra Madre joins the state of California and the United States of America as we recognize the Armenian Genocide. The National Committee of Armenia is here today to accept the declaration in this proclamation. It'll be an honor to present that. And I believe we have a representative here today.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members of the City of Sierra Madre, city manager, and audience. My name is Emily Akshian, and I am here with my fellow ANCA Pasadena board members to accept the Armenian Genocide Proclamation. The ANCA is a grassroots political organization promoting Armenian American issues and supporting Armenia and Artsakh. It also educates policymakers and the public about the Armenian Genocide and Armenian American history, advocating for justice and human rights in the community. During World War I, the Ottoman Empire carried out a systematic extermination of its Armenian population. Beginning in April 1915, Ottoman authorities arrested and executed hundreds of Armenian community leaders. The Armenian civilians were forcibly deported and massacred in what is now recognized as the Armenian Genocide. Approximately 1.5 million Armenians have lost their lives as a consequence of these acts. The unpunished nature of the Armenian Genocide has emboldened Turkey and Azerbaijan to continue their genocidal policy against the Armenian nation. Most recently, this manifested in the Turkish-Azerbaijani aggression against the Republic of Artsakh, which witnessed tens of thousands of Armenians forcibly displaced from their homes and countless war crimes perpetrated against the innocent civilian population as well as cultural sites. Azerbaijan continues its efforts to ethnically cleanse Armenians from their native lands in Artsakh, with the recent blockade denying 120,000 innocent men, women, and children from healthcare, food, and basic necessities. By Turkey's denying the genocide it perpetrated against the Armenians, it has paved the way for Azerbaijan in its efforts to cleanse the Armenians from Artsakh. In an effort to stand against these atrocities with the strong advocacy of ANCA, various political leaders have taken the stance to bring accountability and awareness to this issue. Assembly member Chris Holden recently passed an Assembly joint resolution. The resolution calls for Azerbaijan to end the blockade of Artsakh and hold the country accountable for its aggression against the Armenian people. On behalf of the ANCA, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for the issuance of this proclamation by the City Council. We are grateful for this recognition of our organization's efforts to advocate for the concerns of the Armenian American community.
Thank you, and I have a certificate of remembrance proclamation here, basically stating a lot of what I stated from the dais, but it concludes with, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Sierra Madre celebrates the Armenian spirit and hereby pays tribute to and recognizes those who have suffered as a result of the Armenian Genocide. Approved this 11th day of April 2023 by the City Council of the City of Sierra Madre. Mayor Edward Garcia, Mayor Pro Tem Kelly Krebs, Council members Jean Goss, Christine Lowe, and Robert Parkhurst.
Thank you. Thank you.
So next, we have a proclamation. Do we have Susan Lesniak here? Do you have anything to say, or would you like me just, yes, please approach and, Sure. So the National Donate Life Month was established in 2003 and celebrated every April. It features local and national activities to educate and encourage Americans to register as donors, consider living donation, and celebrate those who have saved and healed lives through the gift of donation. City of Sierra Madre joins One Legacy in taking steps to raise awareness of the vital need for organ and tissue donors. I would like, after I hear your presentation, to present this proclamation to you.
Okay, I'd like to thank you and the whole council for inviting us, for supporting us. I know that we've attempted to reach out to you before, and I also thank you for the newsletter ads. That proclamation will be displayed at the end of the month. There's an annual run walk, Donate Life, at the Azusa Pacific College, which I believe some of you are going to. It does conflict with your bicycle event here, sorry. But whoever is interested out there who's watching me, please come down. It's very heart-touching, and it's always a nice place to walk anyway. My connection to donation is 4 different things. When I got my license in New York, I immediately signed up as a donor, just as my older brother had too. And then in high school, they started with blood drives, which I continued doing through that and through work. And I also do that when I moved here. So I have a Gallon Club card from the American Red Cross, if somebody's in here from that, which they don't give out anymore, which was pretty cool. And I have that for New York and California. And then a few years after high school, my brother got into a motorcycle accident in 1980. So that's my second connection. He passed away, and he was a donor. So the hospital from 150 miles away called up frantically saying, can we take a donation? And my parents did not honor that, and I'm sad to say that. So what I would like to reinforce to everybody out there, when you sign up to be a donor and you don't tell anybody about it, your life goes by, decades go by, something happens, and the people that knew may not be in your life anymore, or you may have moved and so forth. So it would be wise to let other people know along the way that so that they can help make that decision, and it's less grief, because it's a wonderful legacy to pass on to somebody. My third connection is me being a heart transplant recipient. And as I said, when I was 17 and I checked that box, I thought I was going to live forever. And who thought that I would ever become sick and I would need it? About at the age of 33, I was a single mother, career woman, and I found out from an x-ray that there was something abnormal with my heart. And I had to go follow up with cardiologists and find out that I had cardiomyopathy, which is not curable. And I really was in denial, in shock, because I had a lot on my plate. And I persevered, and I just pushed it down. I said, I don't need to worry about this yet. There's nothing going on. But I did start the next 25 years of doctor visits, tests, medications, hospital stays, rides in the ambulance. So thank you to the fire department if they're still here, because it is a long path to go into heart failure and to be a young person. So 30s were okay, 40s got slower, 50s markedly slower, and I was just eking out to my 30-year of retirement with the government. And then lo and behold, all those plans that I had for my golden years and traveling and so forth were put aside because I was just too weak. I was more like a 90-year-old. And then the ICD defibrillator started shocking me, which incurred those rides. And I got registered with UCLA transplant team, and I lucked out, and they found me a matching heart after being in the hospital for over a month. And I praise everybody along the way that helped me, whether they were in the medical profession or whether they were the first responders and so forth. And so that leads me to my fourth connection. And that, of course, is the fact that I became a volunteer for One Legacy, because prior to the heart transplant, I didn't know what they did, and I didn't know what an OPO was or how this all interconnected and made this miracle happen for people. Because one person can donate and save 8 lives, or at least more than 75 people with tissue that they need for various surgeries and replacements and stuff. Currently, there is 114,000 plus people in the United States that are waiting on lists for various things. And in California, it's over 21,000. So out of those large numbers of people that are waiting, believe it or not, 87 or 85% of them are all waiting for kidneys alone. I don't know if you know anybody that's been touched by this, but I'm sure you know people that are on dialysis, and that's their path, you know. So you can be a living donor for kidneys or liver, and there are programs to interconnect you. So I hope my information will inspire everybody out there, and to also talk about donation and, you know, come to the event at the end of April. And I thank you again for the proclamation and the fact that you're supporting us in your town.
Thank you for sharing your brave and important story, Ms. Lesniak. I'm going to come up and read this if that's okay. Forgot my glasses. I will need those. National Donate Life Month. Whereas organ, eye, tissue, marrow, and blood donation and life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need, more than 100,000 individuals nationwide or more, and more than 20,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list. Whereas a single individual's donation of the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives, organ donors saved more than 42,000 lives last year, the most ever. Whereas any person can register to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor regardless of age or medical conditions, being a registered donor does not impact the quality of life-saving medical care a person can receive in an emergency. Whereas California residents can sign up to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles or by visiting donatelifecalifornia.org. Now, therefore, be it resolved that in recognition of the National Donate Life Month, the month of April 2023 is hereby proclaimed DMV/Donate Life Month in the city of Sierra Madre. And in doing so, we encourage all Californians to check yes online or when applying for renewing their driver's license ID card at the DMV. Presented this 11th day of April 2023 by the City Council of the City of Sierra Madre, Mayor Edward Garcia, Mayor Pro Tem Kelly Krebs, Council members Jean Goss, Christine Lowe, and Robert Parkhurst. All right, we have one more. We are going to also recognize National Library Week. The week of April 23rd to the 29th is National Library Week. National Library Week is an annual celebration highlighting the valuable roles libraries, librarians, and library workers play in transforming lives and strengthening our communities. The American Library Association's 2023 theme is There's More to the Story. At the Sierra Madre Public Library, there is so much more than just checking out a book. From checking out sewing machines and robots to attending writers' workshops and creating art. Join the library in celebrating all week long with special programs like our open house highlighting our digital and in-person services and technology, and our shelfie booth where you can snap a selfie in front of our bookshelves. So I'd like to welcome our librarian, Layla Reagan, up. I also see we have some trustees in the house as well. Please come on up.
Hello, and thank you, Mayor Garcia, Mayor Pro Tem Creeves, and our wonderful council members. I'm so glad we have so many of our trustees here tonight. I just wanted to take this time because it's been a while since we've done this particular proclamation for National Library Week. So I'm very excited that we're able to bring it back. And you said everything I wanted to say. Please, please.
Can you expand on the shelfie?
Yeah,
the shelfie booth. I love it.
Our shelfie booth is back. We started that last year, and it even has a ring light and everything. It's very nicely done, and it looks like a little Polaroid, and you can get it emailed to yourself. So it's really fun. We'll have that up all week, and we have some other wonderful programming like our open house that our trustee has helped us. Our trustee right here has helped us do. And we even have a writer's workshop that's happening right now that will be every Tuesday that our other trustee has helped us do. So we just have a bunch of programming packed that entire week. So come on down to the library and say hi and thank a librarian or a staff member or a volunteer.
Thank you. And I'll come on up. And I'd also like to reiterate that our library is much more than just books. The programming that you do is really nurturing for the entire community, all ages, and it's fantastic that we have such a fantastic librarian and our trustees that do a lot of the hard work behind the scenes. So we're grateful for your service to the community as well. So now, therefore, may it be proclaimed by the City of Sierra Madre City Council, the week of April 23rd through 29th, 2023 is National Library Week in the City of Sierra Madre. All residents are encouraged to visit the library this week, thank a librarian or a trustee or an employee to take advantage of our wonderful resources, and once again, thank everybody that works there for making information accessible to who all that walk through those library doors, and we really mean that. Presented the 11th day of April 2023 by the City Council of Sierra Madre, Mayor Edward Garcia, Mayor Pro Tem Kelly Creeves, Council members Jean Goss, Christine Lowe, and Robert Parkhurst. There we go. Congratulations. All right, thank you. And that closes our presentations. Moving on to the consent calendar. Rare consent calendar where we only have one item. Let's take consideration of the consent calendar. We have one item, item A, Resolution 2327 approving certain demands. Do we have any questions from the council for staff on this, or is there just our warrants like we normally see? Okay.
Move to approve the consent
Thank
calendar.
you.
Second.
Public comment.
Yeah, we have to have public comment, but is there any public comment on consent?
Mr. Mayor, we don't have any public comment on speaker cards or email.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now moving on to the public hearing. Who's taking this one?
Mayor Director Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Mayor, members of the City Council, just a very brief comment from myself and possibly some clarification from our city attorney. So this meeting was continued from March 14th to give the applicants time to see if they can reach consensus on a number of conditions for the City Council resolution. There still seems to be some conflicting information from both of the appellant and the applicant haven't come to consensus as of yet entirely. They do agree on many aspects. We think it's fairly close, but what staff is proposing is that in the staff report I identified both the appellant's proposed conditions of approval as well as the applicant's proposed conditions of approval. So I'm here to answer any of your questions specific to that. I do have, if you would like, a PowerPoint at a later time this evening. I can bring that up that shows those conditions if necessary.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. City Attorney Garagosian, do you have anything to add?
Nothing to add, Mayor.
Okay. So I'd like to invite the appellant up if you would like to speak, and then we'd have the applicant come up afterward, and then council can ask questions of you if that's okay. I just want to make sure we're good on procedure. This was a public hearing. We have closed the public hearing. So this public hearing is already been closed. Do we still have public comment prior to our discussion?
So there is no requirement to take public comment. It is at your discretion, Mayor, if you want to reopen public comment, but I leave that to you.
Okay, thank you. So if we could hear from the appellant, please.
Good evening, Council. So I think I would like to start by asking the Council the parameters of today's comments. I know that there was some negotiations that happened. I can comment on my thoughts about the other proposal. I had a short conversation with the applicant's attorney outside. Some issues were raised with respect to the hierarchy of land use regulations and what it means to have a CUP. I can go into that as well. So,
yeah. So, maybe I can hear from my colleagues up here, but I feel as though there was an expansion of the kind of the concession list from the last time we met, and I'd like to hear a little bit about that personally, and I would also like to hear about the negotiations. But feel free, colleagues, if you have anything you'd like to hear specific from Mr. Sanders. Other than that.
Okay.
No?
I can address that. So,
Please.
The applicant has made a proposal, and without having that proposal up on the screen, what I can say is that there are some areas that we are very close on agreeing. Permit condition number 11 as proposed and as contained in our proposal, it looks like the parties are generally in agreement that the terms contained therein are acceptable. They may need a little massaging. I think where the main dispute has come between the parties is how to handle the time period when the two sports courts that, so we proposed 2 sports courts, and that was in an effort to really move all of the sporting activity, the hard court sporting activity, so that's basketball, volleyball, off of the Michelin parking lot. And so we're having the school keep that activity on site, but we want that to occur on those two sport courts that get built. So the issue is, well, what happens to the sports that are currently taking place on the Michelin parking lot during the time those 2 courts are being built? And so we proposed that the school would temporarily take that activity off-site, as they have done in the past. I've submitted countless exhibits, letters, trying to explain that this is not something new, that this is something activity they engaged in the past. the Foothills Church. There are I think two other elementary schools that they use. Their council can correct me on that if she feels the need to, but I think the history of engaging in off-site basketball and volleyball really plays into the RULIPA argument, because how can something that you've engaged in the past be a substantial burden? And it also plays into the cost. So I'm sure the applicant will get up here and highlight for you that there's a huge cost to moving this off-site. Well, a lot of those costs and the predicament that the academy finds itself in is really a monster of its own creation. So many years ago, the activity was occurring off-site. At least that's our position, and I think there's evidence of that in the record. Sometime in 2021, the sports got moved back onto the property. And when I say sports, I'm referring to basketball and volleyball. So during that time, from 2011 or so, when it was occurring off-site, to the time it came back on, or came onto the site in 2021, I don't believe there's any approval of that activity coming onto the site or onto the Michelin, the parking lot. So in essence, it's our position that the academy is really asking, it has created this violation, and now it's raising the issue of cost and RULIPA as a impediment to the city council being able to correct a nuisance and a violation of CEQA. I don't think that should be permitted. So that is what to do with the sports during the interim is the main issue. So
if I may ask, so in your negotiations, did you have, and we're not here to play, finance professor or, their accountant or anything like that, but you're speaking about when they were a high school and now they're different going into 2021 when sports could start up again post-COVID. And it's my understanding that the high school students were off, and did you find out if there was a subsidy from the parents in order to pay for this transportation or use of these alternative, or if they paid more tuition versus the younger kids, or is it all kind of fungible in your mind?
So the first point, I think, is that it wasn't just high school students.
Okay.
So in the latest exhibit that we submitted today, and I'm not sure if that was provided to you, I provided it to the planning director and the city attorney. I think it's quite clear that this is K through 8, and as a matter of fact,
before 2021.
Well, before 2021, it's my understanding that there was K through 8 started in 20.
Yeah, that was my question, though,
Yeah.
to see if I was just trying to wrap my head around, was there a different tuition rate, and were there subsidies from the parents? If you're playing sports, you have these extra costs you have to pay out of pocket.
I'm not aware of that.
I don't know if it's even important, but I was just, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
You can ask the applicant.
I think that's one of the main points here. So unfortunately, and I went into some great detail with the athletic director, he was there on the Zoom call, about what other options are on site to handle this issue during the construction period. Unfortunately, there are none. So the Michelin, the parking lot is really the only, as I understand it, the only hard surface that could accommodate basketball and volleyball in the entire property. So that's what's concerning. I think that in the past they had hard courts, and those were destroyed to make way for, I believe, the basketball. I'm sorry, the baseball field, soccer field, that area of the campus. But now they realize that they need those things that they just destroyed, and so they try to cram all the basketball, volleyball for all these students into a parking lot. And the athletic director said during the negotiation that even the parking lot is not the ideal, facility to be having a sporting events in. So I think it's the unwillingness of the academy to even consider resuming conduct that I engaged in the past is where I feel the negotiations have really come to a halt.
Do you have more, or do we have any questions from council while there's kind of a brief break here so far? No?
So I think if I may, there are a few other issues I'd like to go into.
Please, yeah, please.
Okay. So I think the staff needs to clarify the recommendation. So on the instant staff report, the most recent one, you've got a recommendation to approve the project as modified and to strengthen the record. Meanwhile, the agenda appears to say that they're asking for a continuance and they want direction from the city council. During the negotiations, it was, the parties were informed that the staff was really ready to recommend referring it back to the planning commission. So I think that needs to be clarified. If this council is inclined to return it to the planning commission, the language in the staff report that is currently there for option 3 needs to be modified as well. So currently that only says the matter will be referred to the planning commission to address impacts on noise and traffic. I think the issue there is that there are facts that are present. There's evidence in the record that there could be a significant environmental impact from changes that have occurred between 2011 and the present, and that is the addition of the K through 8s, which has never really been analyzed in any environmental document. And they began using the Michelin parking lot as a location for all of the activities that even the city has conceded weren't previously authorized by any permit. So all that is to say that the additional facts that have arisen since 2011 require a full environmental review, not just looking at noise impacts, not just looking at traffic impacts, but really the entire spectrum of impacts that a full sequence analysis requires.
So I'm trying to envision what an EIR outside of noise and traffic would be considered, because I'm thinking of Native American artifacts and trees and all those things.
Exactly. Those 2 items are top of the list. So I note that there are trees that get cut down in the instant project. That's not raised as part of this appeal, but those resources should also be analyzed with any changes that result from how the project's been modified, especially during this appeal. The project's been modified on appeal.
Okay.
So that's another point I'd like to make. The final is that you may hear argument that the sporting activity, i.e. basketball, volleyball, was already approved by virtue of the TUP that was issued, and that was for the K through 8s. I looked at that document. There's nothing in there about sports. So the argument may be made that without a specific regulation or permit condition regulating a type of conduct, that is a implied approval that conduct can occur. I think that is actually backwards when you consider that the fact that the school exists only as a result of a CUP. This is not a by right school. It could only exist by virtue of the fact that the city has decided to grant a conditional use permit. And so the extent of activities that can occur on that campus have to be authorized, specifically authorized by the city. That is our take, and that's the last point that I'd like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Council, do we have any questions? We'll probably have more questions as we hear from the other side for you as well, but do we have any questions for Mr. Sanders now? Okay, thank you. And I'd like to thank, yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Goss, please.
Mr. Sanders, so it's your position that the Michelinda parking lot should be suspended in terms of basketball and volleyball until such time as the school can find alternatives, or what is your, when you're thinking about a timeline, what are you talking about? Waiting for a year or two, immediately, or what?
So in our, as written in our proposal, it would be that that condition would take effect on the new school year. So there was some concern raised by the applicant that, hey, we just can't abide by this condition immediately after approval. So that's why we put that in there.
Okay, so you're not concerned about how they go about providing for sports courts on or off campus. Your only concern is that they not do it at the Michelinda lot as of September of 2023.
That's correct. So the examples in our exhibits, they're just examples. These are things that we believe they've done in the past. So it begs the question, why can't they resume that conduct for a temporary time period until the two sports courts are built? I think that provides an incentive for the academy to really ensure that the sports courts are built on time. During the negotiations, there was a counter by the academy that, well, the city's got enforcement rights, and if we put a permit condition in the permit that says the sports courts have to be built by January 2024, the city can come in and enforce that permit and threaten to revoke it if they're out of compliance. My interpretation of that idea is that it's really a remedy without any teeth. I don't think that anybody wants the school to lose their CUP. I think that would be disastrous. I don't think there's a chance that that would ever occur. So if that's the case, a threat to revoke the permit isn't going to be worth the paper it's written on. And so I really think that the only way to incentivize what we all really want, which is a sports course to get built by a date certain, there has to be some give, the academy has to be a little uncomfortable because they have to be incentivized to finish the project. What happens if we take that position, we agree to it, and then January 2024 comes, they haven't obtained the funding? So there are reasons why, I don't think that's enforceable, especially for my clients. Going to court on that, I don't want to get into that, but there are downsides to that as well. So I don't think that would be an enforceable condition.
So I'm thinking, kind of flipping that on its head, rather than having a condition to perform by a certain time, maybe having a condition to stop doing something by a certain time, which then incentivizes to perform. Do you see the difference there?
I do.
Does that make sense to you?
I think it makes good sense. That's something I would have to speak to my client about.
Okay. Any other questions?
For answering the question.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to thank both parties for providing us with the record of some of the negotiations via email. That really was helpful to see kind of behind the scenes there. So thank you to both parties for that. Yes, we have one more council.
Follow-up question. If let's say that there was a new EIR done, would that change that date where their non-use would be required, because that would be taking process, and I don't know how quick that.
So that raises actually something that I wrote in my last letter, one of my two last letters. Under that scenario, or if it under that scenario, I guess we're talking about it getting referred back to the Planning Commission. So what happens on that parking lot during that time? Because our position is it's not permitted. And so there was So just to carry that analysis through, if it's unpermitted, technically that's a nuisance. And, you know, the city's got a nuisance hanging out there. Our clients, you know, would have to be dealing with a nuisance. What could be done to correct that while the project is going through the planning review and still not really impact CEQA? Because if you make a decision without an approval, I think that is a CEQA issue, because, you know, the analysis hasn't been done. But during the interim period, you've got a nuisance, so that's an issue. I think that the proposal from the academy, that they would be willing to enter into an agreement with the city to kind of move some of the stuff around. Again, I express my admiration for that idea. I think it's a good idea, but again, you're running up against practical considerations about, you know, how does that affect CEQA? Maybe if they agree to be, you know, move some of the stuff around, but also have that decision ultimately subject to CEQA, that could be a possible solution. I'm not sure. That's why I really didn't express my full support for it.
Can I just follow up on that thread?
Yes, please.
So this is for Director Gonzalez, I think. So would use of the Michelinda parking lot be prohibited if we refer this to the Planning Commission? Would it be considered as Mr. Sanders says, as a nuisance, and there would be a prohibition to any activity in that lot?
Oh.
I'd have to give that some thought.
Okay.
If this were remanded back to the Planning Commission, certainly the use of that lot would be reviewed again, because they did not really have consideration in terms of their conditions of approval, did not address that specifically.
And remind me how long this had been with the Planning Commission. I mean, it had to have started in at least a year ago, but do you know approximate the time frame? I don't remember that it was in the staff report.
We started review back in, I think it was November 2021.
November 2021, so we're talking now like 15, 16 months time frame.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director. Any more questions for the Director or Mr. Sanders? All right, thank you. If we could have the applicant.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Council. My name is Sunny Soltani. I represent Alverno Heights Academy. I wanted to start off by thanking your staff and your city attorney for walking the fine line they have been during this process, trying to balance these very complex issues and the equally important rights that your constituents, your academy, and your residents have. I want to thank the Planning Commission and yourselves for the hard work you've put into this and the analysis you've done today, trying to create a balance on these rights. I hope that my client has shown the same due respect to the city and the appellants. We've tried very hard to meet them more than halfway. The way I see it at this point, we're down to two issues, and they're two separate issues. You've got the permanent master plan conditions of approval that are before you, and the process for that, and there's a CEQA challenge to that, and a whole host of issues that the appellant has raised. But then there's this new discrete issue that the appellants have brought up, which is what happens during the temporary time period while the city finalizes and approves the master plan, and the master plan is implemented by the school. And so I would like to address both issues before the council, if that's okay.
Please.
Thank you. And I have to apologize. I have asthma and the air quality, so if I breathe deeply, I apologize in advance. So I want to start with the CEQA arguments because I think that's actually a really easy set of arguments to address. In short, the appellant is trying to argue that somehow, well, first of all, the new argument I just heard that there needed to be analysis on trees and Indian artifacts. This is the analysis that was done in connection with the addendum. This was not a two-page document. There was extensive studies done, and both issues that the appellant raised have been studied extensively. So there's no need to remand this back for a EIR if that's the reason that he's raising. On traffic studies, on noise, again, there was ample studies done. We paid for those studies. They're all part of your record. But the one issue that the appellant raises that I want to address is that they're arguing that Michelanda parking lot started being used as a playground and sports practices and sporting for basketball and volleyball in 2020. And because this was not studied in 2011, further studies warranted, and that the city was not allowed to rely on the 2011 mitigated negative deck. However, under CEQA, you have to see what the baseline of a project is. And here, because the sports started in 2020 or 2021, the baseline when we started doing the addendum already included all of the practices and the recesses and everything that was occurring on the Michelanda lot. So therefore, the environmental analysis leading into the preparation of the addenda had that existing physical condition, and it's part of the environmental analysis and baseline. So it doesn't need, the project doesn't need to be amended to include that because that's the baseline. And I think that's really important to clarify for the record. In addition to that, there was one more point I want to make on this. In addition to that, we have done the studies, and our studies show that the level of the noise does not raise to a significant impact. And again, Mr. Sanders argues that our noise studies did not study the change in the school student body going from upper school to lower school. But that lot, this is another important fact that should be introduced into the record, that lot has only been used for the lower school. So our upper school, as Mayor, you rightly so pointed out, our upper school sports have always been conducted outside of a school because under CFI rules, which is a different set of regulations that apply to high schools, we've been forced to actually have our high school students go to another facility. And to answer your question, yes, the high school tuition is substantially higher than the lower school tuition. Not that it's relevant, because when it comes to the lower school issue, the predicament that we have as a school is that we're a Catholic school, and Catholic CYO rules do apply. It's a real thing, and it's based on canon law. We're not making this up. We're a religious organization. There are religious rules that apply. We have to conduct ourselves based on these rules. Our lower school students have certain guidelines that we have to meet for them, and we just have to abide by those rules. So I went off tangent myself. I want to go back to my points that I wanted to address. So, but even with all of that, we have tried to, in the negotiations, meet the appellants and come up with conditions that can try to address this. So we voluntarily agreed to build a second court, which is an additional $200,000 to $250,000 cost on the school. We're doing this in good faith because we think the city has tried in good faith to balance these interests. We want to be a partner with the city. We want to be a good neighbor. So we agreed to that additional condition. We also agreed to put self-imposed restrictions on ourselves. And I want to remind the council that these are restrictions that no other school in your city has, but we're voluntarily agreeing to these restrictions. We agreed to move our sport, once the courts are built to move all sporting activities to that side, that only in cases of weather issues use this site. We agreed not to have recess on the Michelando parking lot. We have agreed that all practices, as much as possible, will be moved to the other parts of the school. We were very specific that it would probably boil down to having 3 practices. Once the sporting facilities are built, it would boil down to having 3 practices, a 1 sporting team on the lot, and we're willing to commit to all of that. But I do want to remind the council that only because we're voluntarily agreeing to some of these conditions, the council needs to still be very mindful, and the city has to be mindful that even though time, place, manner restrictions on a religious activity or a religious institution are allowed, it still has to be reasonable. And for Mr. Sanders to say, well, in the past they've shipped off their students to gyms, why don't they do the same thing? It's not a reasonable condition, it's not a reasonable solution. As the mayor identified, upper school tuition is a lot more, so it provides that. Under state law, we're required to have them go to an indoor gymnasium, and for the lower school, we're not allowed to. And yes, there are rules that say you should go to a centralized facility if available, but we've admitted into the record, a letter from CYO, that there are no centralized facilities within our radius that we can send our students to. So we would have to go and find a private facility. And beyond that, we have 113 students involved in our sports. So to require 113 families to deal with picking up their kids, taking them for practices, we're not talking about just games. It's just, we might as well shut down our sporting programs in the school. No parent, maybe some parents will do it, but the majority of the parents are not going to do that. High school students, you have some high school kids drive themselves, typically at age 16, they get their driver's license. It's a completely different analysis there. But even that, if we weren't required under state law to have it in an indoor gymnasium, I think the school would prefer to have it in our own facility. So the other just want to make sure that I cover all of my points. Again, I want to, the appellant had asked for restrictions that there would be no religious activities conducted on the parking structure. Again, I want to caution the city, you need to be careful with the conditions you impose. We're willing to negotiate, we're willing to look at conditions, but we can't have a rule in our school that, for example, says, hey, students, you can't go pray on this side of the school. Those are not practical solutions. So even though you have powers to have time, place, manner restrictions, they have to be reasonable and they cannot be discriminatory. And given that in Sierra Madre, no single school can be identified, and most of your schools, we have already submitted an aerial map of the schools. They're all next to residential areas. No other school has been under the regulatory eye that our school has been. No other school has had to comply with the conditions, or has the conditions that have been imposed on us thus far imposed on them. I don't think any other school would have voluntarily been negotiating with residents around their school saying, okay, fine, we'll build another court. We will agree to even further restrictions. We have come a long way, Your Honor, and the council members, and we're open to any suggestions you have for us. We want to end this process. We're committed. We'll be here, and we will try to resolve the issues under your guidance.
Thank you, Ms. Soltani. Council, do we have any questions? Yes, please.
Can you explain the evolution of the space? We were talking about, the academy is currently using the Michelanda parking lot for the basketball practices and games, the volleyball practices and games. And I guess I've not quite followed the evolution of moving that activity to an alternative court and now requiring 2 courts, but yet also continuing to use the parking lot. So I'm not quite following how we're shifting activity that's currently happening on one location to two separate sports courts, and then still requiring use of the parking lot. So can you explain sort of why that seems to have mushroomed to some
Sure.
degree?
Let me step back and kind of explain. We were a high school, and while we were a high school, we didn't have all these issues because all sporting activities had to be done in a gymnasium. So in 2020, when we got the approval for the lower school, this became an issue because under canon law and under CYO regulations, we have to have a certain standards for the activities for our youth. And as Mr. Sanders identified, the Michelanda parking lot is the only area that has the topography to allow for these sports. And it's important to note that when we came in to get the approval for the lower school, the city did not question, well, where are you going to be doing your sporting activities? I mean, it's a given that when you are adding a lower school, there's going to be activities, there's going to be sports, there's going to be recess, and there were no conditions of approvals that were imposed dealing with this issue. And I'm assuming that this was not done so by the city because it's not the city's practice to micromanage and to regulate how a school's facility is used by that school. Typically, you issue the permit for having a school, and there's certain guidelines, and you allow the school to figure the rest of it out. And so
Just to be clear, you're speaking about the temporary use permit, that process?
there's no temporary. This is a conditional use
This is-
permit.
Yes, but the original
The original
permit-
is a conditional use permit, to your honor.
But also temporary, because it was meant
It
to-
wasn't temporary. We have a CUP. We have an approved CUP to bring the lower school in. Now, as part of issuing that CUP, we were asked by staff to come in and actually apply for a master plan, which we did in good faith. But it's not a temporary. We have a CUP that runs with the land.
Right, but one of the conditions of approval, one of the conditions of the issuance of the permit, I think we're sort of dancing on the head of a pin. One of the conditions to issuing the permit was the submission of the master plan.
Absolutely,
So
but
so
it's
I guess what I'm saying is that while it's possible that during that initial process that happened in 2020 on an expedited basis, didn't consider sports, that was intended to be covered by the more complete process of the master plan.
And absolutely, and we're here to address any concerns the city has. And as I said, we've agreed to a number of conditions. We're willing to, but the reason I say that we have an operating CUP right now is because it goes to this temporarily issue that I identified, that what can the city do during this temporary period while we're building the courts? The appellants are saying, go ahead and tell the school that you have to stop all your activities on Michelanda lot until your sporting facilities are built out. And what I'm here to tell you is that we have an operating legal CUP that we're operating under that doesn't have a condition that prohibits us from using this parking lot in the manner and the fashion that we're using it. That's why the city hasn't started any enforcement actions against us, other than the fact that it's not, it's probably, the studies show that the noise is not in violation of any thresholds, but this is not a permissive land use issue. This is a conditional use permit. So under a conditional use permit, unless there's a condition specifically that prohibits a use or a manner of use, then city can't go and say, oh, because this is not in the conditional use permit, you're not allowed to do this activity. That's permissive land use issues. So Mr. Sanders is a little confused. So what I'm saying is that if the city tries to shut down the school's activities on Michelanda lot during this temporary construction period of the sporting facilities, the city would be violating not only RLUIPA, but I don't think it's within your jurisdiction to do that. And I actually don't believe it's the subject of this hearing tonight, because what's before the city in this process is the application for a master plan to develop our project, not whether we're in violation of the current CUP that was issued. To the extent the city believes we violated the CUP that was issued, They have enforcement rights against us. There's a code enforcement process under your code. You should send us a letter, tell us why you believe we're in violation of that, and we'll follow your process under your code. But what's before you tonight is not dealing with that issue as to how we're using Michelin a lot during this time period. But I absolutely agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem. In this process, you can look at what are reasonable and non-discriminatory conditions and analyze what you've done with other schools, and within your sound discretion and within reason, yes, you can impose conditions. We've agreed to it. We're agreeing to a number of mitigation measures.
Right, so back to my question. You currently are housed, I have housed all of this activity on one site. And you've offered, as you've said, to voluntarily offered to construct 2 additional courts where that activity would occur. And it seems to me from your proposal that that would not eliminate that type of sports activity on the Michelin lot. So I guess my question is, for activity that's currently occurring on one site, and you're now proposing it needs to happen on 3 sites, I guess I'm not clear on why the use profile has changed.
I would like to turn that question over to our sports athletic director. Yes.
Hi, Athletic Director Rich Martinez. To answer your question, presently with one court, if basketball, for example, if you have 4 teams, you're going to be okay with 1 court. 2 courts would be even better because then you'd be able to practice and have games throughout the season. Presently, what is happening after the league starts is our teams aren't really practicing anymore. They may be able to get a half court once or twice a week because we're hosting games, so there's no court for them to practice on. So if you have 2 courts, you'd be able to host games and then have a court where they're able to practice. So what I'm anticipating, if we were to grow and the number of teams we have grows, just like Mr. Goss, St. Rita, we had more than just the 4 because you'd have 17 kids and then you'd have to split a team. So you'd have more than 4, say 5 to 6 teams. So what I anticipate in basketball is if that were to happen, then we would use the 3rd court to practice on maybe 3 times a week just during basketball. Volleyball, I don't anticipate that happening because the girls play in the fall. Even if they start having more teams, with those 2 courts, we'll be able to house those games and practices. In the spring, when the boys play, there is no issue. We'll be able to do everything on those 1 or 2 sports courts. The only thing that I really anticipate liking to use a 3rd court would be during that winter basketball season where boys and girls are playing basketball at the same time. That just creates sometimes up to 6, 7 teams, and you just need a place for kids to practice. Otherwise, you're going months with no practice, and that's not really the type of program that we would like to provide.
That's helpful, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I've got a couple questions.
Please.
So in 2011, you've got a CUP, and it had a number of things planned in the CUP in 2011. One of them was the multipurpose building. So was fundraising started for the multipurpose building during that time?
No.
No, it wasn't started. So fundraising hasn't started for the sports courts yet, right? Because we don't have, what I've heard is because the master plan hasn't been approved.
Absolutely.
So I'm wondering is that in 2011 there was a plan for a multipurpose building, and no funds were raised for that. We're being told now that that no funds are being raised because we don't have a plan in place, and that they will be once there is a master plan. But the history to me is confusing because funds haven't been raised, and it would seem to me, if you really were dedicated to getting these courts, you'd start the fundraising. And what I'm concerned about, and what my question is we go ahead and we approve something now, and 10 years from now, there still is no money for raising the courts. Now, and I will completely agree that a multi-purpose building multi-million dollars, big thing is very different than 400,000 for sports courts. But you see where my mind is going with this is that I'd like to, just like you, would like to find a conclusion to this, and I don't want to be back in a year or 2 years and say, well, we weren't able to raise the money, and so we're still having to be in the Michelinda lot. I'd love to be able to find a way to resolve this. So can you tell me a little bit about the ability to fundraise or the certainty of fundraising? I mean, I know fundraising is always uncertain, but help me understand kind of the thought process here.
Sure. Just some clarification on the 2011 master plan. It was divided into 4 phases. The first phase, the city asked us to do all of the Michelinda improvements, the view fence, do the grand view improvements, put in the decomposed granite walkway, and we were given a year to do that. It was our first capital campaign we did as a school, since it was built in 1959. So we got that done within a year. That then locked in the entitlement for the 2011 master plan. There were 3 additional phases. One you've mentioned was a multi-purpose building. There was the field, the multi-purpose field, and then there was internal campus improvements. So there's a whole range of internal campus improvements. The board talked about what would make our school attractive for young women for the high school. This was even well before we had thought about a lower school. And we were trying to make the school as competitive as possible to keep the girls' high school open. And so the board basically felt, though it was going to be expensive and a stretch goal, is that we would do the multi-purpose field first. And it turned out to be a $2.7 million endeavor. We raised $1.8 million. We did that in about a 18-month period, and there are pledges. And I mean, you've been involved in capital campaigns, so you know all the money doesn't come in at once. It comes in over a period of time. So that was our first experience with a major capital campaign. I think it went very well. I've met with the parents of the lower school. They're very excited. I had talked with them about the one court, and I think we testified it was about $200,000, the one court. When we met with the Stevens in negotiations, we could tell that they were still concerned, and so we asked for a hiatus. We met for about 5 or 10 minutes. And we basically then proposed that we do 2 sports courts. And I felt in meeting with our parents that that's something that they really want to do. They want to basically move on, kind of to use your words, it's get this settled and move on with it. And so I get the sense that the parents are very motivated. And you're right, we haven't started official capital campaign yet because we really need an approval to the master plan, to basically raise the funds. So that's where we are. It's going to be a stretch for us. We had put together a construction plan and took a look at that, and we felt that we realistically could have the 2 courts completed by I think it was 2024, January of 2024. And we felt if we were going to go ahead and do 1 court, we're going to be down grading in that area, so we might as well grade the whole area out and get it ready. And so our thought process was if we only raised enough money to grade for the 2 courts, put in at least 1 court, that would relieve pressure on Michelinda. But then we felt, well, we might as well just try to raise the $400,000 and do the 2 courts all at the same time. Does that help?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
Very helpful.
If I could follow up on that, Mr. Farsing, thank you. So I don't have the master plan in front of me, but as I recall, there was contemplation of the temporary court. I know there was going to be a permanent court, but there was going to be also a play area, I think, where the temporary court was going to be. Can you? Yeah, that's now gone. Now that's going to be the permanent court.
The master plan had a full court and a half court in that location, and we felt, well, with half court, that's how kids practice. But we basically looked at that area and felt, well, we really could put 2 courts in there. It had been studied for noise impacts, all of that. So, we basically felt, let's go ahead and put 2 full courts there. That will take a lot of pressure off Michelinda. As Rich testified, would only be used very rarely, the sports court in Michelinda on the parking lot, once the 2 courts are up and operational.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions right now?
I have a couple.
Yes,
various
please.
Questions.
Please.
So this is one for Director Gonzalez. So if if we don't have a CUP, or if we reject the CUP, what happens with the ability for the Alverno School to operate? So we were talking about earlier is, you know, if they don't meet the requirements of a certain date or time or place or manner of something, we reject the CUP. Does the school have to shut down? What happens in that case?
Well, certainly the modular buildings, that timing is already lapsed, so we would ask for those buildings to be removed. Given the removal or the closure of the high school and the elementary school moving into the high school buildings, I still think they would be able to operate with a school.
Okay, so let's just say, let's pick a date. Let's pick April 30th of 2024. Let's say that the 2 sports courts have to be built. They don't get built. What's our remedy at that point? And maybe this is for Attorney Garagosia.
Could be possible revocation in the CUP.
Right, so a couple of things here. The CUP has a condition in it that it's going to be reviewed annually. So through those means we can track whether or not progress is being made. And if, let's say, a condition is set that something's going to be built, or maybe in the alternative, some activity is not going to happen by X date.
Right.
During that annual review, we can make sure that whether or not that's happening. The Planning Commission will. And if the Planning Commission determines that those conditions aren't being satisfied, then this CUP, the 2021 CUP, let's call it, will be revoked, and then the 2011 CUP will then take effect.
Okay.
Or will take effect again, because they have an underlying 2011 CUP that's been approved. Now, beside that, there are also code enforcement actions we can take to ensure compliance, and that will have to be determined on a case-by-case basis whether that's the correct means to enforce the permit.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So the use of the Mitchell-Linda lot, is that in violation of a code?
So the use of the Mitchell-Linda lot is not in violation of a code, and that's not what the appellant is arguing either. The appellant is arguing that it's a violation of the condition. Both parties acknowledge, as does the city, that in 2011 there was no condition addressing sports activities at the Mitchell-Linda parking lot. So the analysis that Director Gonzalez and I will have to do is, if that's the council's direction, if this issue can't be resolved today, he and I will have to go back and figure out whether or not what specifically was approved. I suspect what you're going to find is school and ancillary uses, and we'll have to make a determination regarding whether these ancillary uses include student sports, and then based on that, make a determination as to whether or not it's a public nuisance. Because if we were talking about, for example, filming without a permit, most definitely it's not addressed. If it wasn't addressed in the 2011 permit, regardless, that would definitely be an unauthorized use of that space, because that space is authorized for school uses. But obviously a CUP can't anticipate every single possible school use that's going to take place at that site. Impossible. So you have to make some accommodation for ancillary uses, and it's going to be a decision of the city manager and the director of planning whether or not sports activities are going to be covered under the 2011 permit, frankly, yeah.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
I have 2 more.
Yes, please.
I have a question now for Mr. Sanders. 2 questions, actually. So I'll give you a second to come down. So in your, I think it's, proposed condition 13F, you have a condition of if the noise exceeds 80 decibels measured at 25 feet from the source, the noise should be let's see, that there is, oh yeah, here we go. It's actually before it. That a noise monitor and automatic power shutoff or kill switch, which is programmed to turn off if you reach 80 dB at 25 feet. Who's the manufacturer of the technology that makes the 80 dB, 25 foot switch that shuts off?
Well,
where would you buy that from? Is it at Best Buy?
So I appreciate the question, council member. I can tell you that device was recommended in other noise cases that we did have up in Ojai, so I know it exists.
So it does exist?
Yes.
Okay, I've never seen it before. That's what I was trying to make sure, does it actually exist? Okay. Then my next question is that at the bottom on condition 13, there's a note that says that there should be a condition imposed in the CUP that any aggravated party has a right to file a lawsuit in Superior Court for violations of the CUP's permit conditions and recover attorney's fees. Can you give us an example of a city that has a CUP trigger like this? Is there another one? You just mentioned Ojai for the noise, which was very helpful. Is there a city that has a condition like this for the recovering of permit conditions or for recovery of permit fees and a citizen suit?
I can't say, but I know that, so ordinances within the city across this great state have provisions that some of them provide for attorney's fees. So I think it's definitely a item that could be agreed to based if the parties are willing. So it can't be necessarily imposed, but it could be placed in the condition upon mutual consent. And that is so that's a way, I guess one way we were thinking that there could be some teeth to the remedy that the Academy's council is kind of touting, which is you put a permit condition in the CUP that says that a certain act like the sports courts have to be built by X date, and if that doesn't happen, then the city has theoretically an enforcement right, and they could revoke the permit. Like I said earlier, I don't think that that's a realistic remedy. If there's an attorney's fee provision, that could get us closer, although there are problems with that as well, which I really don't want to get into in this forum, but there are issues with that even if we were to be able to get into Superior Court. So
let me just ask, and I see our attorney raising his hand and the mayor, but let me just follow this for a second. So Attorney Gargosian, your firm works with how many cities in the state of California?
About 13.
How many?
13.
13 cities. In any of the 13 cities that you work with, are you familiar with any type of provision like this?
So I want to make the distinction here.
Okay.
Mr. Sanders is correct. There are ordinances that provide a private right of action. This city adopted the tenant, the prohibition on smoking, and this council provided a private right of action for residents. The distinction here is a conditional use permit. Can a conditional use permit include a private action for enforcement by residents? I've never seen such a thing. I don't know whether or not it's lawful.
Okay.
So with respect to the conditional use permit component, this is a big unknown for me. And if you remember, it was a policy decision by this body to have members of the public, so resident tenants, enforce the smoking ban for their multi-unit building. Now, the city council would also have to make that same policy determination with respect to CUPs. Would the council want members of the public enforcing their conditional use permits? I think it's a different calculus.
Thank you very much.
And that was my question when I rose my hand. Are you contemplating a private action or an action brought by the city?
Well, so I think the permit language is actually contemplating a private action.
That's what I thought.
Again, okay. I think the better solution is to try to come to some sort of real agreement on what happens during the interim. And so I would like to, if I could, council members, take this time to respond to a few points that the Academy's attorney raised.
Yeah, if we could finish up with questions, and then I'll allow you to respond. Let's make sure we have. What's that? Yeah, well, I mean, we're still actually, we're gonna answer some questions, and then we'll have responses. Sit tight, I'll let you come back up, yeah. Did anybody have it? Well, don't go too far. If we had a question for Mr. Sanders, while he's up there, and I may have some EIR questions, but,
Yeah, I just
please.
had a question about your view of the negotiations around the change in activity occasioned by the development of the additional courts. So it seems the main point of distinction between the parties, even putting aside the interim period, actually after courts are built, is the degree of use, continued use of the Michelinda parking lot for athletic activities. And I just want to be clear that, we just heard from the applicant and, their plan for activities, in the instance where they have, perhaps the 2 courts built. It seems to me that your position, at least from what I've seen, is that once the sports courts are built, that your clients would expect there to be no athletic activity on the Michelinda court. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I think the reason for that is that, again, this goes back to what I said at the beginning. It was actually our proposal, okay, for the 2 courts. I think that the reason that was made was because it was a olive branch to try to get the sporting activity, and we're not talking about all sports, just basketball and volleyball, off the Michelinda parking lot. And so I feel, with all due respect to the Academy, I feel it's kind of disingenuous to say, well, even if these 2 courts get built, there's going to have to be some overflow. Well, they've survived for so long, in my mind, illegally using that parking lot for sports. I think that as there can be some creative use of the 2 new courts, such that all of the activity, basketball, volleyball, and comes off that court, and that there would still be some use under our proposal of the Michelinda parking lot. So public safety assemblies, recess play, if the multi-purpose field gets waterlogged. Okay, so we're not saying no activity. Okay, so I think we are being reasonable. They just want their cake and want to have their cake and eat it too. I just don't. I can't see that being a reasonable position.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Councilmember Goss, please.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Sanders, let's assume that, for argument's sake, that we did that, made that permanent, so that they couldn't play those 2 sports on that parking lot. Would your client be willing, how long would your client be willing to wait for the applicant to get these courts built, in the interim, with these sports being played as they are being played now?
On the parking lot.
Yeah. So,
in our proposal, that deadline would be start of the next school year.
I know what your proposal was. That's not what I'm asking.
Okay. I would have to speak with them about that.
Okay.
My fear with that, let's say we say, okay, April 2024. I mean, what happens come May 2024? I don't want to see them lose any athletics. I played soccer as a high school student. I will tout the value of athletics all day long. I don't want to see them lose that, but what can really happen? So I think that's the concern. If May 2024 comes and they haven't been able to obtain funding, it's essentially back to the status quo, and I would just feel my clients have been extremely hard done by in that scenario.
Well, I'm not negotiating for the council. I'm just probing here. Okay.
I understand.
That's not what I really had in mind. What I had in mind was permanent suspension on the Michelinda parking lot, And we, in exchange for that, your client agrees to wait until a specific date before those sports activities are suspended. So it seems to me like maybe you get into the end of next winter, volleyball and basketball cease, they're done. And then there's not going to be a whole lot of sports on that court during the spring of 2024 and the summer of 2024. Certainly not basketball and volleyball. So what about sometime middle part, even the beginning of the fall of 2020, the 2024-25 school year?
I follow the logic.
Assuming you get permanent suspension of the sport at that time on the Michelin parking lot.
I would have to talk to my clients about that. I do follow the idea. Yep.
I had some follow-up questions. Once the sports courts are built, the use of no whistles during sports practices. I don't know if is that a common request that when you've done your research with other cases, is that feasible?
So the comparative cases, I think if you were going to try to find some, I think that would be difficult to do. I think we are looking at, what are the main noise producing activities associated with basketball and volleyball. So can a practice be conducted without a whistle? I couldn't see why not.
No, I said game.
So games, I don't think, if that includes games, then I don't think we're asking
There
that.
shall be no use of whistles or amplified equipment during sports practices. There shall be no use of whistles or amplified equipment during play or recess. Oh, okay, my mistake. I read it as games. My mistake.
Understood.
Was that for all sports?
That was for condition 13, so that was during even on the permanent courts and any time.
Or the field.
Or the field.
So can you explain, are we talking about getting rid of whistles?
So I think what I'd like to do is try to turn the discussion back to what really is the issue, and that's the kind of ongoing activity on the parking lot. I'll address the concern just real quickly. I think that was just a way that, do you really need a whistle to run a sports practice? I don't particularly think so, but that's a point that we're willing to concede. So
and then the other two,
not a major point.
The other two on that were also the games on the permanent sports courts. Like once the sports courts are built, let's say they don't use the Michelin parking lot. Games on the permanent sports courts cannot occur simultaneously or overlap. Games on the permanent sports courts must be spaced within a minimum of 1 hour of time between the end of the first game and the beginning of the second game to provide sufficient parking and mitigate traffic concerns. And then the other condition was that they have to be completed by 5 p.m. Trying to see when school ends at 3:30 how that would be at all feasible.
Well, so point taken. Point taken.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions regarding sports courts right now? Or Michelin parking lot? So I have a question regarding the EIR, because I heard two stories, right?
Right.
One, you're saying it sounded to me you were saying a full bore CEQA analysis EIR has to be done. I heard on the other side that nothing has to be done. I think at the end of the day, it is up to our city manager and our director of planning to decide what needs to be done. There was an addendum, correct me if I'm wrong, was there addendum done for the master plan?
Yes.
Okay.
So there was an MMD done for the master plan. That was in 2011.
Okay, so but generally there's an EIR and then there could be a supplemental or an addendum?
To the mitigated negative declaration in 2011, there was another addendum.
So we need you to speak into the mic if you...
Right? So
He asked about the environmental.
Okay.
So I just want to have an understanding of what was done, and we'll give you time, Mr. Farsing. Okay, please. So there was an addendum done, but you're saying that something completely different needs to be done because the mix has changed or maybe the dilution has changed. And then I'm hearing on the other side that nothing needs to be done because there was already a baseline. And I'm trying to wrap my head around, you know, generally it's staff that tells us when staff says when something needs to be done. Am I correct? Yeah. So I'm trying to balance that. If we do need to go this route, it does need to go back to the Planning Commission. So could you explain why you think one needs to be done? A full bore one that looks at issues outside of just traffic and noise?
Absolutely. So in 2011, MMD was done. That MMD didn't discuss sporting activity, okay? It didn't discuss noise studies on the parking lot. Only with, and when you come to the MMD in 2021, now you are getting noise studies about, you know, sporting activity on the parking lot. And the noise studies in that MMD really didn't address all of the activity that comes with that's currently taking place on the parking lot. So that's a flaw in that MMD. Okay, now upon appeal, they have stated that they are going to change the project again. Okay, the change to this project is now that there is going to be exclusively K through 8, and that there's a potential for the number of K through 8 students to grow from, I believe, around, I think the current is around 200 or so. Don't hold me to that, but it could go all the way up to 400 now. So that is an impact that wasn't considered in either the 2021 MMD, which hasn't been approved, but there was analysis done as a part of that, or in the 2011 MMD. Another part of I think this approval that hasn't been analyzed in the 2021 MMD is the fact that you've got a potential for increased number of sports. You heard the athletic director say that there could be more teams on this property. So that wasn't analyzed in either MMD. I think the point is that the facts have changed, even up on this appeal, and now the task that the city has is to make a determination about whether those new facts trigger any of the triggers that are in the CEQA guidelines, section 15162. So you have to make that determination based on substantial evidence, and right now none of the reports are really analyzing these new facts. Why? Because they occurred before, the reports were done before the facts were revealed. I think that's as simple as I can put it.
Yeah, I understand, and I did pick up on, you know, there's a baseline, and then the athletic director said, well, things have changed, so if there was a baseline, which one is it, right?
So follow up on it. So first off, if we send this back to the Planning Commission, they have said to us is we don't know anything about noise. So like what I'm hearing you everything talk about is we don't know anything about noise. If we go back to the Planning Commission just on with the main issue of noise, and then it has, you know, there is an increase, there is a planned increase in students, in lower school students, but that's not going to happen for a number of years. So I'm trying to wrap my head around how would you do a noise study? We've done a recent noise study. We did like the school did 2 or 3 noise studies. So I'm trying to think of what's going to be different if it goes back to the Planning Commission. There aren't more students. There's a recent noise study. What noise information do you hope to gain by going to the Planning Commission?
Well, I think the issue one of the issues that the Planning Commission would have to address is what potential noise impacts could arise as a result of the anticipated increase in the K through 8 population. How would that be done?
Like, I mean, I'm trying to figure that out, like, you can't, how do you project what noise will be out into the future?
Well,
Do people do that?
So I do think some of the, if you look at some of the noise studies that were done at the Planning Commission, not all of them were based on sound recordings. Some of them just modeled out based on like data that, so here's a noise decibel for teenage students that are outside. And it was kind of pulled from an empirical study. And then they model out based on.
But you had a problem with that model, didn't you?
Well, so I don't think we had a problem with that model per se. I think there was a problem with the calculation of and the standard that they used in the threshold of significance. So I think the issue with the modeling I think is that there really is none. So you can model out based on empirical data, and that's what some of the noise studies did. And then it's up to the commission or the Planning Commission to really decide, does this anticipated growth result in a increased impact? So if you conclude, so there has to be some substantial evidence for your decision. So if you were to approve this project as is today, I think that there would be an issue that you're lacking the substantial evidence to show that these new facts don't have a significant environmental impact or don't trigger any of the items that are listed in CEQA Guideline 15612.
Okay. Any more questions?
Maybe I wasn't paying attention. So are you asking us to send this back down to the Planning Commission?
I would like to come to an agreement, but I think time has run out, to be honest. So I have sent letter after letter to the city and the Academy's attorney. I've tried to advocate for taking the sports temporarily off-site. I've tried to explain why I think that is the best solution, and that sticking my clients with the status quo just until whenever they get around to finishing the sports courts isn't workable. I do note your kind of proposal. I can talk to my clients about that. So if there can't be some resolution between the parties, then I think, based on my interpretation of CEQA, I know the Academy's attorney feels differently, but the only way to correct that would be to send it back to the Planning Commission.
But if we were able to resolve this decision about the use of the Michelin parking lot, you wouldn't need that.
I think that's right. Assuming that the remainder of the permit conditions we can come to agreement with. I will say that to the council member's point on condition 13, okay, so we can talk about some of those. I think the main point is let's get the sports, basketball and volleyball, off the lot.
That's clear, thank you. Any more questions for Mr. Sanders? My plan is you asked for some response as to what the applicant had said. I'd like to let you have that, and then I'm going to give the applicant an opportunity to respond, and then we're going to take a break.
Okay.
And then we'll reconvene on the same topic.
Okay, so I think I addressed most of them during the comment I just had. I would just like to talk about conceptually, what is a CUP? So I think the applicant's attorney is suggesting that it really, if a limitation's not actually in the permit, that means that activity is sanctioned. It can occur. And I would just like to read a portion of my appeal letter. And I think this will do the issue. It will address what I have to say about the issue. So this is in the context of the hierarchy of land use of regulations, okay? So most ordinances specify certain uses as of right and certain other uses allowed only by use of a permit for each zone. This mechanism enables localities to control uses that may be desirable, but whose unrestricted existence at a specified location could engender a nuisance. Most conditionally permitted uses are such that the use could easily become incompatible with the surrounding uses, especially residential uses. Other types of conditionally permitted uses may raise specific issues such as traffic noise, health safety, requiring close scrutiny regarding the desirability of the location and the need to impose conditions on the use to protect against nuisance. Common uses allowed by CUP are liquor stores, alcohol service at restaurants, cannabis retail locations, automotive repair, places of worship, schools, hotels, and residential zones. Zoning laws regulate land uses in two basic ways. Some uses are permitted as a matter of right if the uses conform to the zoning ordinance. Other sensitive land uses require discretionary administrative approval pursuant to criteria in the zoning ordinance. They require a conditional permit. So the reason for discretionary treatment is that these are uses which cannot be said to be always compatible in the zones while always incompatible in others. The traditional purpose of the conditional use permit is to enable a municipality to exercise some measure of control over the extent of certain uses. So I think after reading that, I'd like the council to take a step back and contemplate what is the correct interpretation of the CUP regulations. Is it that a mechanism that permits a use to only occur in the context of an administrative approval would allow a use to occur that's not contained in the permit to, that's not contained in the permit to be legal? I don't think that's the way it works. I think it's actually the opposite. I think because of the nature of the use, which is not a by right, which is a use that can only exist as a result of the CUP, the CUP acts as both a authorization and a kind of limitation. So if it's not permitted by the CUP, you can't do it. Why? Because it's not a by right use.
So forgive me, your source, were you reading from our general plan, or what was your source there?
So a couple sources. So California Neighborhood Action Group, and that's a Court of Appeal case. That's 156 CalApp. So that's cal.app, app.3D 1176.
Was that coming out of a case, or are you?
That was coming out of a case.
Okay.
And a treatise. So the California Environmental California Environmental Law and Land Use Practice Treatise, section 660.31. So I think that's all I need to say on it. That's my position. It was in my appeal letter during the first letter I filed.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Okay. I'd like to invite the applicant up for response.
Thank you. I just want to start by addressing the question about allowing private parties to have enforcement rights over a CUP. I'm actually a city attorney myself. My law firm represents over 100 public agencies, and I can tell you unequivocally, I've never seen a CUP give authorization for private parties within a city to enforce it against another private citizen, and it's good for public policy. I mean, can you imagine if a neighbor doesn't like a school and they don't like having kids in their parking lot, how many lawsuits can be brought against a school? And I can tell you that I can't fathom that there's going to be a court of law that is going to uphold such condition. So I wanted to respond to that because that would set off really bad precedents in the state of California if a court ever allowed that. With respect to the CUP issue, I think your city attorney nailed the analysis. We agree. There are certain uses that are permitted as a matter of right, but there are certain uses that you have to apply for a conditional use permit. Now, that conditional use permit allows the use, then it imposes conditions and mitigation. So it is the public agency's responsibility when there's a CUP process. If there is an issue that needs to be mitigated or not authorized or be conditioned, then they condition it. The CUP process does not obligate a public agency to sit there and think of every single scenario that can go wrong and come up with conditions of approval. You would have treatises of conditions of approval. So once you allowed the use of the school and the ancillary uses that come with it in our CUP, and the conditions you impose, those are the conditions that are enforceable. Now, I agree, Mayor Pro Tem, now in this process you can impose more conditions, but that CUP stands on its own, and right now there is no condition that deals with the use of Michelanda lot, so we're allowed to do what we're doing. We're not in violation of any law. That's an ancillary use of any school, and so we take our responsibilities very seriously. We're not violating our CUP. The other issue that I wanted to address is the noise study. So Mr. Sanders has not paid close attention to our noise study because he's not informed. We studied, if you go to page 15 of 22 of the CSDA Design Group study, you will see a table number 6. And we studied close to 400 students, divided up 200 for elementary school students, 200 for high school students. And the models showed that in every category, shout, loud, raise, normal, and casual, the high school students actually have higher noise levels. So for shout, high school girls are at 86, whereas elementary schools are at 82. For loud, high school girls are at 80, elementary school students at 74. Raised, high school is 73, elementary school is 65. Normal, high school is at 67, elementary is 58. Casual, high school students are at 62, elementary schools are at 53. So,
so that makes sense to me, but you know, as we're thinking about data, you're talking about magnitude, but what about frequency? The yelling, shouting, whatever. I would assume that the frequency of a younger person yells and shouts more often than a high school student.
So these are the studies, and it does have shout and loud, and I went over it.
Yeah, but as far as how many times that is going to happen in a day relative between
magnitude versus frequency.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
But the model
is that in the model?
Yes, exactly. That's in the model. That takes
so not just the decibels, because that makes, because as I got older I got louder, maybe because my hearing's going. But I'm talking about the occurrences, the frequency, not like pitch frequency, but the how many times this thing occurs.
It's in the model, and that's why we're not afraid of going back to the Planning Commission. We've done the studies. We know that, but you don't really need to send it back to the Planning Commission because the studies are in your record. So I thought it was important that I clarify that. And there's another issue.
Thank you for my interruption.
Thank you. Oh, no worries at all. We're going from 375 students to 260 students. So we're reducing the size of our school, and I understand we're asking to get approval for up to 400, but I don't know when we're going to reach that capacity. So we're reducing the number of the students. The studies actually do show in the record that high school students are marginally louder than elementary school students. So the studies have been done. Let me see if I had any other notes. Mayor, you said that our athletic director somehow said that the activities on Michelanda lot have changed. They have not changed. Since 2021, where the baseline was set, or 2020, when this was, nothing has changed. I think what he was saying, he was anticipating in the future, once we do have the 2 courts, and if we ever go to the capacity of 400 students, if there is going to be more sporting teams, there might be a scenario where 3 times a week, one of the sporting teams may have to use Michelanda lot. And the reason he stated that is because I've asked the school to anticipate any which scenario, give the council the most outrageous scenario you could have in the school, because I don't want to be before you in 2 years or 3 years or 10 years. So So nothing has changed. Right now, the baseline is the same.
Yeah, that wasn't my point. Like, I wasn't trying to put the athletic director on the spot. I've heard nothing but great things. But I think our city attorney has a comment, and then I'll hear from you, Councilmember Parker.
Mayor, when staff looked into this issue, we looked at traffic and we looked at noise. The parties are right. There are models for these things. With respect to traffic, I believe it showed that the model predicts that students that are in the middle school age or younger, they generate more traffic than the high school students. But with respect to noise, just to be clear, while high school girls are louder, the model here says that elementary school students are louder more often.
That was my question.
Than the high school girls. The high school girls, the model here says 100% of the time they speak at the casual level, but the elementary school students shout 1.3%, are loud 13%, raise their voices 33%. So there could be some difference downward with traffic and probably upward for noise. And likely, if this goes back to the Planning Commission, we'll commission studies to evaluate both of those, and then we'll have to make a determination regarding whether or not there's a significant difference in the facts to merit a new subsequent EIR or addendum or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, and the reason I ask, I have all three in my household, elementary, middle school, and high school.
So do I.
I'm familiar with that. Councilman Parker's had a question, or a comment or a question as well.
Attorney Garagosian did exactly. So the attorney from Alverno was looking at table 6. He was looking at table 7. So yeah, we've got 62 versus 68 dBA.
Okay.
So that's, I was looking at the same thing. So thank you.
Thank you.
So I see the marginal difference, but I highly doubt that that's going to make a final analysis. The point, I mean, it's like 6. It's insignificant.
Well, but hold on a second. So noise travels, it's a 2 times factor, or it's a factor to the square based on it. So a difference from 62 to 64 basically be like 6 units, but the amount, the volume of that, the impression of that, the impact of that is significantly larger. Like you start going up, it's like, it's the square of it's an exponential. Thank you very much. So I don't think that's exactly accurate.
Please.
I don't wanna take away from Councilmember Goss, but I think we probably wanna ask the same question of you and your client that Councilmember Goss posed to Mr. Sanders and his client, that if we were to consider a scenario under which there would be a date certain, a period of time with an end date certain for activity to continue on the Michelin parking lot for some interim period, but then after that point, other arrangements would need to be made, including, the construction of sports courts. Would that be something that your client would entertain as a resolution for this evening? So I just wanted to pose that because I know we're going to take a break, and I suspect that you will, you will
absolutely
consult. But I just wanted to make sure that that's clear, that needs to be decided by both sides.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That added a lot to the discussion. Thank you. Yeah. Anything else you would like to present as response?
Pardon me?
Would you like anything else more as a response?
I'm fine unless the council has any questions for me.
Okay. Mr. Sanders, do you have anything to respond specific to what we just heard that's new information? Only new information? Okay. All right.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you. Let's take a 10-minute break. Reconvene at quarter after, let's say, 8:25. Okay, well, thank you for entertaining the break. This is a closed public hearing, as I said, but if anybody has public comment or if you received a card, Laura, I will allow it.
Mr. Mayor, we don't have any speaker cards.
Okay, so we're good there. So let's bring it back to council for discussion, unless anything happened out in the 10-minute break that we need to know about substantively.
With the other side, it looks like outside.
Okay.
Should we let them know?
Yeah, let's give them a few minutes to return, and then we,
Should we send a staff member out?
if we could send a staff member out, please, yeah, thank you. Okay. All right, welcome back. Let's bring it back to the council for discussion. Who would like to get started here? Nobody?
I'll take a
Please.
stab at it. So I appreciate all of the discussion that has happened between the parties in the past 2 weeks, I think it was, as well as the discussion and thoughtfulness tonight. I think my understanding is we have 3 choices this evening. We have, we can kick it back to the parties to try again to figure it out. We could send it out to the planning commission, or we could settle it here and now. At least those are the ones that I understand there to be. I'd really like to try to complete as much as possible here tonight. A lot of work has gone into this for a long time, and there's a lot of other things I think that we as a council, city staff, planning commission have got on their plates to move forward. And I do think that both parties are really, really close. And I really like Councilmember Goss's suggestion of trying to find a motivating date at which activities in the Michelinda parking lot would stop. I think that I have a challenge myself of going from 1 court to 3 courts. I think that just, I understand the logic on it, I understand the need for practice, but if you're going to 2 courts, I think that's a direction to go, and I think, because we're going to be looking at this every year, I'm feeling that's a good direction and a good compromise, and if there are still issues in a year, we can bring that back up and have that discussion here. So that's kind of where my mind is on it. I don't know of an exact date. I like kind of, maybe it's the end of 2023 or whatever the end of the fall or winter sports are. One of those, tie it to one of those days. So that's where mine is at this point in time.
Thank you, Councilmember Parkhurst. Any more to add to discussion?
I was in agreement with that, and even as I'm going down, listening to both sides, going on my own list of like what I think was fair from both sides, and all the work they did do it would be a shame to kick it back. And then I see more problems coming up if we have to go back to planning commission. I see more issues coming up because it's just extending that time frame of, it's not like you can have a quick and speedy, time that planning commission can address all this, and that could extend it out to a whole nother year, which I don't think behooves either side or us as a city. It just might exacerbate more issues.
Thank you. Councilmember Goss, do you have anything to add?
No, I think that I wish that we were in a position where we could satisfy everybody. And I really respect Rich Martinez. He did a great job with my son. And so I know he knows the game of basketball. And so I know if he thinks he needs that much space, he probably does. My only concern is that you're changing the use of this school and you're changing use of that property in a way that's affecting your neighbors. So that lot to me has to be, you have to stop using it at some point. But then what's reasonable? Because your school is trying to get its legs and build itself, and you're going through some real shock with the high school leaving. And so I would say I wouldn't impose this at least until after next year's winter sports season. I'd even go as far as maybe the fall, right before the next sports season, the fall of 2024, because I don't think that's going to impose a whole lot on the Stevens, because I don't think they're going to be doing a whole lot there after the end of the winter sports season 2024. I don't know if that would give certainly the academy at least 15 months to get at least one and maybe the better part of 2 courts completed. And then you would have the option, which I take your point, you wouldn't want to do it, but you might have to do some transferring of students to other venues for games and practices as part of the mix. But I mean, that's the short-term pain of starting a new school. The long term is you're going to have a heck of a program in just a couple of years. You've got a great coach, you'll have great brand new sports courts, you've got everything else that Alverno always offers. Such a beautiful venue, top quality management, teaching. I mean, that's going to be a real great school when it's all done. So I feel like, and to the Stevens, I do respect the fact that you have very legitimate concerns. They are very legitimate, and I don't think it's been easy for you at all. I think it's been difficult, and I think there are other neighbors that you're probably here representing in absentia. So I think this is, if we could put it together and get to a point where we have a decision tonight, I hope to bring some peace into your neighborhood and bring some peace between all the parties involved. And maybe that's wishful thinking, but I hope that if we can come to an agreement here, that would be the spirit that everybody leaves this room with. Because it is, after all, small town, and this is a neighborhood in a small town, and we really kind of owe that to each other. That's what I have to say.
Probably couldn't have said it better. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I mean, I think as I probably indicated in comment, I mean, I'm definitely, on board with the Goss proposal. I guess what I would say is, I think the parties need to come to an agreement on a date that sort of balances the practicality of raising funds and building something, but also having some certainty for the neighborhood, as well as sort of mitigating the concerns that, Councilmember Parkhurst raised before about, needing, I think lots of people, including myself, need a deadline, to sort of spur action, and I think that's a helpful fact here. And there's been a lot of talk tonight about remedies and what's going to be the consequence if there are certain conditions imposed and then that they aren't met. And we've talked a lot about revocation of the use permit, and I agree with the parties that is a pretty drastic measure, and I don't know that it would never happen, but it certainly wouldn't be something we would take lightly. But I don't think it has to be that drastic. I mean, the fact of the matter is, if we had a condition or imposed upon the permit that use of the upper lot for the sports activities would cease as of a date certain, then I think that becomes a matter of code enforcement, and I think that's both a somewhat realistic remedy as well as one that has a bit of teeth. So I think there's lots to like about the idea of bridging this gap in the interim period and having both parties give a little bit on what their ideal, solution would be.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, so that's, I mean, how could I say it better? I'm of a similar mind. You know, I am inclined to give until the next school year, because there will be time to raise funds. I'm not in preference of kicking it back to the Planning Commission, because I think there's been some really good work here done between the parties, and I feel that we can find a compromise for that. And you know, if that can happen, I think that'd be the best possible solution, because we do want to see Alverno thrive. You're one of our residents too, although you're a school and a business, and we want you to do well, because when you do well, the city does well. You bring people into our beautiful town. A lot of residents attend your school, and you know, I saw them here at previous meetings. But the Stevens are also residents, and as what Councilmember Goss said, you're representing not just yourselves but your neighbors, and we know that, and we understand that, and we do see the issues here. So, you know, I don't know what next steps look like, but you know, the parties would have to agree to some kind of extension to try to still bridge that gap with something reasonable on both sides. And that's what a compromise is, right? Each side has to give a little bit. And I see that that's happened already. But hopefully we can reach an agreement. So, you know, if the parties, well, if that's how we feel, I feel like we have consensus here. If the parties can reach that, and let's not forget some of the concessions, some of the other small issues, like if there's pooling in the field, right? That does allow for some activity up on that Mitchell-Linda court, but it's only when those certain conditions arise. So let's not forget about those things. I think they're important as well. So.
Well, some of the minutia involving the actual management of the courts when they're built seems to me somewhat over the top.
Yeah. Banning
whistles and programming the use of the courts with time lapses between them. I think that is just not necessary.
Yeah. So the goal here is, right, like I said, is to make sure Alverno Heights Academy flourishes, yet make sure that our residents are not overly burdened. So that's the balance here, and I think that's what you were saying. So how do we proceed?
Do we want to go through what we think is fair and then have them agree? Do we want to discuss that, or do we?
I think we can give more time. I mean, if the parties agree, right? City Attorney, or do we want to? Can we hammer this out tonight?
I would rather hammer it out tonight.
Yeah, I would. That's my preference.
Yeah.
But what does that look like?
So can I repeat what I think I heard from the council?
Yes, please.
So Alverno has a number of concessions they're willing to make. Obviously, the Stevens are okay with those concessions, and they want some others. What I heard from the council is that one thing that Alverno asked for that you're not okay with is you want to prohibit, I think I understood, sporting activities and recess, because those are two things. The recess Alverno is already willing to give on, but you want to prohibit all sporting activities after a date certain. I've heard from, and applicant can correct me if I'm wrong, I've heard from applicant's counsel that potentially they would be willing to go 15 months, and after the 15-month period to stop all, per this draft condition, recess, sporting activities, assemblies at that parking lot. And the only time they would use that parking lot, the only uses for that parking lot would be parking and potentially play recess activity if the parking lot is soggy, and some limited religious uses, and that's it.
I'd add just one, like, emergencies, I think, is the other thing.
Right, correct.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I don't think we
Public
can ban.
safety.
Public
Public
safety.
safety, yeah.
I think that's what I heard. I leave it to council to do with that as they wish.
I think that's right.
Ms. Sultani, yes, please.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that we were willing to stop all volleyball and basketball, which is currently, sometimes we have our track team that runs around school. I mean, obviously, we can't tell them to take shortcuts. So the language will be very critical. If we say all sporting activities, it gets tricky. But yes, the nature of the condition was stated correctly, but we need to be careful with the language. I thought it was important. Is there anything else that I need to clarify on that?
Please come, and for public record, we prefer you to come speak in the mic. Thank you.
There's three things you have to consider: recess, PE classes, after-school sports. And with the first two, well, actually, all three are all part of a normal day-to-day operations of the school. We have to provide PE classes, so if we can't provide it on the field, we would have to provide it on the court, just like recess, because that's during the school day. So I want to make sure that the language stipulates that we could have PE classes on the court if we're going to do a basketball unit until the new courts are built. When the new courts are built, we'll do it on the new courts. Until that point, we have to use the Mitchell lot because there is no other place to do a basketball unit. So
Thank you, and that's where the council is. We're right there with you there.
Okay.
I just have some quick questions.
Yes.
So I'm actually a PE teacher.
Okay.
before. And my question though is that if we start being extremely specific, like we talked about, if we are going to be very, very specific, then that's going to be, it seems to me that you're saying only during this interim time, not past that time. Am I correct? Or are you saying even after the sports courts are being built?
After the sports courts are built, we're going to use the sports courts for the activities that we would normally use on a court. The number of students we have in a class would fit on the sports courts. So we don't need any more space than that. If that clarifies for the PE classes.
But if we say sporting events not being allowed on that court after a certain date, we need to
15
clarify if
months.
we intend to say that it's for fairity, whether is that allowed or not? Is that,
No, I think
recess and PE are, to me, are.
I thought recess and PE were already off the table, other than
That's
with
what I thought.
respect to if there's an emergency weather condition and the field is not usable for that purpose. That's where I thought we were.
Me too. That's what I thought too.
Before we even started this discussion.
Yeah.
You clarify. Sorry, that's above my pay grade.
And council, I think in their proposal, Alverno had requested 24 months, but separately today, Alverno's legal counsel said we could go as low as 15 months. So that's a concession they were willing to make today, is my understanding, but please clarify.
Thank you. After approvals, because we're not clear if the city is going to approve the sporting goods, sporting courts administratively, or does it have to go to the planning commission? So I'm trying to find a reasonable path forward. So I thought, I checked with the client with 15 months after city approvals, because that's not in our control.
The entitlement, if it were to issue today, would authorize I believe it would authorize your school to begin raising funds and construct as soon as you have the funds to pull a building permit. Director Gonzalez, can you confirm that point, please?
That's correct. So we would have to determine, is it from the date of this entitlement, if it is approved by the council, or from a date where they have a building permit issued?
Very different.
Sorry, Mayor. And I'm saying it should be from the date the permit is issued, because that's not in our control. So if you impose a condition that says we have to build it 15 months after approval of tonight, what if the building department holds up our permit? I mean, that's not in our control.
But you do control when you pull the permit.
You can condition us to submit our application for the permit, and that's fine, or we can agree to a timeline for that, but we don't control the process of the permit being
So,
issued.
calendar-wise, I think 15 months brings us to the end of the next school year. If we could add through the summer,
That takes you to, I think,
that's a little,
September.
that's a little bit more than 15 months, right? If we get to the beginning of the subsequent school year, so you have 2 summers and a school year in between. And we're not saying you must build a sports court. That's not what we're saying. We're saying you have to limit what's being done on the Mitchell Linda lot, which is 2 different things. So that's how we're looking at it.
Mayor?
Well, then what would be the difference if they didn't get a permit for months and months and months?
That's the point. That's why we're saying,
Yeah, so
that's why we want to go that route. Right?
15 months is July.
I just wanted to add, Mayor, that our building permit process is pretty efficient. I don't foresee this being stalled at that phase. However, if there is an issue at the building permit phase, perhaps we can build in, say, 15 months, and then any additional allotment that is due to the building department's consideration of the submitted permits. But I don't foresee that being more than a couple weeks.
Let me ask, so we've got a provision in there to review the CUP every year. So when would that be?
It would be 1 year from the issuance of the permit.
1 year from the issuance of the master plan?
Conditional use permit, not the permit for the.
Well,
yeah.
the conditional use, this conditional use permit.
That's right, this conditional use permit, okay. So then we would be able to see the status in 12 months. The
Yes.
planning commission would be able to see the status in 12 months, and then we could, we would get I imagine, well, I don't know, let me ask, would we then see a report for that just to check on it to make sure there aren't any issues on it, so that if someone needs to adjust it, we've got some time to adjust it at that point? I mean, we'll have it's like an interim milestone, which I think would be very helpful.
Yes, the planning commission would receive a report that they would evaluate when they're considering whether or not the permit conditions have been satisfied. Furthermore, if council were to set such a condition, then after that date, the Mitchell Linda parking lot cannot be used for those purposes. If it is used for those purposes, then at the city manager's discretion, we could begin code enforcement actions. And what that looks like is a violation per day. The per diem violation is $500 maximum. So Alverno could, if they continue an activity beyond the period allotted to them, they would incur a $500 per day violation penalty.
So if we go forward, if we say the 15 months, and we go do that, can we then turn this to staff to work with, like how do we get to closure on this? You guys know how to craft things really well and work with the parties. Can you help create who creates the master plan, and then does it come back to us, and when does it, can you walk us through kind of the process from here? Helps my brain to figure out kind of like when we can put this to bed.
So I'll tell you what I think the process is, and then the planning director can confirm if that's correct. The entitlement is issued today, if it's issued. Alverno begins the fundraising. When they have sufficient funds, they have to submit plans to build what they want to build. The planning department is going to review them. That's going to go through all the relevant. When planning gets it, it's going to go through building, it's going to go through fire, whatever. They all check off to make sure that the plans satisfy the city's code. And once they do, that permit is issued. Alverno can begin to break ground and to begin developing that site. From what I'm understanding from the city council's direction is that from issuance of entitlement to completion of that temporary sports court. I was going to say play site. Thank you. Sports court.
Permanent.
Permanent sports court.
We're looking at 2 permanent.
Oh, sorry, permanent. Correct. That whole period will be 15 months, and then it's up to the city council whether or not they want to build in some additional cushion that's not a result of the applicant taking their time, but because the building department needs to do some additional review. So it's up to the council.
I'm still confused. Is if we say we agree with 15 months, there's all of the details in here, do we just say we're good and it's blessed and move forward, or do we have to work? I mean, there's a lot of details in here that, you know, they just need to be finalized. They need to be codified in it. So what does it take to codify that? Like, when does it come back? What's a reasonable time frame to come back and to have it finalized, or do we just need to give direction on it?
Turn to the Director of Planning on this one.
5 edits?
What you can do, you could approve the application or the entitlement this evening. Typically, what would occur, like if this were the Planning Commission, you would then craft those conditions of approval for inclusion in the resolution. So it would not necessarily come back unless you directed staff and the parties to consider additional time and come back after additional discussion among the parties.
You're simply asking them to build a sports court. The design of that sports court wouldn't come there.
I don't know that we're asking that.
No,
Well,
I think what Councilmember Parkhurst is asking is, what is the process right now to get to approval of the entitlement? Not so much after the entitlement is
So
improved.
if I were to say I make a motion, I'm not actually making a motion, but say I make a motion that we approve the conditional use permit conditioned on the cessation of activities in the Michelin lot within 15 months of today.
Mm-hmm.
but we still need to build in some of these other concessions that we've talked about. so-
Most definitely, yeah.
That's
Oh,
my
yes.
question.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
is it live edits, or is
This
it,
is-
does it come back to us?
No, this is a live edit scenario. We can build in the conditions right into the planning department set of conditions in the conditions of approval. And the city council can make a motion on that revised resolution and adopt it today if they'd like.
So what we need to look through is resolutions 11 and 12, really, and anything that we want to pull from the appellant's 13.
Conditions, for, yeah, 11, 12, and 13.
Well, 13 is new, so that's, I'm just saying, do we keep a 13 or do we pull it into 11 and 12? That's,
I think before doing that, though, I think the council perhaps wants to get some agreement from the parties to make sure that they're both on board with it.
Yeah, and I see Ms. Soltani wants to approach the lectern, and that's okay. And if I also want to hear from Mr. Sanders if he has anything as well with the appellants.
I was just going to suggest if the city attorney wants to resolve the issues tonight, which seems to be what he's recommending, and do live edits, if the council is open, maybe another 15, 20-minute break where we can review the proposed language on the points raised and make sure that we get these conditions correctly, because it can, as I said, it can be tricky. We have girls running track. Sometimes we have, an ice cream truck there. We have to be sure that it doesn't create a scenario where every little activity now becomes a
Yes.
phone call to the city that we're violating the CUP. So we have to make sure we get it right.
Thank you. So my preference would be, and we didn't amend the agenda, but we have 3 more items on the agenda. I would like to hear discussion number 1 while you guys meet and confer, and then can we do that, and you can come back and we can finish this up?
Well, I have a quick
Can we
question,
borrow your city attorney if we need to?
quick question though, if we're just basically looking at this one part of this proposal, shouldn't we go through our discussion for these so then they can discuss all of the things that are proposing, instead of going, well, we got one thing, go ahead and talk, and then they're gonna come back and we're gonna talk, and they're gonna go outside and talk, and then that's gonna be, you see
No,
what I'm saying?
I think the best probably approach is for council to reach some consensus, provide direction to the parties to go outside to meet and confer, and to present the council with their proposed condition based on the council's direction.
Yes.
Yeah, and Madam City Clerk, are we okay if we break from this item on the agenda, continue to the next discussion, and then bring the item back?
The council may do that, yes.
Okay, good. So let's give some direction.
We want to have them.
That's
What-
what
when-
I'm saying.
What's that?
I thought we were, so if we're just talking about the use and the cessation of the use of that lot, so then anything else that's on here,
We need to discuss right now.
Right now.
yes.
Right now,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
that's,
Do we want to put this up?
Yeah, so I'm okay with putting that up, yes. Director Gonzalez's point.
Sorry for the misunderstanding.
But I have one question for the applicant. What month do students come back to school?
Late August, August 28th.
Late August, okay, so the end of August, okay.
Give us time, because
Yeah.
15 months is July, and then it would give us the buffer for the permitting.
So I'm thinking,
So what you are viewing is proposed condition number 11. The column on the left is provided by the appellant, and the column on the right identifies the applicant's proposed conditions. This goes on for, I believe, 3 slides, so you're not seeing the entirety, and they also do not pair up with one another directly, but they do reference one another at certain parts of the slide. So both number 1 and A identify that the main use of the Mitchell-Lenda lot is for vehicles. And it goes on.
So what if we should pick one, and I'll go out on a limb, and if we pick starting with the applicant's one, does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm open to thoughts.
The things that they agree on.
Well, I feel like in this slide, the appellant side is closer to where we're actually at, I think. Like,
Okay.
at least with respect to number 2.
I'm perfectly fine with that. So are we agreeing on 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
On the appellant side?
The
I mean, that's my understanding of the current state of the,
Right.
I mean, of course, folks should.
With number 2, because it basically, excuse me, but number 2 talks about visible water pooling on the ground of the multi-purpose field. As you know, when it rains, it could be a couple of days before you can walk on the field. So we had written our conditions a little further back. We had organized our proposal to you based on your council resolution. And so there were a number of sections that we felt needed to be addressed, like condition 6 on phasing, and that's phasing for the sports courts. So we tried to work off of your resolution, and then, there's some additional things that were added.
And
So with all due respect, I think you should work off our off our proposal.
And I don't believe it's the council's direction to adopt this specific language, but the general idea, correct?
Right.
That
Correct. Yes,
it's not supposed to be used unless there's some kind of rain event that's preventing it from being used.
So where's the alternative rain event?
Right here, it says inclement weather and field maintenance conditions.
Page
It's
5.
F.
Oh, so we're on 2F, okay.
Yeah, page 5. It says multi-purpose field when the field is safe to walk upon.
The field is.
Which slide were you looking at?
Well, we're off
page
by 1.
5.
Take that one.
It's actually 6 that you've got. There's a difference in numbering.
Oh.
Yeah.
Drainage.
There we go.
Problem.
So, I'm sorry, how's the drainage on your field turf? It's terrible, okay. Okay. I know some are better than others. Okay.
There's also the issue of liturgical services.
We're not gonna touch that. I have no taste for that, right?
All right.
That should be allowed, obviously.
Okay.
Should be allowed.
Yes.
Yes, I'm in agreement.
I'm going to go back to the first slide.
So we're saying A, B,
C has been, I think, already narrowed.
Yeah, we said no to.
right, so C's eliminated, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Other than during the interim period.
Right.
But not the minimization part.
Correct. And that would be the start of school in August, they said, not September.
August,
2020. But no, actually, I don't think
Oh, you're right.
the time frame is different now.
You're right. You want to do the next page?
so do we say with 11D that it's August of 2024, and then we work off of 1 through 5 on the next slide.
It's actually July.
July 2020.
Thank you.
15 months
Yes,
from today is
July of 2024.
Okay.
We have a question at the podium.
Mr. Sanders, please.
So I think we could be here a while if we are, if the council is going through these conditions. I think it might be a better use of more efficient if, I know you want to get approval today. And so I'm cognizant of that, but I really do think like the best way to make sure everything's right is for the parties to get together with the kind of recommendation that you're making for 15 months. I've talked to my client, you know, we're thinking, and I think we have to meet together, but maybe 12 might be acceptable for them, but I do have to kind of clarify that with them. So I think the most efficient use of time would be to allow the parties to go back, hammer out the conditions, and then present the city with a final set of conditions.
Do you think you have enough guidance from us to do that?
So, I don't think so. I see your
Which is
point.
why we're going through the detail.
And then,
That's what we're
then
trying
we're gonna
to
have a break. We'll go to
Okay.
the next agenda item, and then you can do what you're proposing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And number 4 agrees, the appellant's number 4 agrees with another section of the applicant.
Yeah, so I'm looking at condition 12 on the applicant, and that covers a lot of it, especially when you get into when we get to condition 12, it goes from numbers to letters. So we talked about F
Yes.
being kind of
Right.
akin to 2 on the appellant.
Yeah, I think G is what Councilmember Lowe was referring.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So on, if we're with condition 12,
Let's not skip through condition 12. I think we're just referencing condition 12
Okay,
because it.
thank you.
Because it-
It
Because it's the same.
overlaps
We're trying to,
with
yeah.
number
Right,
3 of
okay.
11.
So then we're back to 11 D1. Is that right? Because that's where we left off.
D1, yes. So one slide forward, please.
So we're eliminating 1, is what we're saying.
Because this is meant to be the permanent condition.
Correct.
Correct. Because D says as of, okay, great.
Okay. And number 2 is agreed upon, both
Right.
sides.
And 3,
And 3, there it is.
and 4, that seems to make sense to me.
And no nighttime uses, which would agree because the other side proposed after
Right.
5, and we think that's even skipping it, so, yes.
So it seems like we agree on,
Although I am sympathetic to the idea that nighttime is going to be different seasonally. There's not going to be any lighting, so I think it has to be dusk, right?
Yes.
Which would be 5 and could be 4 and could be 6, you know, just
So
depends.
no-
Maybe 7, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably not just in the summer.
okay. So that takes us to 12.
Or did you want to look at appellant's number 5? Is that,
You wanted to do,
condition number 11, condition 11, number 5, landscaping
Oh, the
plan?
landscaping?
I think
Yeah, we haven't really heard anything much about that.
I could go either way on it.
Yeah. They can settle that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand the glare issue. I can understand noise abatement, but glare, what's the glare? Please, if we could hear from the appellant.
Good evening, everybody. The glare is such that it shoots into the front of our house all the way across because of the way our house is built. And it's pretty annoying because it's just a glare coming off of the angle of certain vehicles. It used to be maybe the vans of the school when they were parking them in that parking lot. We understand there's some minor, maybe it'll change, but there's been glare from the trucks that come through for filming. There's glare from the wedding caterer, the other vehicles. There are deliveries to the school that happen. People are on campus like 2 a.m. and they shoot their lights at our home. And the 2011 CUP states that there was supposed to be landscaping. It was all agreed upon. They were supposed to include us. We went to a neighborhood meeting. And all of a sudden one day we were told, oh, it's done. You don't need to comment on it. Planting has gone in, it has been ripped out. They do something else. We're just asking for it to go back to what it was when we moved in. It was definitely a lot better.
I'm trying to remember, was that a row of cypress trees or what was there?
There are the olive trees
Olive
that
trees.
grow along, and they have grown, but as it turns out, they're getting laced, so that becomes an issue. But there used to be very tall bougainvillea, and that's been removed. And at one point, they talked about putting pittosporum, but they only let it grow this tall. I mean, it's kind of a half-baked plan that goes in, and then just last summer, they ripped everything out along the edges of the parking lot. So we could have had 13 years of growth in the meantime, but that keeps changing. So that's why we asked. The glare is very intense coming off of the vehicles pointed at our home because of that, as well as there's been bank lighting. I mean, it's in our submitted paperwork to show you an example what the glare is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
I don't know if we had that, since that's a new item versus traffic and noise, I don't know if that's something we would really have the scope from. would
We're
we?
looking at this de novo, we can say whatever we want.
Right, and I
Okay.
mean, it's in what they submitted.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I personally don't want to make a decision on glare, just me personally.
I think this is something that the parties should
Yeah.
consider in the
Yeah.
totality of the agreement.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I don't have particular guidance on this one way or the
Ms.
other, other
Soltani
than
has-
let's come to an agreement.
Please.
I just want to point out that if you've been on campus, there's humongous olive trees that cover that lot. And to the extent that the appellant doesn't think that's sufficient, they have the opportunity to grow things on their side as well.
So
At some point, it just becomes unduly burdensome and unreasonable for us to incur all these expenses when we have ample landscaping there.
So I want to make sure when we take a break, you guys are in amicable, so I want to make sure the language is pleasant. So, I mean, for us as the council, I'm thinking we kind of would rather you guys kind of discuss this together and for now.
Yeah.
I think is that our feeling here as a council? Agreed. Yes, okay. But thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah.
So then number 6 is addressed in our other,
right.
so that will be addressed with the previous. No other uses, including but not limited to third-party uses, will be permitted on the parking lot.
Well, that's, I think, not even consistent, because there's all sorts of exceptions
Yeah, on the
already.
top.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is reasonable to allow for, if cross-country is running through the parking lot, right?
I think that's reasonable, yeah.
Things of that nature. Not doing circles in the parking lot.
In the parking lot, yeah.
Shall I advance to the next slide?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Number 12.
All right. So instead of the majority of school practices and games will be scheduled on the sports court, it'll be all practices and games once building is done and once that condition ceases for the lot.
I mean, I know that's the applicant's concession, but we're basically saying, hey, if you don't build the sports court, that's up to you.
Yep.
You can find another alternative. So are we of the mind that we're gonna put conditions on that have language of the sports court? Or we?
No, I do think that I think we're hearing that that's a likely solution. So
It sounds like both sides want that,
I think
yeah.
it would be we would be remiss not to address use of the sports court if it sounds like it's similar to how the existing thing probably has some, conditions around the multipurpose room building, even though that's never actually been built.
Right. I do think you want to authorize the construction of the sports court and leave it to the applicant
Yes,
to.
no, absolutely.
To construct it.
But,
if they wanna.
But I mean, like, no
but A
activity.
says we are saying you must do it in the sports court. I think it's prohibitive to Alverno.
Yeah, no, I don't, yeah, I
I
don't.
think it should be, it's really the other way around, and we've talked about that, just no sports on the Mitchell Linda lot, right? That's the bigger,
Practices
yeah, that's the bigger,
or recess.
Sports
issue.
activity.
Yes.
yeah. Except for the exceptions, right?
But I do think that,
Recesses and-
these other limitations on the sports court are appropriate.
For the sports court, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But I think 12A on the applicant,
Well, yeah, I mean, 12A doesn't even really apply anymore because the majority is not the standard, would not be the standard after construction.
yeah. But what are we saying there? We're not
We're not designating any
yes,
particular use of the sports, like any.
yes.
I mean, that's too broad of a statement. What I'm saying is that we're not mandating use of the sports court for practices. They can have practices anywhere other than the Michelin parking
So
lot.
12A, yeah, 12A will be covered by our big statement of the agreement of nothing going on up there after 15 months or whatever we agree upon.
Correct.
Okay?
And then, applicants B, I agree with sunset instead of 5 PM, just because we still have time change, we still have different sundown, sunset times.
So there's a difference between sunset and dusk, and I heard both words.
Well, sunset is a more defined, because it's actually like, you can look up every day what
Yeah.
time sunset is. It's probably better than dusk, which I think is a little bit indeterminate.
And without lights, you don't want kids out there when it's dark anyway, playing with balls and, you know.
So instead of, on the appellant, it says there shall be no night games or practices, there should be nothing after sunset, except.
Yeah, that's what the applicant says, no activities after sunset.
Yeah. Whoops.
I mean, I think that same condition should probably hold to the parking lot in the interim.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
C is a nice, but don't have strong feelings on that. It's a nice offer.
The applicant's offering it,
Yeah.
so.
Lunches will be held in cafeteria and central campus locations, that's agreed upon, because that's also on.
Right.
And just before we switch to the next page, to consider the appellants, I personally, I think this is over legislating the, I think we have a master plan that identifies the location, and, I mean, maybe this is just sort of stating that, I'm not sure, but, I think we should be a little less granular.
Works for me.
Does that make sense, Mr. Sanders? Are you?
That particular condition was just imposed to try to,
Speak into the. I'm sorry, if we have you speak into the mic.
So that particular condition was supposed to be contemplating trying to minimize the potential noise impacts from having two courts right next to each other. So, if you space them out, the theory is that there could be, the noise impacts could be minimized that way. Instead of having everything right together, there could be two simultaneous games going on right next to each other. There was a permit condition as part of a prior approval that did stagger games. So there was at least an hour kind of difference between the start and stop time, and that was both to control noise and to control traffic. So it had a dual purpose. So
I'm trying to understand, so, in my mind, I have a map that says Highland,
Wilson.
no, not even going that far. Reflecting Pond, to the east, to the south, Highland, to the west, the driveway to the villa, and to the north, basically the villa. So my understanding is it's gonna be in that quadrant,
Well,
both courts.
Right, so I think the proposal, again, this is just a proposal to try to mitigate noise issues and traffic issues. So you would separate those courts, one where they're planning to build it, and the other up on the kind of northern portion of the multi-sports field. So that there's a little room there where we
Yeah, and I think that's a benefit. I mean, I played volleyball and I played basketball. Balls, you don't want the courts right next to each other because you can have balls rolling into each other's games. Would you like to say something, athletic director? If you could, I just want to make sure.
Presently, the field is just over 100 yards long, which fits a flag football field. St. Rita has used our football field. If we build a court where they want us to build it, we can no longer have a flag football field. So that just, so their proposal doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense to me either. I was contemplating both being within that quadrant that I was just speaking about. And it wouldn't make sense to have them right next to each other because then you have balls going on the court when you got, obviously you'd have them staggered in some sort, but they're still going to be in the same area.
Well, you wouldn't have two games at the same time.
Yeah.
You could.
Okay.
But you'd have a game and a practice.
Sure.
Yeah. Does that make sense, Mr. Sanders?
Well, so.
And then sorry, Mr. Fernaro, then we'll have you.
So so there's nothing in the condition, nothing in the permit suggesting that I know they say they can't have games at the same time. There's nothing in the permit suggesting that is not the case. So,
Then I would suggest the parties consider having that be part of the, I mean, we're already sort of saying when they can happen. We could also say that there can't be games going on at the same time in both courts. I mean.
I don't know about. Yeah.
Well, you just said you wouldn't have games at the same time on the courts.
No, we said if they built it like they want them to, they wouldn't be able to do games at the same time. They couldn't build it where that location is.
No, that's not right.
Oh.
I guess I misunderstood.
Any other school in the city has a condition that controls like when their games are happening, you're not allowed to have two games at the same time. I mean, that's really getting into specifics that get.
Sierra Madre Middle School does not have any basketball on their basketball court, by the way. Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
And just-
that's inside.
Just to be fair, I actually teach at a school that they do have conditions on the fields and the surrounding neighborhoods because this exact same situation happened, and they're very strict rules on what happens. But it's a public school, not a private school, so it's a little different.
Yeah. Mr. Fernaro, please.
I'm not sure if you demoted me or promoted me, but I'm now
sorry. Parsing. I saw two Fenaras in the room and I got confused.
My wife is.
I promoted you, actually.
Yeah, my wife is here tonight, so be careful.
So we have two Farsings, okay. My apologies. Thank you for bringing that up.
I just wanted to pass out what the Planning Commission had approved. What that shows is the full sports court and the half sports court, and then we went back to engineering and revised that, and we can basically put two full sports courts in that area. Can you see it down there by the villa? We can put an exhibit in the council resolution that would clarify this, but I think moving, as much as we appreciate the applicant trying to help us, it's not a big help to basically put a sports court on the soccer field, because then we can't play soccer.
Understood.
So we think we can handle it, and again, the noise studies looked at those, two courts in that location, albeit one was a half court versus a full court.
So where are we?
I'm sympathetic to that. I mean, I think, given that this was part of the master plan that was considered, I don't feel strongly that they need to be separated, and I misunderstood before, so I apologize.
Yeah.
But I agree that I don't think we should degrade the athletic field and its use for this purpose.
It's a court and a half, now it could be two courts, right?
Yeah, it's the dimensions, just for everybody's benefit, were the full court at 100 by 70 feet and the partial court 60 by 70 feet. So we're talking about an extra, 40 feet in length.
Right. Thank you for that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, where are we?
Lunches will be held in the cafeteria and central campus locations. Yes, agreed upon. those parties.
This is feeling like a planning commission meeting.
Which I don't know
It is
how
a
to do.
planning
So recesses and lunches staggered, that seems to make sense.
I think they would have to do that anyways, just to,
Sure.
if their population's
I suspect E, F, and G are agreed.
Yep, I like that.
What are the?
I mean, I know that F is a slightly different variation on the wording of how the condition of the multipurpose field should be to allow for overflow, but I think hopefully the parties can come up with something. I would suggest something more along the lines of this in terms of, I don't think we need to mandate inches of standing water.
Is that understood? So we're talking about condition number 11.2 from the appellant versus applicant condition, I guess it's 12F.
Yes.
So does that take us to H then? 12H?
Or did we address the trees bordering? Okay, got it. All right. Any recess shall be permitted on the multipurpose sports field.
Council, the 70 dBA standard came from the Planning Commission.
Okay, and I recall seeing somewhere about 80 dBA from the source, and then this one is 70 dBA from the property line.
No, I believe that is the Planning Commission condition. Is the planning director here? Wait,
that is.
yeah,
Okay.
Okay.
Measured from property line.
measured from property line.
Yep.
I have no interest in weighing in on that. I know how much time the planning commission spent on this exact subject, and I am happy with their result.
And then
yeah.
that's relative to the 80 decibels and the, not the kill switch, that sounds wrong. Is it
Yeah.
the kill
Yeah.
switch?
We haven't
Okay.
gotten there yet.
No, but I was saying if that's the same.
No, I think I'm okay with this because we're mitigating some of the noise by moving the courts downhill, right?
Right.
In terms of the the appellant's condition on this page, this B, I have not heard from either side really that anything specific to areas outside of the Michelinda parking lot. So I guess I was a little bit surprised in the record to understand that there was also a concern about the playground outside of the parking lot. So, I mean, personally, I would hope that we could reach agreement on the Michelinda lot, the moving of the playground, and the limitations generally on activities, and not get into relocating playgrounds. I don't know.
That's where I said as well.
I agree.
I think we can leave it at that.
So is there anything else? Do we go on to page
I think-
7/8?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ask it, what's the purpose of city events? No city events shall take place on the Academy's campus.
So currently, it appears that the Michelinda parking lot is used for both filming and city events.
I can't think of a city event that's
Me
happened
either.
in the parking lot. I mean, we've had city events in the
In the
villa that
villa.
probably had parking in
And
the
parked
parking
at the
lot.
parking lot.
So that's what I'm hearing from my client. So, if they want to, may I invite them up to speak?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Maybe a fire demonstration.
Public safety.
That's public safety, that's allowed.
Yeah, exactly.
You have a
Please.
question, or I don't understand?
We want to know.
So why no city events?
Because in the agenda of the application that came through, talked about all kinds of events that the city could have there or has had there. It's in their original application. So we're already dealing with filming, and then there's if it's no school, there's all kinds of other things that are occurring. Where are weddings, there are baby showers for the staff that take place, there are memorials. It goes on and on.
This is in the parking lot or just on site?
This is people coming in for parking,
Oh.
but they're saying that they could have like a bazaar there, a fundraiser. They can use the parking lot for it. That's what we've been told. So that was a consideration.
Yeah, so the clarification, I guess, was that while the Michelin parking lot might be used for parking purposes to accommodate events maybe at like the Villa or something, you're not having city events at the Michelin parking lot, nor are you having filming at the parking lot. You might have the people that are filming.
They have filmed in the parking lot. I have
Oh.
pictures of that. Oh, yes.
Okay.
That's where part of the glare comes from. Those trees are laced. And we're up above them. Those bank lights shoot right into our house. I provided pictures of that.
Seen that.
Okay. Is that good?
That's not a
Thank you.
city event.
She's talking about filming and.
Again, this is totally your call as a city council. In 2003, the city and the school entered into a joint use facilities agreement where we've said if our facilities can handle it, if the city has an event, good example is Friends of the Library want to use the villa, we're open to that. So again, this is your call. I know where I've worked before, it's hard to get facilities for city events. So again, if you don't want city events on the campus, that's okay with us, but we just want to be good neighbors and also help the city out.
Thank you, and I think definitions are in order, because Friends of the Library is not the city. But they help the city, right? So,
Community events.
yeah, okay.
But, I mean, we've got that we're limiting, we're restricting what's being used in the Michelin parking lot to a very narrow band of things. So to me, the parking lot is largely used for parking except for, and there's 3 or 4 things. So to me, if it's not those exceptions, I'm comfortable with it. I don't know.
Well, I think this is actually meant to apply to the entire property, not
This-
just the
yeah.
lot.
Except,
not the
but there's a different agreement for the villa, so we're not talking about the villa here. This is completely
Yeah.
separate.
But I'm hearing the issues with the parking lot. That's.
I don't know, I guess that was my assumption, but perhaps that's not the case. I mean, is the, if you read it on its face, you're suggesting that the city can't have any events on the campus, period, not limited to the parking lot.
The primary concern is the parking lot.
Okay, and then I would say that I have no problem decommitting the city from having events in the Michelinda parking lot. I don't know if that's
Right.
We won't do events in the
radical
parking lot.
statement.
And is that about parking?
And so parking as well, you know,
But it's a
that's-
parking lot.
I understand, but
It's at night.
so I think the issue is that the school is having events, both city and third party, and the noise from those events is impacting the parking lot and my client's property. So to the extent that we can limit the use of the parking lot, and I thought we were in agreement with this before. So I thought, you know, we were in agreement with our proposal.
Right, but I thought the agreement says that the use of the parking lot is primarily for parking.
For school parking.
No.
No, it doesn't say that anywhere.
Well, okay, so maybe that should be clarified, but I mean, so are you suggesting that, like, if they have filming, that they should be able to come in and park on the parking lot and commit
Well, the
and
filming
perform
was
there?
addressed. The
Filming
parking
and
event.
villa is completely separate, and I think that was already taken care of, right?
And the parking in particular on that was taken care of.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Am I correct?
So with respect to filming at the villa, yes, but there could be filming at the school. That's
Okay.
also a possibility, and that's not addressed in the villa.
Then they would need a
CUP.
separate filming permit under our permitting, right? I mean, if they were gonna film on campus outside of the villa, they would need to get a regular filming permit like anybody else in the city.
I'm sorry, I take that back. The villa CUP and the CUP in this here contemplates filming throughout the entire site and places limits on the number of filming number of times you can pull a filming permit for the entire site, not just the villa.
Right.
And does it also have requirements on the parking on it? Because we went through a whole thing about craft services and all of that, and like they had to stage it down at Santa Anita Park. Like there was a lot that
That
I
I
thought
think that was staging, I think, versus like actual parking. But I mean, I have to say, Mr. Sanders, and I've been trying to give everybody a lot of leeway here. Your actual proposal says that it will be limited to the use of vehicle parking. I mean, it's a parking lot. If an activity is permitted on the campus, vehicles should be able to park in the parking lot. I mean, we've been very accommodating with respect to non-parking uses of a parking lot, but I mean, I have a hard time limiting parking in a parking lot.
So I take your point, Councilmember. Again, we are starting to get down into the issues that were not the main crux, we're not the crux of the matter. So, can that language be massaged? Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
See, it seems like the landscaping would be part of that, right?
Well, the city events, generally, if they do the Friends of the Library, which isn't a city event, it's actually a fundraiser for the Friends of the Library group committee. It would be at night anyway, so there wouldn't be glare. And it would just be a park.
But, I would see.
Oh, I see what you're
Yeah, and I think the other concern is, people loitering around their cars afterward and talking, and there's noise issues there.
Got it.
But,
But at least the lights maybe would be mitigated by some change in landscaping.
All right, physical education classes shall take place on the permanent sports courts, the Wilson parking lot, and/or multipurpose field.
I think that's basically what we've already said.
it's already covered.
Yeah.
Lunch
can't
we
have it
already
anywhere else.
lunch we already covered.
Lunch is already covered.
So now we're on to 13.
I think we've
We've talked about whistles.
commented on the level of detail over whistles.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's. And we talked about amplified equipment or lights on the permanent sports courts, which is D. So that takes us to the next one, which is E.
Sure. Prior noise and light conditions from the 2011 permit remain in place.
I don't know what those are.
So
it's
no,
hard
no
to-
change on
No
the
change.
2011 CUP?
I don't think there's any changes.
The multi-sports fields. Yeah, there shouldn't be any changes to that.
And then we've covered the
noise.
We've got the 70 dB versus an 80 dB. So I think we've given direction on that, and we've discussed this.
At the last page, I think H is redundant of many things we've talked about already.
Right. We've talked
We
about
talked about G.
What about G? We've talked about.
Yes,
Yeah, we talked about sort of
Yep.
not over
Yep.
legislating.
Okay.
And as the lawyer receiving kindness today, I would say that I find it very concerning to, both as a city official and as a lawyer, to give private rights of action in this situation. So I would not be excited about that.
Yeah, being someone that's in litigation constantly, let's keep the courts open. And I would think a summary adjudication would happen on those anyway, so. Okay.
Duration.
Intermission? Well,
Duration.
duration.
Or their.
Yeah, I think they're gonna try to agree on that.
Are we gonna give them like 20 minutes or?
Well, we're gonna go through discussion item 1, at least.
So Mayor, I'm trying to figure out the direction, because I wouldn't want the parties to leave this meeting today. Is the direction for them to come back at the end of this meeting with a condition, or are you suggesting that?
That's what we're hoping for, yes.
Yeah, I wanna get through the agenda. If they're able to find an agreement prior to us getting to 3, let's finish it up before we get to 3, and so on and so forth.
And are you saying that you're gonna have the parties determine the total allotted time by which the deadline by which to stop using the parking lot, or is that?
I-
that determination for the council?
I would hope they can agree. I think there's a feeling between the five of us, I think we had consensus that 15 months.
But that's being said, if they agree to something
But if you
else
can
a
agree to
month
something
then
less,
I don't think I have any.
that's good too,
thing to
right?
say about that.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Soltani, did you have something else, or? Okay.
The 50 months, we went down in good faith, so I know we're going in negotiations, I just want to be very clear. We were at 24 months, we voluntarily came down to 15, there's no more room. It wasn't to play games. But I'm being asked by the client if we could use your conference room so we can spread out, and is
Mr.
that
City
okay?
Manager, that's all right? Okay.
Thank you.
There might be some food in there.
Yay.
No,
Half-eaten food.
No, not that kind of food.
We're not picky.
Okay, so we could have someone from staff, if we could take them through the bullpen rather than going this way. Yeah, out those doors.
Follow Roberta, Miss Malfitano.
And I'm grateful that this is happening, so hopefully we'll hear something good soon.
Keep an eye on it when they come back.
The whole crowd have to go.
Just keep an eye on it when they come back if there's like a lunch.
I just have to say, last time I did this was in my capacity as a city attorney when the Chargers and the Raiders were considering coming to City of Carson. And we were there till 3 a.m. with Goldman Sachs and the owners, and so hopefully we'll come back quicker.
We're not gonna be here that long.
That was not a good outcome. That was not a good outcome.
Okay, we're putting that item on hold while we move along to discussion item number 3. Discussion item number 1, rather. Consideration of an award of professional architectural and engineering library redesign. I believe we have Arnolfo Yanez? No?
And City Librarian Reagan will also be here.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for staying.
Good evening, Mayor Garcia. Good evening, members of the City Council, colleagues. Arnolfo Yanez, Deputy Director of Public Works for the City of Sierra Madre. I am here this evening to discuss with you the consideration of award of professional contract, architectural and engineering contract for our library redesign and improvements project. In the amount not to exceed $901,751. If I may give you a brief little history real quick, last summer of 2022, the city was awarded a $10 million contract, $10 million grant through the assistance of Assemblymember Holden's office. Definitely a great award to our city. This past January, we went out to bid. Please forgive me with the but my daughter just texted me and she just said, "How's it going, Papa?" So I'm like, "Oh,
Tell her it's going well.
It's going well, yes. Actually, it's past her bedtime, so I'm a little concerned about that. So,
Past our bedtime too.
yes. So, focus here. This past December, we went out to bid, and I am very pleased, and I shared this with City Manager Reynoso. We had 172 inquiries. These are 172 firms from across the country. Very well-known firms in the engineering world and the architecture world. Locals, our farthest firm was out in the Florida area, Boston, Massachusetts, Chicago, Illinois. Now, what we did is in January, we had a walkthrough of the actual site. At that point, firms begin to fall off, and those that are serious will participate in the walkthrough. We had a number of 37 firms, also from across the country, locally, participated in that walkthrough. Upon the completion of that walkthrough, February 10th was the deadline to submit a bid. We had a number of 14 professional bids that were received by our city. About 2 weeks ago, we narrowed it down to 4 firms. Those 4 firms were invited to participate in an intense interview, 2-3 hour interview related to the project itself. We touched on, what I wanted to do is touch on 3 different avenues here, and that is from a library perspective, from a urban planning, architecture perspective, from an engineering, public works perspective. The panel consisted of our city librarian, Leda Reagan, our senior urban planner, architect, Ms. Claire Lynn. From an engineering perspective, myself, we participated in that interview. A number of questions were asked, great deal of conversation, and in the end, the firm that was chosen unanimously is out of Tate, Snyder, and Kinsey. They are a local firm, Los Angeles-based firm, with other offices in Arizona, Nevada, and Northern California. And the reason, if I may elaborate on that, the reason why this firm was chosen is because we felt that they are exactly what we need and what we're looking for. Design, materials used in the process, the vision, the idea. There are 3 components that I was looking for, and along with the panel too, and that is the area that we're working with and what we at this time need. That firm presented their presentation in great detail. It was very elaborate and very specific to the design fit for a small town. Also, another key component is the window of construction and design. Very important. This firm really came down to making a great presentation and literally telling me that they're able to deliver by the end of 2024, and that is very important to myself, along to the city, in a way where completion does need to be met by January of 2025. That is specific to the regulations of the grant. So, in the end, TSK, that's the the acronym and the initials that they go by. My recommendation is for you folks to consider, council to consider the award to that firm.
Thank you, Deputy Director Yanez.
Thank you. Any questions?
Questions? Mayor Pro Tem, yes.
Just 2 questions. One, the amount of the bid and the amount that you've asked us to, the upper limit of the approval is this 901,751 number. Is that inclusive of any, change order overage, kind of a buffer, or is that actually their bid amount and we're confident that that's going to stick?
That is the bid amount. And that's a very great question. I went into this with the idea that cost will be over $1 million, it's not too bad. But when these 4 firms came under $1 million, the 901, that question was discussed during the interview, and all specifications were met: an admin's soils analysis, costs, change orders, etc.
Okay, so that does include a
little cushion room there.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And then just in the staff report, I just wondered if there was an omission, because the couple paragraphs down from the table with the bid amounts, it talks about the work on the design of the overall project is expected to start, and staff anticipates the project will be completed by January 2025. I wondered if there was supposed to be a start date or time frame that was supposed to be indicated. I just wondered when you expected the preliminary design to start.
Right now, I have, once this, after this meeting concludes, The outcome of tonight's meeting, I have scheduled to meet with the architect as far as focusing on design the next 6 months moving forward, with an anticipated preliminary design in the fall of this year,
Okay.
with construction to begin right around the holidays.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Very exciting. Any other questions for Deputy Director?
I had two.
Please.
So we've got 14 bids submitted. You've worked on a number of other public works projects. I haven't, so I don't know. 14, is that good, bad, indifferent? Is that great? What's kind of the assessment of that?
Excellent.
Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry. I went into this project going in with maybe 5 or 6, 7 tops.
Okay.
Bids coming in.
And you said you really kind of came down to like 3 key differentiators. Did I hear correctly? A good fit for a small town, fitting the window of construction. I didn't catch the third one. I missed it. What was the third? I think you said there were 3 main differentiators. So what was the third one?
From an engineering perspective, a full service firm, which includes subcontractors, engineering, legal, architecture, design, electrical, plumbing, etc.
And those are the main criteria that you really boil down to the separating things out.
Yes, sir, that is correct. Based on the window that we have here,
Got it.
along with it's a library, and it's very key. It's very important that, in my experience, has shown that when we have a firm that is a full service firm, very beneficial to the project itself as a whole.
If I may expand on that, you mentioned a whole bunch of things, and does that encompass project management as well? I didn't hear those 2 words.
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes.
So full service.
Correct.
Okay.
I had a question. I wasn't quite able to hear who was part of the committee that was formed for this. Was it the library trustees? Was it
The interview panel?
Mm-hmm.
It was City Librarian Layla Reagan, Senior Urban Planner Ms. Claire Lynn, along with myself.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nothing. Okay.
I actually thought of one more, sorry. Recognizing that the regulations require us to get this done by within a year or within this year, or start within this year, whatever, there's a tight timeline, let me put it that way. How are we going to pull in public comment on this? How do we, I know there's been a lot of work with the Board of Trustees and the Friends of the Library, but, you know, we have found, as we've seen earlier tonight, that public comment is really important on projects, and I'd hate to have, you know, another, let's say, ordinance repealed because they didn't like, I'd hate to have a public action trying to take to against the library. I'd like to make sure that everybody's on board with it going in.
Councilmember Parkers, if I may have City Librarian Reagan respond to that question.
Great, thank you.
Hello again, Mayor Garcia, Mayor Pro Tem Creeps, and our wonderful City Council. So because this is such a tight timeline, we have 2 different grants that we're actually working with, the 10 million California State Library Targeted Grant, and the, it comes out to 669,210 California State Library Infrastructure Grant, which is being matched with the ARPA funds. So those 2 grants have 2 different timelines. The 10 million we absolutely have to use by January 31st, 2025. The Building Forward Infrastructure Grant we have to use by March 31st, 2026. But again, that one's only 669,000, and it is actually much more specific on what we can and can't use that money for. So because of this tight timeline, we have done a awful lot of legwork prior to this, to getting here. Because it is a 1955 building that was only supposed to last 25 years, there has been there's been a lot of motivation to have something happen with the building. In 2017, we had a committee of staff, trustees, and members of the public create a 2017 facilities master plan that identified a bunch of different needs that the community and the library itself needs due to deferred maintenance. In addition to that, in 2018, in February 2018, we sent a library survey to every household. So it was a mailed survey. It was a little over 4,000 households it went to, and we had a 37% return rate on that. And the responses were published and compiled in an April 2018 document, and this is all available on the city website. Actually, if you go to the library's website, as soon as you go there, there's one of the bottom bulleted items is library survey, and it takes you to information regarding the 2017 master plan, draft of the survey, and the survey plan results. So in 2017, we did a full evaluation of the building and community needs, and then we again did a 2018 survey that went out to mailer that went out to the entire public. And then in 2019, we were planning to, we did have the Friends of the Library hire an architect firm and create a new building design. And that went through a lot of heavy public discourse and heavy public involvement. So again, we have a fairly good idea at this point, hopefully, of what the public has wanted. So our goal, because we do have this tight timeline to use these funds, is to hopefully have a meet and greet, is what I'm calling it, May 6th here in the council chambers with the architect firm, if all goes well tonight, with the architect firm. So it would be Saturday, May 6th at noon. I'm hoping to have it televised just like our city council meeting and allow public to, if they are unable to attend that particular meeting, they can email me any questions or concerns. And because it is televised, they can either watch it from home or watch it later. After that, we will have one more meeting, and that'll be after we have the finished design. So that first one will be a meet and greet and allow for input. And then we'll have one more meeting to be determined based on when the design actually gets completed, where we will have everyone come, and the architect firm will then be able to explain the design, answer any questions about it. So that's the that's what we're hoping to go through. I have done a lot of research regarding previous with the master plan and the survey. So I'm hoping we can do that, but I'm trying to make, I even have a going Excel spreadsheet at my computer of just requests that have come in from patrons. So hopefully that will cover most of the public comment and inquiries, and hopefully everyone will come on May 6th to meet the architect firm.
So one thing I've heard too is that, you know, post-COVID's been very different. So what we planned for pre-COVID and life changed so dramatically, especially when it comes to technology and use of libraries and public space. Has the architect that's currently, have they worked on other libraries in a modern setting, and is that one of the assets you looked at? And also how has that adjusted those previous 2017, 2019 ideas? Have those dramatically changed?
So public-wise, it's been interesting because during the pandemic, we did try to do capital improvements where we were turning the back lot into like a small playground and an outdoor. And we've actually had a lot of patrons come in and ask us not to do that anymore. So our initial plans for planning for kind of a long-term pandemic are not. So it's been an interesting ebb and flow with that as far as public commentary goes. But as far as the architect firm goes, when we did interview them and got to talk to them, they have had experience with this. They also were very prepared, and without having given them much direction on the building, they came up with a very preliminary design that covered things like having room for the archives and having, you know, a community room space, which is all things that were identified in the 2017 master plan. So I personally thought that they did a great job of kind of demonstrating an understanding of the library that I wasn't expecting them to have.
Thank you.
And then I don't know if you have anything regarding their background.
I just had one follow-up actually to that point, I mean, because one of the things we talked about a lot, maybe coming out of the pandemic, was not sort of what the library is used for necessarily today, but kind of a vision of what a library, 20, whatever. I mean, this is a, whatever, however many years in the making this is. I mean, we need this to last, probably almost as long. So
Yes.
Was that part of the discussion you had with them, is sort of adapting the design for the library? I don't want to sound corny, but the library of tomorrow, where we're talking perhaps maybe less physical, stack space and more, more room for other types of purposes for the library, because I don't see, physical books being the likely, expansion of the physical books being a likely future purpose. So I don't know how much discourse you had about those types of things and how they're going to implement that, again, with all of the parameters in terms of the space and the time.
So we didn't get too far into the weeds as far as the actual building design, but they did, looking at it, a lot of what the grant's going to be used for is seismic and ADA upgrades. So really kind of making sure that the building will actually last into the future, because that's also a big concern, is the seismic and retrofitting all of that. But in addition to that, it did accommodate kind of what you were saying, less of the stacks and more of looking at having these larger spaces for other activities. Like I said, they considered the archive room. They even mentioned Friends of the Library, book sale building. It was all things that we hadn't told them anything about, but somehow they spent the time to come to the library and figure that out on their own. So I think they did a great job of really getting to know the area, even just for the interview. Thank you.
Expanding on that, since you're here, and I have some inside knowledge because I am the liaison with the trustees currently. I know there's been updates from the Friends of the Library, and we know what they do. But there's been updates by the foundation as well, the Library Foundation, specifically by former Mayor Stockley, talking about some issues. And I'm wondering if the architect is able to kind of, because we have a short timeline. The foundation does something very specific, and it's kind of raising large amounts of funds in order to facilitate a room or an elevator or something that you can put your name on, is what former Mayor Stockley was talking about. Are we able to kind of have contingencies allowing for something like that to occur, or do we, after the building's built, then we kind of talk to the foundation kind of comes up and has an idea after that?
So we're already, the trustees and I, and a few of them are here still.
Thank you.
The trustees and I have talked about that, and we are hoping to get the foundation moving sooner rather than later. He did inform us it takes about 18 months to raise funds. So we're hoping to not only have the foundation input, but to have the architect firm there to really listen to. At some point, hopefully, they'll come to a trustee meeting to really be able to grab, because in addition to the Friends of the Library presenting, we've also had the Historical Society present on their archival needs.
Yes.
So there's a lot going into it, and we're hoping to keep the architect firm as involved as possible, but also we're really trying to get moving on having the foundation be revived, and excited.
Thank you. Yeah, and expanding on what Mayor Pro Tem said regarding the Library of the Future. It is corny. But I said it.
It feels like a ride at Disneyland,
I
right?
said it too. So have we had IT involved? Because I'm assuming like server stacks will be necessary in order to kind of, with archives and with the way we're going with stuff. Is there going to be a spot integrated through the architecture firm to make sure IT is involved, and we have that portion?
Yes, we have talked extensively with our IT manager about it. That's another issue with our current library, is our server area is very struggling. And so is our archive area, which both are located in the basement. And we, recently had to deal with some air conditioning issues. So we've been talking with Oscar and hope to have him, our IT manager, to hopefully have him come and really help us design a proper server
And the
room.
architecture firm's aware of all this and, okay.
Yes,
good.
I
Mayor,
think
if
we
I
have-
may add,
Yes, please.
our IT manager is very excited about the opportunity to build a server room from the ground up. What he's working with now is patchwork and fixing things. So he's excited about the library, he's excited about the public safety building, and he has his plans and he's sharing them with the library and with Public Works.
Okay, yeah, so good. I just want to make sure the architecture firm's part of this whole process for efficiency's sake. Thank you.
Is the architecture firm here tonight?
No.
Oh, okay. You keep looking, oh, you're looking at okay.
My trustees.
No, that's great. I just.
No, Councilman, they're not here tonight.
Okay. You kept looking that direction and I couldn't see you sitting there, so.
Yeah, no, just my trustees.
Any more questions? Thank you. Thank you. This is very exciting.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let's open this up to public comment. Have we received any cards regarding public comment for this agenda item?
Mr. Mayor, I have one speaker card from Peggy Dallas, but I'm not sure if she's still here. Oh. Waited patiently.
Didn't see you back there. Welcome.
So I'm Peggy Dallas. I'm an architect, a local resident. I live on 312 and a half East Grandview Avenue, and a former planning commissioner. I can give you the long story, the short story. You have a preference?
You have 3 minutes, so.
Okay, short story. It's very impressive, this firm that's being proposed to be hired. I have some concerns that they don't seem to specialize in libraries. I went to their website, and they don't even have libraries as one of the 6 or 8 things that they specialize in on the front. I don't know where they finally, say they do libraries. But the talk about it, it seemed very exciting. It seems good. I don't know whether it's all razzle-dazzle or whether they're really solid. But I have some real concerns about process. This is a big firm, with offices in 6 different cities across the country. They're promising all sorts of wonderful things. But and I know there are other architects firms that would specialize in libraries and have worked with small communities such as Ojai, and very favorable reviews also. And I'm just wondering about the community fit. We run into this with the development at the
Meadows.
retreat, the Meadows, yes. Thing that cannot be said. And that was just like a bad fit from the rushed MOU at the beginning. And I just want to make sure we're not rushing into this because of the grant timeline and picking a fit that might not be the best for this community. And so I also have some process concerns about how this whole thing was handled. I first started talking to the library on and off about architects in 2017, 2018, 2019, that time frame. And then I heard back this December from an architect that I'd recommended from him about this. And all my information about what's been going on is through this other architect, and I've expressed concern. I had a long conversation with Arnolfo about process and what's being included and what's not. Specifically, I'm concerned about whether the design programming is going to be adequate, which is, I know you guys have discussed, and I still have some concerns about that. Time's up. So.
Thank you, Ms. Dallas.
Mr. Mayor, we have no other speaker cards.
Any emails on this?
There were no emails on this topic.
Thank you. So let's bring it back to council for discussion.
Before we do, we've
Please.
got two trustees that have
Yes.
patiently been here. I'm shocked that they don't have cards in. I guess. Well, I would love to hear from you before we have the discussion and make a decision. You guys are much closer to it, so.
Yeah, they weren't part of the interview process, yeah,
Right,
but they've
based on
been.
what they know, and they know the history. Thank you. You're right. They're not part of the process, but.
Yeah, I mean, I'm new to the trustees, been in town for a while. We were not part of the selection process, but Arnolfo has kept us up to date each week. We know the parameters of the grant. We know the specificity that the grant has to cover. I think, me speaking personally for myself, I think we have a degree in trust in Arnolfo's experience that he has worked with library construction before and with designing libraries and overseeing that, and also Layla's experience as the librarian, because they were involved in this, and I believe Mr. Reynoso was also. But I think I have the personal trust in these people that they could make the right selection in this process. I too looked at the architect's website when I saw the agenda, and yes, I didn't see any libraries on it. It didn't necessarily panic me, because again, I have faith that Arnolfo has that experience and could honestly pick someone who can lead us into, as you say, the future library. You know, we threw our last meeting, without going into details, we threw a lot of things in, talking about the foundation, that's why Layla said that, and things for the future and where we go 25 years from now, because that's what we're looking at. You know, this building was never meant to be this long, so we've considered that. And speaking for myself personally, I don't have a problem with this firm. I think their view, from what I've seen of what they can do, is very interesting. And we do have somewhat of a mid-century modern building. And the hue and cry has always been, don't destroy our building. Keep the building the way it is. We love the way it looks. We just want it bigger. We want it better. We want it newer. We want more. So I think they have the criteria in what I saw that they can take us without destroying what we've got now, that I think everybody's going to be really happy with it. My personal say. Susan, I don't know if you...
Thank you, Trustee Sands.
You're welcome.
Dr. Gallagher?
Yeah, so I'm Susan Gallagher, also Board of Trustees, and I concur with everything that Trustee Sands expressed. I do feel like the process was very structured, at least presented to us as trustees. We do know that our responsibility was not in selecting a firm, but our responsibility moving forward will be working with the firm. So we kind of have an action plan that's been put together for us. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Gallagher. Okay. Public comment is now closed. Let's bring it back to council for discussion. Anything to discuss here?
May I ask, prior with, say, like the Bank of America or with the other projects, and I'm just because I'm new, I don't know, but we were presented with the architect's proposals and we helped make certain decisions. And in this process, I was assuming because we have a library board of trustees, or is this the normal process that we do for most buildings within Sierra Madre? Is this the normal process to have the engineer, the librarian, and like the three people that made the decision?
So I'll let Director Semino expand on that. As he walks up, maybe I can. So we handle projects two different ways. One is for professional services and one is for contract services. And Director Semino will expand on the two differences.
Thanks.
Thank you for inviting me up, Jose. It is getting late, isn't it? So we don't normally do, excuse me, architectural buildings changing, that sort of thing, as a normal process that Public Works does. with the B of A building, we did bring it as a different presentation. There isn't that sense of urgency with the B of A building or the new public safety building as there is with the library with the grant timeline. With the public safety building, we were bringing to you a feasibility study to study the building to see what we can do. That's already been done with the library. The library's gone through a lot of this process already. There's a head start on the library. So when Arnolfo was bringing the staff report to the council for this, they went through the interviews, they did the interviews, and they're very comfortable with the firm that they're requesting the approval of. Hope that answers.
If I may add, Councilmember Lowe, so when we go to bid for, let's say, a water main project, we go to bid and then we award the bid to the lowest responsible bidder. When we have a professional services contract, the RFP gets put out, then we receive the proposals, and staff will review the proposals, interview the people who submitted, and then make a determination on what is going to be the best fit for the project and for the city. And that was the case in this project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowe. Any discussion around this? Are we, please, Councilmember Goss.
Boy, where do I start? Been wanting this library for a long time, and hated to step down as the liaison this year, but I felt it was somebody else's turn because I'd like to be there. I was a little bit taken back to hear former Commissioner Dallas. I have a lot of respect for her. So that put a scintilla of doubt in my mind, but in reality, we do have a timeline, and we've waited so long for this, and I know we don't want to rush anything. I don't think things are being rushed, but this company seems plausible, seems like they've met all the tests that our Board of Trustees put out there and our staff wanted, and I think that we really need to take action. I really think we've been talking about this for 20 years, and I think it's time to fish or cut bait. So I support it.
Thank you.
I too was, was glad to hear former Commissioner Dallas's view. I guess two things I would say is I suppose I don't totally view this as a library project. I mean, I go back to what one of the comments that Librarian Regan mentioned is that, a huge part of this project is sort of just bringing this building, into today's world, let alone the library of the future. So I guess if we were back in the days of a new library from scratch, I would probably be more concerned with having a firm that has some depth and expertise in libraries. But this, I sort of feel like, of course, it's our library, and of course that's a paramount concern. But to me, the bulk of this project is really just a rehab of an existing building. Obviously taking into account the functionality that we need, and I guess I just don't. That doesn't concern me as much. And frankly, I hear the concern about the size and the nature of the firm, and I think that could have some downsides. I think it could also have positives. Given the time frame we have here, it's nice to have a place that has some bench depth, and to the extent that there's some problem with the team that's working on this, presumably there could be an assist from a larger firm that may not be possible from a smaller shop. So I can sort of see that both ways. And so but I'm definitely in agreement with Councilmember Goss that I don't think we can postpone this. And frankly, without us participating in the interviews and the review, I think, to me, ultimately, I have to agree with the trustees that it comes down to trust in the folks that did run the process, and I do have that trust, and so I'm inclined to approve this tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
In an ideal world, we could have workshopped this and really got the community involved and really built it in. And I say that on the one hand, and on the other hand, I do hear that we have gotten the community involved. We've gone through this. We've gone through multiple things. There's one thing to hire the architect, to have the visionary design, and another thing to have the architect that's actually doing the as-build for the building. I think as-build is the right term. If I get it wrong, my apologies. And I agree with others that, you know, I put a lot of trust in staff. We've got an incredible staff in this city. All three of the members are top-notch, and I think that makes me feel better. And on top of it, hearing from the trustees and having them stay this late here to weigh in on it and give their perspective, I'm inclined to support it. I mean, you know, we've got this incredible gift of $10 million that we wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. And so, you know, if I were to be king for a day and write the rules, I'd do it differently. But we've got the reality we've got here, and I support this and think this is, I trust staff and what they've done, and I'm excited to go forward with this and see the library retrofitted.
Thank you.
I was a big part of listening to all of the last concerns and responses from the public back in the 2017 and 2018 conversations, and you're right, it was a lot of feedback. So there was a lot of feedback. I think that what also if we do have some ability to still, I mean, if we approve this architect firm, and when we still have some feedback too, at a time to be determined in the future, but we get to see what's going on, and it sounds to me like we have a lot of input during that process. So I think I feel secure again with the decision with this firm, and I trust our staff, and I think that they can also take in former Commissioner Dallas's input and really get feedback on what happened since that point if we do affirm with this, you know, if we're affirming with this architect firm tonight. So I think that would be valuable also.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, former Commissioner Dallas, for speaking. When we hear comments like that, it actually, you know, it will help us with our blind spots as far as knowing what to look for. So I think it's your point is well taken, that we need to make sure that if there is a blind spot there, we thankfully have Deputy Director Yanez, who has had experience in as an engineer building libraries, so for municipalities. So I'm happy about that, and I'm happy that the trustees that are here are on board with this. This is a gift, as you stated, and we need to use this gift. And unfortunately, it has strings, and we need to use it quickly. So I'm excited with all the pieces that we have all together, and I feel as though this is a meaningful improvement rather than a brand new building. As Librarian Reagan said, that a lot of it has to do with retrofitting the existing building and expanding it. So to your point, Mayor Pro Tem, you know, it does put my mind at ease that maybe they don't specialize in libraries per se, but I'm assuming they specialize in architecture and building. And that's what we need here with the input from the trustees. It's very important.
Mayor, if I may, I've heard from a couple of council members that they had maybe a little bit of concern. If you'd like, we can invite Deputy Director Inez back up to explain why he didn't choose some of the firms or why some of the firms were not considered. It's up to you.
I feel like I'm good. I feel as though we've heard enough from Deputy Director, not that we've heard enough from you, but you put it. Yeah, sufficient commentary here. Okay. So, but thank you for that. Thank you for that. All right. Sounds like we're nearing a motion. We have consensus in the council.
I would like to defer to my colleague, Mr. Goss, if you would like to make the motion, since he's so passionate about libraries. If you do not, I will be happy to make it.
Well, okay, so I would like to make the motion that the city council award the professional architectural services contract to TSK Architects in an amount not to exceed $901,751 for library redesign and meaningful improvement project.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowe. All those in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously. We have an architect. Okay.
Life is good.
Yes. So I don't see the parties back yet, so let's keep moving along so we can get out of here before midnight. Next, we have a report on firearm regulation, education, and safety. I believe we have Captain Amos.
Mr. Mayor, we have two public comments on the
Good evening, Mayor, Pro Tem, and City Council. I'm here to present for firearms regulation, education, and safety. It was requested from the police department to present on these items, to look into if there was any need for any changes or updates to any regulations within the city, if there was any educational component that the department can do for outreach to the community, and also if there was any grants that were available to address firearms education and safety. So the department looked at those three areas. The first area is in regulation. The city does have currently about 2 city municipal codes regarding firearm possession and discharge of a firearm. And on top of that, there are state, federal, and laws that expand on possession, storage, and use of a firearm. Some of those are in regards to anyone over the age of 18 has to store a firearm that they have in their possession in their home and also in their vehicles. That also applies to law enforcement as well. As a police officer, if I have a firearm, I have to have a storage or a locking container in my vehicle every time that I carry my firearm, because some locations don't allow folks to bring firearms or any weapons into their facility. My family likes to go to Disneyland, and Disneyland is one of those places where you can't bring a firearm, you can't bring a knife, you can't bring any of that. So in those situations, even I have to have a locking container. There are other regulations that make it illegal for you to carry a firearm without a concealed weapons permit or some type of permit. It also makes it illegal for you to carry even a unloaded firearm not in a locked container in your vehicle. That is even a state regulation. So as far as the firearms regulations, as far as laws, state and federal vastly covers that. We do enforce that when we do come across it. The last time I can remember was in 2019 when we responded to a resident in regards to a possible domestic situation. When officers made contact with the residents, the male half had a firearm sitting on top of a dresser in their kid's bedroom. So that was one of the laws that he was placed on arrest for. There were several others. And in that incident, we took the firearm into possession as required by law, and then there's a process on the back end that they have to go through that I will talk about a little bit later if they get the firearm back. So in looking at the laws and regulations, the department didn't feel that there was any need to add anything to the current city municipal codes because mostly everything is already covered. As far as education goes, we discussed several different options. Community outreach through some of our neighborhood watch meetings, providing information about firearms safety, firearms regulation. We discussed about putting on firearms safety training, but then with that you take on the liability if something happens. They go back and say, well, the Captain Amos told me to do it this way. But there are organizations out there like the National Rifle Association, other organizations like that have educational programs in place, and we feel that we can refer folks to those organizations to get firearm safety. We can also on our department website put up information for firearms handling safety from the California Department of Justice that provides lengthy information on that topic. As far as firearm safety, as a police department, anytime that we come into a situation where we make an arrest or we come across somebody who is potentially suicidal, we take the firearm into custody. When we take the firearm into custody, there's a process that the person has to go through. It's sort of an extensive process with the Department of Justice where they need to apply for a release. The Department of Justice will make a determination if that person has the right at that time to possess that firearm, and they will give them a release letter that they bring to us, and then we release the firearm to them. If we still do not feel comfortable with the approval of DOJ to release that firearm, we do have, there are mechanisms in place to deal with that. As a department, we can petition the court to get a temporary, it's kind of like a temporary restraining order, basically. We petition the court to say that we feel this person is still a threat or considered a threat, and we still want to hold on to that firearm for a little bit more time to have more consideration. That's presented to a judge. The judge makes the ultimate decision of the direction to go, and then that's the direction that we go in. As far as firearm seizures, some of our stats from 2021, we have taken 9 firearms in 2021. 2 were for safekeeping, 4 were from arrest. One was from a incident that involved a suicide, and 2 were taken for destruction. You as a homeowner or resident, if you don't want your firearm anymore, it was your significant others, you can turn that firearm in, and we will take it and we will destroy it. Usually they get melted into some recyclable metal part that can be used for public benches or something to that effect. In 2022, the department took into custody 12 firearms. One was for safekeeping, 1 was for a arrest. 3 were from arrest, 1 was from suicide, and 6 were for destruction. And in that year, we had 1 individual that we dealt with in regards to a potential suicide situation, and we took that firearm into custody based on placing them on a 72-hour evaluation hold. In those situations, kind of like I explained a little bit earlier, there's an extra step that they have to go through the court themselves, get approval from the court, then through DOJ, then through us. If we don't still feel comfortable, then we can take the further steps. So firearm safety is paramount for us here, and we take it very, very seriously. And as of year to date, we've only had 2 guns turned in for destruction, and within a 180-day period after taking those firearms, they go out to get melted down to be destroyed. We typically hold on to firearms for about a 180-day period. Anything past that is typically associated with a arrest of some sort. We have to wait till the case is adjudicated before we can take any further steps with the firearm. Lastly, were grants. From the department's look into this area, most of the grants that we saw were related to high crime areas, high impact areas, where we are very fortunate to not be a part of that, which is a great thing. But we did look at a program called Project Child Safe, where they provide free of charge gun locks, handout pamphlets, things of that nature that we can provide to the community. We have partnered with them, and we have received some gun locks, so in the future, when you see us at some events, and we have our booth out there, and my 7-foot-tall community service officer, Officer Sadiq, will have we'll have handouts from this program, and we also have community. We have gun locks to present to the community. So that is my presentation.
Thank you, Captain Amos.
Yes, yes.
Thanks for bearing with us throughout the.
Oh, no.
Okay, any questions for Captain Amos?
Just one question.
Yes.
In terms of the release process that you described once you've seized a firearm, is part of that a demonstration by the owner of proper safety, you know, the ability to store it properly, so they have to demonstrate that they have locks or boxes or something, so that when it gets returned, we know that at least they have the capacity to properly store?
So when you purchase a firearm in the state of California, you have to purchase it comes with a lock already, or you purchase a gun safe. When the firearms are released, the process is I take your firearm. You'll get a notice from us, a receipt that we have your property. At the point that you would like to get your firearm back, if we still have it in our possession, because before we destroy it, we have to notify you that potentially it's going to be destroyed. If you reach out to us, we will direct you to DOJ. DOJ, as far as I know, does not have that requirement in place, where you have to show that you have a locking device or a gun safe or something to that nature. It's not a requirement from the department for the most part. If it's, say, the situation where I explained where the gentleman, excuse me, we took him into custody because one of the things was he had the gun out. In that situation, the department, the detective, the evidence officer can say, hey, we want to make sure that you have a safe in your home. So that these things can be locked away. That can be a request from the agency, but it's not something that's automatically across the board that they have to do.
Yeah, I used to work on these cases for the city of Glendale. We used to do a couple of these petitions every year, and that's not one of the things you have to prove in court. So usually you take the gun for 3 different reasons. Either it's a 5150 hold, person's a threat to themselves or somebody else. You just have to prove. The person has to prove, the burden is on them, that they're not a 5150 risk anymore. You could take the gun for a domestic violence issue, and they have to demonstrate that they're not a threat to the significant other. And then now we have a new law on the books that allows us to take the gun for threatening behavior, and same standard evidence. They have to prove that they're not a threat to themselves or others.
Thank you. Any more questions for Captain Amos?
I have a few, and thank you so much. And I actually have had to do this in the last year. So when I first got reelected, actually, Officer Amos, I had a threat, and City of Glendale went and did the assessment, determined whether the person was a current threat. They determined it was not, but they would reiterate looking at them, and we reported it to City of Sierra Madre. And from what I understand, too, and talking with Officer Amos, was the same thing about they have the same procedures. So if someone reports some type of threat or behavior of a person, what is your procedures then if that's reported?
So in those situations, we have to investigate the threat first. If there is a determination that the person is a threat and it goes to the route where we're eventually looking at criminal proceedings, there's a process for that. Okay. If within that threat, if the person has firearms, we need to seize those firearms. We will seize the firearms. It's either related to the arrest, or if it's something else, then we go through at the low end, try and get consent from the individual to hold on to these weapons. If we need to take further steps where we have to go in and go through the process that, it's kind of late, I don't want to butcher his name. So, but if it's a process that was mentioned earlier, which I kind of touched on a little bit earlier, then we will go through the court, get the proper forms signed, and then we will go in and seize the firearms that way. Anytime any incident where there's potential involvement of a threat of a firearm, we take that very seriously. We investigate it. From a law enforcement standpoint, we're always looking to determine if this is an incident that requires more of a law enforcement court point of view, or is this something where other alternative means may be necessary, like the person needs to talk to somebody who is a psychologist, because I'm a psychologist through work, from dealing with a lot of different things, but I'm not fully trained in that area. And it's always better to get somebody who's more professionally trained there. So we make that determination, and we take the precaution steps to make sure that we ensure the safety of the public. So, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I ask?
Please.
So the other question too was, I did see that, and this came up in the pair conversation, so I wanted to make sure I asked this. There's a portion of Sierra Madre that people use to get up to the hunting section.
Mm-hmm.
Is it legal to carry the hunting equipment, firearms or bows, through Sierra Madre, like say through Bailey Canyon or wherever, to get up to the location where it's legally allowed to hunt?
From my conversations with I keep calling them Fish and Game, but Fish and Wildlife and U.S. Forestry, they do not see that as illegal because you essentially because let's say Chantry's closed, and most of the folks usually go up to the top Chantry, park there, and hike in. And now you have different access points because different roads are closed and stuff like that. So you're essentially taking the firearm and carrying it to where you need to go. So it's not really illegal to do that.
Can I comment on that?
Yes.
When I was on council too long, we had a poaching incident up off of, I think it was Bailey Canyon, and it wasn't in Bailey Canyon. It was up in the Forest Service land, but the guy brought the deer down and was seen putting into his car, and I think we arrested him. I think we caught him, or no, he got away. But I remember the police were out, were looking for him for some time after that. So it came to us, and we ended up updating our ordinances. There was no law against hunting in Sierra Madre at the time. We made a law against hunting as a consequence of that.
Yes.
But we were given the option of keeping someone from carrying a weapon through Bailey Canyon up to federal land, and we chose not to do that. It was a unanimous decision that we were going to respect the rights of people to keep and bear arms as they're going up to do a lawful activity in the Forest Service. That was our take back then.
So yes.
So I have a question on that.
Sorry, just a quick comment. So if, in that scenario, if the person were to stop before they reach our borders and actually hunt or discharge a firearm, then there are laws that apply there. And when we respond out, and we will deal with them appropriately. So
it's my understanding we have an ordinance on the books that no firearms are allowed in parks, and Bailey
Didn't know
Canyon.
that.
I thought there was.
No, I don't.
I didn't see it in the report.
It's not in the report. I think I've seen it before. Firearms aren't allowed in our city parks, so I'm wondering how that, if I'm right.
Well, I remember we had testimony from staff at the time. Maybe, I don't recall changing law since then.
Okay.
But I remember at the time,
I could be wrong.
we cleared it so that someone could, if they were legal owners of a firearm and they wanted to hunt legally on federal land, they could access it through Bailey Canyon Park.
Okay, okay.
And
But-
from my research, I didn't see any municipal code that stated that. So there's a municipal code for discharging a firearm in the city limits. There's one for restricting hunting of animals within city limits, and then the other one was it's related to not a firearm but a knife over a certain amount of inches. So yes.
So, did you have another?
No, it's okay.
So mine's a little bit tangential to that. So I get the logic of hunting and hunting firearms. But we also have a lot of changes in the gun laws, you know, in particular with the New York lawsuit, which we've talked about before. And then we also have this ordinance that you can't discharge a firearm within Sierra Madre, but you can carry a concealed weapon within Sierra Madre. I'm trying to square that circle there, because it seems kind of like, can't fire it, but you can carry it. Maybe it's just a fact of the law, but I'd love to get have you opine a little bit on that, because it just seems really counterintuitive to my brain. Maybe it's just the hour.
So the carrying of a concealed weapon is through a permitted process. You have to apply for a license to carry the firearm, and once you pass a background process, you're allowed to carry the firearm concealed. In most areas that allow it, because there will be some locations like Disneyland that will say, yes, you have your permit, but we are not allowing that in here. The discharge of a firearm within city limits is a little bit different, because you're now discharging the firearm, you're shooting the firearm, you're using that firearm. It's just not you're not carrying the firearm. You're doing something in a manner that is harming the public in some way with the discharge of the firearm. So that's a little bit higher. That's a little bit higher level. I've dealt with it on calls in the past where people have discharged in their backyard, outside their backyard, in their front yard, and we've dealt with that. But just the mere carrying of a firearm with a concealed weapons permit is a little bit different. So
You see how it doesn't make a whole lot of logic. You could have a firearm in your house, theoretically for protection, but you can't use it.
I think it's different. I think that he means like discharge, not meaning discharge in an emergency, like if it's an emergency situation.
Well, it's so. Okay. When I say discharge means outside of your home in a negligent manner.
That's how.
If you're inside your house and you discharge your firearm in a negligent manner, then you could be looking at some potential laws that you may have violated. If you're in your house and somebody comes in your house, or like a bear comes in your house, and you're protecting yourself, then that is a different situation. You are using that firearm in the protection of yourself or your family member. You're just not 10 o'clock at night, had too many drinks, grab your gun and just start shooting it off. That is totally different.
So you mentioned something there. It was my other question. So Disneyland prohibits firearms.
Mm-hmm. We've
got this new. Again, I keep thinking in the context of the New York Supreme Court case. How are they, so we're kind of forced to have concealed carry permits here in town. How does Disneyland get away with saying, no, you may be allowed to do that anywhere, but you can't do that here? Could we say, none in City Hall, or none in any municipal building, or none in any business building? Like, where's that line in that case?
So the city can address that and say that within any city facility, we have either you do it through ordinance or a municipal code that says when you're within a city building, you cannot possess a firearm.
Even if you have a concealed carry?
Unless you're on official police business. Outside of that, no. You can, even with the concealed weapons permit, the person with the concealed weapons permit still has to follow all laws. And if it's a muni code that says you cannot bring it into a facility, that is a law, and they still have to follow the law. Similar to a court. I, as a police officer, if I'm not working and I go to court because I got a traffic ticket, I cannot bring my firearm into that court, even though I'm a police officer. If I'm going to the court, like Pasadena, because I wrote somebody a ticket and I'm appearing on behalf of the city because I wrote that ticket, then I'm allowed to bring my firearm in. So it's a similar process. So, unless see the attorney had
I was
anything
just
else.
gonna add, I think the primary distinction there, putting aside government buildings, is that Disneyland isn't subject to the Constitution.
What isn't?
Disneyland isn't subject to the Constitution. But the government, us as a government entity, we are subject to the Constitution. So that's why we couldn't prohibit it within the city's boundaries. But Disneyland could prohibit it within its entire boundary.
Got it.
A private entity, and you don't have a right. You don't have a right to go to Disneyland.
Right. Got it.
In the same way, Facebook limiting people's speech is totally
Yeah.
fine because they're not subject to the Constitution.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Your own zip code. I did want to hear some of this. One of the reasons was the education piece. So there are a lot of people that are gun owners in town that may have inherited a gun or had a gun for decades, and laws have changed. And as we're thinking about youth with our schools, and I wanted to see, is there an education program available so we can make sure parents or grandparents or whomever has a gun understands the rules and the laws to then make certain that youth aren't getting their hands on these guns. And that's my biggest concern. And I think you did some of that research, and you weren't able to find too much, but we did find some information on. The other part was, once you have the education, maybe we had grants for gun locks, gun safes, et cetera. It sounds like there are some for gun locks, and you guys have already taken advantage of that, but it sounds like gun safes aren't on the table. But as far as the education piece, did you find any organizations that are willing to partner with PDs and school districts and or private schools to have some kind of education for the parents and or grandparents or guardians on ways to make certain that guns aren't falling in the hands of the youth?
So we, from a department standpoint, we will look at more established organizations for that. We did look at different agencies and see how they address that issue. One of the ones that we liked was the city of Pasadena. They actually, on their city website, their department website, they had information about gun safety, storage, all of that information. They also had links to other organizations that provided that information or trained more on that information to address those issues. And that's the direction we were looking in. We didn't, as I kind of said earlier, we wanted to be kind of careful about information that we put out as a department, because then you take on that liability of, if something does happen, this is what the department said. So that's when we looked at the Department of Justice for the state of California. They are very informative on firearms safety and regulation. Looked at the NRA as one of those groups out there. I know that's kind of some people have their different views on it, but those are some of the organizations that we were looking at. We are constantly evaluating this because transparency is a major thing within the city. We recently learned that from our town hall meeting. So we are constantly looking ways to get more information out as we can.
Yeah, and my hope is to not have, obviously there are resources out there where you have to actively seek and say, okay, how can I be safe with my firearm? But I was looking for more of a passive entree to this, where something is organized and, oh, I have a firearm, maybe I should attend this meeting at the middle school or whatever it might be, in order to get some education on what I should be doing.
That's something that we can look at. We were also looking at our neighborhood watch meetings that we have to bring that information there, because that's more of the one-on-one conversations that we have with different folks in the community. Also doing probably some public safety addresses, getting my corporal out, who's my PIO, to do some information about that, and my range staff guys. So yes.
Thank you. Any more questions for?
Just to follow up on what you were saying, I wonder also if it might be worth reaching out to, PUSD and other local school districts, and if they have, any programs that they're doing education-wise, it'd be great to make sure that we're bringing that, to beyond, obviously they would cover the the public schools, but to the extent that they have programming that could be shared, it'd be nice to share it with the other schools in our town.
Yes, ma'am.
Good point. I think we've exhausted questions. Madam City Clerk, I think you said there are no public comment cards for this item?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. No cards and no emails received.
Thank you. So let's bring it back to discussion. This is a receive and file. Do we have any further direction we'd like to give? Okay.
Thank you.
I just, my hope is this is kind of an ongoing process. We've kind of opened the door. We want to make sure we have responsible gun ownership in the city, and we're keeping guns out of the hands of kids, because that can be very dangerous. So I thank you for your report and your analysis. It was very helpful.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah, I'm your next presenter.
Oh. You don't want to sit down, come back up? Okay. All right. So we are now going to the consideration of a resolution. So need a sip of water or anything, Captain Amos?
No, I'm good.
All right. Take it away.
Yes. So staff was asked to look into our wildlife incidents involving bears and coyotes. The city, the department has done a lot of outreach on this topic. We've had multiple Zoom-based and I believe a couple of in-person presentations from the Department of Fish and Wildlife on living with wild animals. The most recent one that I sat in on, I heard about coyotes, which I didn't hear about before. So that was kind of a new thing for me. The city has put together a wildlife management plan based off of interactions and contacts with the Department of Fish and Wildlife at the beginning of 2002. And since then, we have had an increase over the number of years of contacts with bears, for the most part. That there have been some contacts with coyotes, but for the most part, bears have been causing most of the damage and issues and concerns. As a department, we have altered the way that we dealt with bears and reporting it. In the past, we had strictly responded out, and then we would notify Passion Humane Society, and then they would notify Fish and Game. Well, Fish and Wildlife. I'm gonna keep repeating myself on that one. But then after February of 2022, we contacted Fish and Wildlife directly, and we would notify their dispatch, and then it would be up to their protocols if they would send somebody out right then and there, or they would send somebody out at a later time. If the bears caused damage or got into someone's home, then you would then reach out to their biologist, and their biologist would come in and assist with tips, education on taking away whatever issue caused the bears to go into the home in the first place. Looking at the numbers, we looked at the numbers over the past several years, starting in 2020. In 2020, we had 103 service calls regarding bears or wildlife in period. In that year, from what we could tell from our information, there were no bears that entered into residence and damaged property, and there were no injuries reported. In 2021, the call volume went up to 106, which was about a 2.9 increase from the previous year. Of those calls, 6 bears had entered into properties and caused damage, but there were no injuries related to the bears in the homes. In 2022, we had 130 calls for service regarding regarding animals, and that was a 20% increase from 2021 and a 23.2 increase from 2020. 17 of those calls were bears entering into residence into a home and causing damage, and that was about almost a 300% increase from the previous year. Still, there were no injuries in those incidents. And year to date, we've had 15 calls for service regarding bears or wildlife in period. 12 of those were related to bears. 5 of those calls, the bears went underneath the residence and were making a new home in the crawl space. And then 2 of the bears attempted to enter the residence, actually entered the residence and caused damage. Of the remaining calls, 1 call was for a coyote, 1 call was for a mountain lion, and 1 call was for a snake. So again, the main issue, the main problem that we're having, even though the other animals are bears. And the Department of Fish and Wildlife changed their protocols and standards for how they deal and interact with bears. But they didn't, it seems like they didn't take into consideration specific communities that have higher issues of contacts with bears. It seems that their mindset was across the board. This is a state. We're looking at the state as a whole and not breaking it up into individual parts. So staff is recommending that based on the high number of calls and the high number of contacts that we have had over the past 3 or 4 years, we have suggested the proclamation for the city to approve to further let Fish and Wildlife understand that they need to look at how they address their priorities and their dealings with bears to give the communities more leeway and direction on dealing with these issues and hopefully resolving it. That's my report.
Thank you, Captain Amos. We have questions, I'm sure we do.
Yes, you do.
Or maybe not. Councilmember Goss?
Well, I think I have more comments than anything else. I think I'll wait.
Okay.
I have one question.
Yes.
Probably might be more a question for the city attorney. In terms of jurisdiction, I think in previous discussions around this issue, I think we had been told that, sort of with respect to the wildlife policy and procedure and all that essentially the local governments do not have jurisdiction sort of over that issue. There's probably some nuance there as, sort of within city limits versus not. But I don't know. I guess where I'm getting at is, in terms of, passing a resolution asking DFW to reconsider, that's sort of the bounds of what we can do here because of the jurisdictional issues, I guess is the question.
Okay, I'll answer. Right. There isn't much we can do with regard to wildlife. It's my understanding that we don't remove them We don't limit their access to the city. I know that we can kill wildlife if they're a threat, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it's that's similar to, and we have it in policy, any wildlife. It could be a bear, it could be a mountain lion, it could be a dog. If they present a threat to human life, then our officers have the ability to take action to stop that threat.
But we don't transport them, correct?
No, we transport people. We don't transport animals.
And,
so.
and we don't regulate their access to the city.
If I could, I would, but we don't. So.
Does it have to be only a human threat, you said?
From a department standpoint, it's a human life.
And that's your assessment. What is the public legally allowed to do?
Oh, the public as opposed to the police?
The person, yeah, like if it's in my home and something came into my home, threatened me, is it the same as a human? Where can you
Yes, if
protect yourself?
If you need to, if the bear were to come into your home, it's 10 o'clock at night, bear comes in your home, bear's in your home, you don't know about it, bear comes into your room. If you are now trapped in your room and the bear is coming towards you, that bear is presenting a threat. You have the ability to defend yourself, to protect yourself. I actually had talked to Fish and Wildlife warden, and you do have that ability. You'll have to follow up with Fish and Wildlife to explain what happened, but in that immediate moment, you can use a firearm to protect yourself.
But you can't set traps on your own property. You cannot. So you couldn't have like a bear trap or a coyote trap or something like that to trap the animal, even though it's on your property.
You can potentially but you have to go through Fish and Wildlife to get approval to do that. So.
What about protecting others in your home? Protecting others in your home, not just yourself.
Family, friends, yes. We hold human life high, and we protect human life when possible from a department standpoint. So if they were going after a family member or something to that effect, then the officers have the ability to take the necessary steps.
And residents?
Yes.
Okay. Any more questions?
Yeah, I'd have a couple. So did you say we had a mountain lion that was in town? Or was it just a mountain lion report? I've not heard, I've heard of the coyotes, of the bears and everything else, but
There are mountain lions in town.
And bobcats.
I've seen bobcats in town, but I've not.
In my 20 years, I've come across 5 times.
Okay, so we do have them.
Yes.
I'd seen everything else, but okay.
They tend to be very stealthy. They don't like to be seen, but they.
No,
It was not a very fun experience to be driving down a city street, and on one side of a car that was parked, I see eyes that light up because my headlights hit it, and then on the other side of the car, on the street side, I see a tail, and I'm like, yeah, that's something I'm not getting out of my car for. So.
Big cat.
Yes.
Have there been any impact to pets? Like, have any of these, have we, of the 130 from last year, any kills of neighborhood animals?
That information I don't have offhand. Typically in those situations, that's either the coyotes will go after,
right,
or maybe even the mountain lion.
Right, but not the bears. I've not, yeah.
No.
Okay.
I've had bears eat my chickens.
Yes.
Yes,
really?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
They love chicken.
They love chickens.
So do I.
You might want to look farther afield next time.
In the report that you've got, there was the information from the Fish and Wildlife, and there was the Appendix B that had the Lake Tahoe program there. What do we know about it? Do we know when the program started? Is this brand new? Did this start in the last year or two? Have you talked with them? I'm kind of curious about what we can learn from them. I mean, in this area, we're somewhat unique in this, but I gotta believe in Tahoe, they have similar challenges. And I know we've talked with Durango, but I'm curious of what type of outreach might we be able to do with Tahoe.
I will refer to
Yes.
Mr. James Carlson.
Thank you, Councilmember Parkhurst. The Tahoe area got quite a bit of publicity. They even named a bear, and so there was a lot of media attention to it. I think so. I don't remember. But if you're looking at the Fish and Wildlife's Bulletin 22-1, it does specify in section 4.3, page 9 of 19, incident-specific planning. And that's where they allude to the trap, tag, and haze program that Tahoe was doing. If you look closely, they also follow that identification with a statement saying they do not have resources or capability to do anything like that anywhere else. So since that's only a year and a half years old for the bulletin, we're hoping that there's some data, some things to learn from the Lake Tahoe specific plan. We've only discussed the Lake Tahoe plan relatively informally with Fish and Wildlife.
Got it.
Can I ask you a question? In your research, did you see if our numbers are similar to Tahoe's incidences, do we have more? And this might be for you guys, do we have more instances of human attacks, or what's the data in comparison?
I don't believe so. In fact, I believe in that bulletin they specify that the Tahoe area had, see if I can see it. I just don't find it off the top of my head, but it was one of the highest concentration of bears per capita in the country.
But did they have incidences of human interaction? Like we have, for a small town,
The per capita.
we have, I would think, and we've also, you might want to allude to this, my other question was, how many human bear attacks have we had?
From my understanding, in the past 9 to 10 years, I think there's been 4, and I wouldn't necessarily call them attacks. I'd call them bear-human interaction as it's defined. I don't even want to go that far. I know that there's been 4 human bear. However, there's some question on whether it was in the Sierra Madre city limits. On one of them, up Bailey Canyon. One of them was non-injurious. 2 of them that I'm aware of are, and I'm not saying that I'm aware of all of these. Back to the Tahoe question, I have not come across injuries versus bear per capita. I have not seen that data. I haven't seen any data as to going in homes.
Does the Department of Fish and Wildlife, we're reporting to them, so we would know number of incidents per capita, so we would have 130 per 11,000, so we could have a number on that. You could, could we get the same type of statistics from, I'm just wondering, do they have those types of statistics to run for us? Like, where do we rank in the state? Is South Lake Tahoe as the city, have, more than, 0.001, I think is the bear incidents per capita or something like that. I mean, I'd be curious to know what if there's I'd be curious to know the experience in Tahoe, and then anything we can glean from it. Smaller city. Granted, they don't have more resources, but what else can we learn from them or from other cities in the state?
Sure, and that's the first thing I'll do. I do not have that data. I'll go to Fish and Wildlife and look for incidents per capita, including home or vehicle invasions per capita, and then attacks per capita. I do have a feeling that the data may not be as old as we would like to see it, as their reporting standards and methodologies have evolved.
Sure.
So I'm not sure how far back we would get that good data from.
And then my last question is, so we've got this resolution that we're sending, what do we expect to happen with it? Like, what do we want? What do we want to accomplish with it? I'm not trying to say that we don't have an escalating problem. I'm very concerned about it. But we've got this resolution that goes out, and is it going to be like some of the proclamations we hand out at the beginning tonight, and people, put them on their wall? I mean, I'm being a little punchy at this hour, but I'm trying to think of so the resolution says, oh, therefore it's resolved that this is an issue in Sierra Madre. Well,
Sure. In plain speak, we want to identify in a resolution that they've been working on wildlife for 145 years. We also want to show that we've done everything that they have asked us for as far as programs, ordinance amendments, things like that. The other thing that we recognize is their new definition of public safety bears, conflict bears, and everything like that. And at the end, we are not telling them what to do. We're urging them to do better.
okay.
Now, I don't know if any other cities have done this, but I guess the word to me, urging them, I guess my question is that the strongest we can say? Is that the strongest we can use?
I'd be open to suggestions.
No.
Demand?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, like we were saying before, we have no jurisdiction, so we
Yeah.
cannot force them to do anything.
No.
I mean, I have some thoughts that we can talk about during discussion.
Thank you.
Management Analyst Carlson, while you're up there. As far as information on bear population and bear population regionally, a thing that people don't like to talk about is the bear hunt, and the bear hunt is there for a reason, to keep populations, it's my understanding, to keep populations in check. When I think of Tahoe or even Mammoth, there are a lot, I don't have data to support this, but I would think there would be a lot more people that are hunters and actively keeping the population in check, whereas we're in an urban area rather than a rural area. So I'm wondering if where bear tags are given and how many are given and what the bear population look like in an urban area rather than in a rural area like the areas around Mammoth or even Tahoe.
Right.
Is that part of a function of why we're seeing such an increase?
Well, that's a really good point, and I recall on more than one occasion, probably two occasions, Barbara with the Fish and Wildlife indicated that across the state, bear tags had reduced 50%. She was pointing to that as part of a possible problem. Another piece of data I might ask of them is bear tags by county or bear tags by some other measurement that we can see the urban versus the rural activity of that. So I'll make a note of that.
Thank you. I think that'd be helpful.
Can I ask you, do you know, and you might not know this, how far out is the line for where the hunting is legal once someone does have a tag?
It's the city limit. I can point it out on a map. I'm not positive. I could point it out on the trail without Bob Spears.
I just remember years ago, when we would go on calls up Chantry, if it's a certain amount past the city limit, past a certain area, that designates non-city limits, and I don't remember.
Chantry's a little different because Sierra Madre ends relatively quick, and then you have Arcadia. You actually have a little piece of Monrovia, and then it goes back to Arcadia, and then it's U.S. forests. Whereas our two trails have, from what I believe, it's a latitude. Okay. They're both the same. On a map, I can point it out. When you're in the real world, I don't know if there's a marker or not. I haven't been up there in a while.
But part of the problem that I think we've heard before is that you have to get pretty far. You almost have to get over, almost past. You have to get pretty far to be able to hunt the bears because the slope is so steep. You can't shoot a bear cross trail for obvious reasons, right? And so, the ability for someone to hunt even just outside of Sierra Madre limits, you still have a slope that's pretty steep, and we've got a complicating factor there that I don't know how to resolve. Because even if you had a bear tag, you might have to be past, Wilson or something like that.
And frankly, if the bears are living in people's basements and living in the city limits, then they're not even going to be hunted.
Right.
Yeah, we can't hunt them in city limits, not under the house.
Any more questions? It's been pretty helpful.
Very much so.
Seeing none. Thank you, Management Analyst Carlson and Captain Amos. Let's bring this to public comment. I believe we have at least two public comment cards. Okay.
Yes, first speaker is Glenn Lambden, followed by Pat Elkhorn.
Thank you.
Before my time starts, may I have a little permission to answer some of the unanswered questions that you had? I put a lot of time into this.
I think it's the former mayor's
Thank
prerogative that will let you do this.
Thank
Yes.
you. To answer your question, according to Fish and Wildlife biologist Rebecca Barbosa, California will see less than one human-bear contact per year. Since 2016, to answer your question, we've had 4 human-bear contacts, putting us the highest concentration for our little 3+ square miles when you contrast that to 163,000 square miles in the entire state. As regarding bear populations, same thing, biologist Barbosa has told us that their method for estimating populations is grossly flawed because it's based on harvesting kills every hunting season. 2013, the state disallowed the use of hound dogs to help hunters, so the bear harvest dropped significantly, about 40–50%. The Fish and Wildlife will issue 1,500 permits per year, although they'll issue an unlimited, but once 1,500 bears have been harvested, they stop all hunting for that year. After the abolishing of the hound dogs, hunting went down to about 700 kills per year. So based on these harvest numbers, their formulas somehow try to extrapolate that and come up with a bear population, and they just say they don't know.
And if you know, is any of that regional or is that
That's
just statewide? And that really doesn't help us.
So when a hunter takes a kill, they have 24 hours to remove the head, give it to the local Fish and Wildlife. They'll do the DNA testing that's necessary, and they log all of that and keep track of all of that. I think, was there any other, I can't remember. As far as the jurisdictions, you're right. And maybe I'll start my time. I'm Glenn Lambden, and thank you for letting me be here. Really, I think the problem, other than the obvious that we have the highest number of contacts, we have schools that are being shut down, our homes are being intruded 300% in 1 year. We have some real issues here. And yes, we are kind of at the mercy of the Fish and Wildlife. Their goal and objectives are only coexistence. And if you can imagine the idea of coexistence in residential neighborhoods, it's pretty absurd. Now, Fish and Wildlife get their marching orders from the California Fish and Game Commission. I've gone and researched every single agenda item on Fish and Game Commission the last 2 years, and even so they are aware of the bear problems, not once have they agendized putting the problems that we're facing on any of their agendas in 2 years. They have no problems dealing with kangaroo rats, sea kelp, butterflies, but apparently the safety of our children really isn't a concern of theirs. The commission answers to our state legislators, and that's where we have to focus. We can bark up the commissions and the department's trees, we're going to get nowhere because all they're concerned with is coexistence. We have to put our efforts on our state legislators because they're the ones that are going to make the laws, that the commission will have the policies that the department will enforce. My suggestion is that we contact Chris Holden. We have a good relationship with Chris. He's the chair of the Appropriations Committee and Money Talks. And if we can get him somehow to get the other legislators to agree with us, maybe we can get somewhere. My suggestion, because the proposed resolution will get you nowhere. It will do absolutely nothing, other than it will actually increase some of the unintentional consequences. So my first suggestion would be to adopt a resolution that declares urbanized bears to be a potentially lethal threat to public safety, and demand that the state legislature, our Fish and Game Commission, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife remove the entire bear population, our urbanized bear population, from the cities, and also that they need to reduce the bear population in the wildlife areas to a level that can sustain the bear population. The reason we have the problem we're in right now is because the mismanagement of the Fish and Wildlife allowed the bear populations in the natural habitats to increase beyond to a point that is sustainable for the bears. Forcing bears down into cities, and these bears now, according to Barbosa again, are reproducing, and the population is expanding exponentially. So the only logical thing that we can really do, we have to eliminate the urbanized bear population. We have to get the bear population and the wildlife to a level that's sustainable, and and keep it there and manage it there. Otherwise, we're going to have this, and eventually somebody's, hopefully not a child, is going to get mauled. So I thank you, and I hope that you move forward with our state legislators.
Thank you, Mr. Lambden.
Hi, I'm Pat Alcorn, and I live at 741 East Grandview. And I say that because we are farther down from the hills as the canyon. But we moved to Sierra Madre in 1964, and we lived in the canyon. And we didn't have any wildlife intrusion except rattlesnakes and a few snakes and a few skunks and that sort of thing. So it was not a worry about having going outside or whatever we wanted to do. When we moved down to Grandview in 1970, there still wasn't that amount of wildlife that we had. It wasn't until about the last maybe 5 years that we started seeing the bears and of course the deer. The deer, they're so afraid of us that they don't really bother us, but I am really concerned about the bears. We've had bears that when we've closed the gate to keep them out of our backyard, they just break down the gate. I stepped outside on my front door at one point, and there was a bear, a female bear, but I happened to see the cubs right behind her. And she approached me as I backed back up the stairs and into the house. And she finally eventually took the cubs and they went away, but that was a very frightening experience. In August, I was going in and out of the garage to do laundry. And at one point when I went outside, there was a bear coming out of our garage with some bacon in its mouth that he got out of the freezer. I have a feeling that this is the same bear that has been encountering us now because he found some really goodies. Let's see, about 2 months ago I went out to get some mail, and Dee shouted to me that there was a bear in the kitchen. So fortunately we were home and we harassed enough of it to leave, and he found our emergency supply kit that really didn't do any real damage because we were able to get him out. Both times when bear was in the garage and when it was in the kitchen, we did call the police. First time the police came out and just recommended that we buy an air horn, which we did. Second time, I called the police back and said the bear is gone, so you don't need to come out. But we've done all the tips, we've taken all the suggestions, but I urge you to strengthen your resolution if you do that, to include a request to relocate the problem bears. And I think Glenn really has a good solution to that problem too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Alcorn.
Mr. Mayor, there are no other speaker cards.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Let's bring it back to council for discussion.
I think with respect to the resolution, I like some of the language that Mr. Lemkin has. I think some of it, there was some language about human-bear interactions that was part of that I think would be, you know, I'm not sure I would go so far as to remove all bears at this point. I think we're going to have to, I think we need to take a step or two before there. I absolutely hear where he's coming from, and I think we need to escalate. I'm not quite prepared to say eliminate all bears that have been in the human area. But I do really like the recommendation of contacting Assemblymember Holden and just really highlighting this and saying, you know, this is increasing at a really bad rate, and I think we're really threatening public safety in this. And then I guess finally, in my mind, I don't know how we create a greater deterrent with the bears. We're getting bear cans. We're calling the police. I don't know if the police are interacting with the bears and providing the deterrence. We've moved away from bean bags to
Pepper balls.
Pepper balls. Thank you. Yes. I don't know if we've actually had. Maybe that's a question for Chief Amos or Captain Amos. I don't know if we've had any projectiles at bears to try to push them, but and I'm wondering if, you know, we've got fast response here. Are we able to interact and provide that escalated deterrence? Because we're going to be the ones to be able to respond faster than anybody else. So those are kind of my three thoughts there.
So the question is, excuse me, as far as do we deploy our pepper ball system?
Yeah, can you get so Miss Alcorn calls you, Mrs. Alcorn calls you and says there's a bear. Have you been able to get there in time and deploy a pepper ball at the bear to help deter it? Like, I'm trying to think of, like, can we provide a stronger deterrent other than people standing up and yelling at them in air horns and locking their garbage cans? Like, can we get the police out there to get something that further dissuades them?
So yeah, so when we do respond, we do deploy the pepper ball system or the pepper ball launcher in those situations. We do use that as a deterrent on the bears. I can recall a number of incidents where I've responded to assist patrol, and we have deployed that. It does work to get them to move along because you're shooting relatively a paintball that's filled with pepper.
Right.
So there are both of their deterrents there. So yes, we do that. We do currently deploy that.
So you have been doing it?
Yes,
Right.
yes.
So that takes me back to the 2 points.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other comments?
Yeah, I mean, that's what Mr. Lamkin's suggestion around the legislators was what I was alluding to earlier. I also think we might be in a, unique time frame that we have a lot of local elections and a lot of candidates who are, looking to appeal to voters. And I feel like, and obviously, yes, reaching out to our currently elected and, sworn officials is, what we should do, but we should also get this on the radar of all of the various, candidates, because we do have a lot of, I think, uniquely a lot of, movement in our representation in this cycle. So it seems like we could get maybe some people excited about it in a way that maybe we wouldn't in another cycle.
Good point. I've personally have already spoken to one candidate about this issue, so put the bug in the air already. Councilmember Goss.
Oh, I like the resolution. If anything, it's not quite strong enough for me. The last part of it, the very last, be it resolved. When it talks about manage black bear population in the San Gabriel Mountains and adjacent foothill communities, I would add to it to preserve human life. I'd like to add those 3 words. 'cause that's what this is all about. We're gonna lose a life one of these days.
Safety and life.
Yeah, I would maybe
And-
not life, but just preserve, you know, or to
Yeah.
protect human safety or protect public
If it,
safety.
if anything, former Mayor Lambden was underselling the problem, and he knows how bad the problem is. We've had a lucky stretch here because of the rain, and the cool weather's kept the bears down, but now that things are drying out, we can anticipate to see them back the way they were last year. And so you're gonna see more and more incidents, and you're gonna see more and more close calls. God willing, it's only a close call, because we have no control over that. I mean, what if Pat hadn't seen the bear in her kitchen fast enough, walks right in and he takes a swipe at her? I mean, she probably wouldn't be here tonight. So I'm not trying to over dramatize this. These are real encounters that people are testifying they're having here, where they could have been life and death. And so I think this is a very serious public safety issue. So I'd strengthen that a little bit with those words, and I don't think I would tell them what we want them to do. I think the wording is let them figure out something that would make things more sustainable. Because I suspect it's going to have to go back to what former Mayor Lambden's talking about. I come from ranching country in Western Oregon, and the way you keep bear populations down is hunting them with hound dogs. That's the way it's always been done. In recent years, most of the western states have curtailed bear hunts with hound dogs, and I suspect you're seeing the same kind of population issues, because they're the apex predator. There's no other predator but humans. So if you do not supply them with the ability to use hound dogs, it's not the efficiency of the hunt. I haven't done this, but I know people who have. The efficiency of the hunt is not worth the time. It's too hard. So I don't want to say, hey, go, put this into our letter, say, hey, make it legal to hunt with hound dogs, but I'd let them figure out what they think needs to be done. And we need to keep putting pressure on them. I think Holden's a great idea. Portantino, we'll see. I think we should contact him. Well, he's on the way out though, so, well, he's still there though, so I think while he's still there.
Yeah, until next year.
Yeah. And put our thinking caps on it in terms of what other legislators are potentially allies on this. I don't really know. We really have no idea about that. I don't believe that we would be smart to lobby for hound dogs bear hunting. I don't think that's going to fly here in Sierra Madre or anywhere else. But I think it's going to take something that significant in terms of state policy to reduce bear populations to a point where we don't have this overpopulation problem. And by the way, I'm going to bet on this. I hope I'm wrong, but as we get these bear-proof garbage cans all across the city, we're kind of betting on this, I guess, as a city. We're kind of betting that these bears are going to get frustrated. If they can't get into our houses and they can't get into our garbage cans, they're going to start going next door to Arcadia, Pasadena, and maybe even farther south. So maybe we'll get more help from our neighbors by kicking the problem down to that. I really think that's what's going to happen, but I could be wrong.
Kicking the garbage can down the road.
Kicking the garbage can down the bear can down the road.
There you go.
Well, at this point too, since we've seen such an increase in them going into homes, if we get the trash cans across everywhere, and we've already done all the mediations that Department of Wildlife has suggested, and it hasn't worked, they are going to be going into more homes, and that creates so much more of a threat. We've had them on a school campus, like right when school is getting out. I mean, that would be absolutely horrific if something had happened. When I went to the last presentation on last Saturday, it was a lot different than the previous ones. They've now designated, the 4 different levels of wildlife interaction and bears, and we are now at the degradation bear, where they're not threatened by anything anymore. The hazing doesn't really work. It's now gone to the point where they're damaging and destroying property. So we're past the habitat bear. They're now at the degradation bear, and the normal hazing won't work anymore. So what do we do? Like, that's a scary concept, that they're not scared so much anymore, and they're more threatening and damaging. being part of public safety, I'm such a proponent for it. I mean, this is scary for police as well. I mean, it's scary for us because we don't have that skill set. And if our law enforcement has trouble getting there quick enough, it's not that, you know, we're all armed right away, and I don't think I even have anything that would be able to hurt a bear, you know, like, what do I do if I'm encountered with that? And I think I'm pretty studied up, you know, as former Mayor Lambden has expressed. So what is our public gonna do? And that's what's really scary to me. Like, we don't have that answer. And we look to Fish and Wildlife, and their response is, well, you just need to keep trying. And that was the previous meeting. This last meeting was, she pretty much said, the presenter said pretty much the same thing that Glenn was saying, or sorry, former Mayor Lambden was saying, was that we need to take that step. It's above her pay grade, she said. So we need to contact their commission, and we need to contact our legislature. So I think that would be the best. And I think the resolution that we wrote was a good start, but it's not dire enough. Or it's not emphatic enough. So if we could
Can I
Yeah.
interject? What we are doing by sending this is we're putting this on the public record for our public to see that we've taken the first significant step. We've identified the problem, and we are anticipating some kind of help from above. Then we wait and we see what happens, and that gives us more latitude to make a secondary decision down the road if they don't come through. Because we don't get to pass on public safety just because the state decides they don't care about public safety. It's still our responsibility by default. And I just want to make sure that we get everything, all our I's dotted and T's crossed, in case we have to face a situation where we have to come up with more draconian policies.
Well, and I wouldn't even wait. I mean, I think that, you know, I agree with strengthening, you know, the language and making it a little more urgent, or a lot more urgent. But I wouldn't wait for Fish and Wildlife to respond to this. I would take this, you know, as signed, as submitted, and use this as the entree to our, you know, various conversations with our legislature. And like, look, I mean, I'm not trying to show them up per se, but on the other hand, it's like, look, this has been a problem for a long time. We haven't gotten much of a response. We need to do this, you know, simultaneously, not serially.
Yeah, all good points. As you know, as we integrate, I talked to our city manager and asked them, have you had any dialogue with our neighboring cities, or did they have bear problems with interactions with bears? And they responded no. So yeah, I think one of two things it's been said here, and former Mayor Lambden said it. You know, we lock up our trash, and now there's two choices: either they go to our neighbor's trash or they come into our homes. And you know, as far as policy is concerned, what good is it's not wildlife anymore. It's now an urbanized bear. That's not wildlife per definition. So, you know, if you have policies that are supposed to preserve wildlife, this policy is failing. The policies they have are failing because they're creating urbanized bears rather than wild bears or wildlife. You know, as we sit up here, you know, I think a lot of us have said our number one purview as a council is to make sure our residents are safe. You know, through all kinds of avenues, through our public safety employees, through making sure our residents have water, and keeping them safe from bears is unfortunately the new public safety issue we have to deal with. Yeah, we have, I think on per capita, thank you for the statistics, former Mayor Lambden, it's shocking. We are the only city that's having these interactions in the whole state with humans and bears. So yes, I agree, this resolution, you know, will start. It doesn't have to be the only resolution. We can start with maybe within the last paragraph, adding something with a little more, with a public safety spin on it, because this is a public safety issue. And then start talking to the commissions. And apparently the commission might not be the ones to talk to. We have to go straight to the top and talk to our assembly members and our state senators. But we need to do something about this to make sure that A, the bears are protected and they're still wild, and B, our residents are protected, because they'll have blood on their hands. If we put them on notice and something happens, they will have blood on their hands.
Can they, if we strengthen it up, can we put, is it appropriate to put the data of our increase in situation, in incidences?
Well, maybe even state, we're the only city in the whole state that's having human-bear interactions. Help us.
Yeah.
You know?
So the numbers that former Mayor Landon said about the, for human, I can't remember the exact ones. Statewide, it's one contact per year, and ours is much more. Then I also think that the increase, the 300% increase in home break-ins in the last year, I think those are some strong things that could be added to the whereases of that could really put some extra oomph on it, in addition to the therefore resolved.
Yeah, and there's definitely a trend there. And from what we've heard from biologist Barboza is that they're having more cubs. That means they're healthy. Why? Because they're eating our garbage. So you know we're seeing exponential growth here as well, because they're healthier than they ever were, and they're having multiple cubs in a litter rather than just one, if they have one at all.
To that effect, too, what they said was that the difference between us and Tahoe is that Lake Tahoe has a hibernation stage because they have snow. So what happens is the bears actually have a true hibernation. Because of our weather and our constant food source, we don't have a hibernation stage. They called it a...
Topper.
Topper, yes.
What?
Yes, thank you. A topper?
A long sleep or a
So it's like, yeah, like a
drowsy time. Yeah.
Yeah, the drowsy time. And again, that they're producing exponentially. So just doing nothing will not solve a problem, because if there's gonna be more and more and more.
If they're all having 2 cubs at a time, we can, you know how the numbers work.
Yep.
We're gonna have millions by the end. So.
And their estimation was 30 to 40,000 now
In what?
in the San Gabriel Mountains.
Oh, okay.
What? That was the number they gave?
Wow.
Their estimation.
Okay, I'm getting tired. So I think we have consensus that maybe as is, we want to strengthen language a little bit in this resolution. Is that where we are?
Yes,
Yes.
at least a little.
Can we do that and reconsider it? I don't really want to do another live.
Yeah, I don't either.
Agreed.
There is absolute urgency here, but
So for the
Mayor, I think we have enough direction. We could turn this around pretty quickly and bring it back to council.
next meeting perhaps?
Yes.
Thank
And in addition, the resolution and the outreach to our electeds. Is that a nod, yes?
So would that start from staff and then maybe us as electeds?
I actually think it might be better. I
Better.
mean, we can talk about it in the next meeting, but I would think that the outreach should come from us.
Yes. Okay.
I'm fine if, Mayor, you reach out, I mean.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I mean, it may be best coming from you as you are the mayor, so.
Okay. Yeah. I'm good with that.
Yeah, let's include that on the agenda, sort of an outreach plan, or we can discuss an outreach plan.
Yeah. All right, do you have enough direction, city manager? Thank you. All right. Things are getting blurry here. We've been here since 4:30. All right, welcome back. Let's jump back on our agenda to the public hearing. If I could invite Ms. Sultani, yes, please.
Thank you. So we had extensive conversation. I'm going to try to present to the council our agreements, and then there's a couple of conditions where we need direction from you. There couldn't be agreement on it. Hopefully it won't be a big issue. I've asked Mr. Sanders, maybe you want to come up here, Jason, so if I'm misstating something or there needs to be further clarification, you can let me know so we can take the conditions one by one. So, and I want to thank you for staying so late and allowing us to do this. I think the discussion was productive, and hopefully we can try to get to a conclusion tonight. There's a matter of housekeeping item, condition number 2, even though the council didn't talk about it. On page 4 of 30 of your staff report, we had proposed that that condition be changed to the proposed classroom buildings will not generate additional student body capacity beyond the permitted by the 2011 Master Plan 400 students. At all times, applicant and property owner shall comply with the parking requirements. Because the condition that the city had drafted, it broke it down to 200 high school students and 200. So I don't think that's an issue, but I just want to note for the
Could
record
you give
that
us the reference again? I'm sorry.
condition number 2 on page 40, page 4 of 30 of the staff report. We're asking the council to adopt our proposed condition. And that would be consistent with the non-discrimination provisions of Government Code Section 65008, A1A, and RLUIPA.
Yeah, and I apologize. I'm tired, and I was rushing trying to get to this. And I didn't actually hear everything that you said because I was focusing on finding this. So could you please repeat what you stated?
I'm saying from a matter of housekeeping, we have asked for condition number 2 to be changed to our proposed language. That's on page 4 of your staff report. I think everybody's in agreement that this is going to be 400 students and there's going to be no specification about the age or the gender, because that would be in violation of Government Code Section 65008A1A and RLUIPA. But I just want to make sure we capture it and that the condition actually gets changed.
Okay. Yeah.
Next, we have, and I wanted to propose to your city attorney, because it is late and because the language, I've tried to actually draft the language so we can read it into the record, but I do propose, if the council is inclined to approve the project with the amendments that we're reading into the record, maybe you do it with the instruction that the city attorney works on the language, so in the morning with a fresh set of eyes, he can make sure he has it all clean. That's another housekeeping. But now, on condition 6B, again, I'm going to go off of page 4 of 30. We had proposed a condition 6B phasing plan. I think the parties are in agreement on this, that the language should change to, the applicant shall construct 2 sports courts as shown on Exhibit B submitted by the applicant, and they shall be completed within 15 months of approval of this conditional use permit. Extensions may be granted by the city manager due to delays caused by the city or another permitting agency. We're all in agreement until this part. We would like to add or force majeure scenarios. The appellant doesn't agree with force majeure, and they said the city council can decide that issue.
Sure. So, I think that is accurate all up, except for the time period. I had proposed 12 months. I know the city council had recommended 15.
But you're okay with the force majeure clause?
I am not. I think it's an operation of law. I don't need to see, I don't see the need to include provisions that, you know, they can, if there's an enforcement action, I think they have the right to assert that defense. I don't think it needs to be in the permit.
Yeah, I mean, this language it's a little different than we were contemplating here at the dais. We were not contemplating an affirmative, you must build the sports courts. We're more of a going the other way and saying no sports at the lot, therefore you can decide how you're going to do it. I think the sports court is the best remedy, but I don't think we were of the mind of telling you to build sports courts.
That's right, and I apologize. You did say that. You're
But
absolutely.
if you're okay with it, I mean,
Yeah, no,
that's,
I'm sort of the mind
yeah,
that, like, as long
if
as-
you're agreeing to it, then that's a
as long
different
as
story.
we're not imposing it.
Yeah, well, we're not, yeah.
I mean, we are in the sense that, you know, officially, but I mean, in terms of they're the ones that have come up with the proposal. I don't know, Alex.
I'm okay with the language. I think the negative should also be stated though, that at the Mitchell Linda parking lot, it can't be used on X date.
We will say it. We have it.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So, well, okay, I mean, I can talk to, well, we can, because if we're agreeing that after the 15 months, do you want to have the condition imposed on you to build the courts? Okay, there you go. There you have it.
Thank you.
Our proposed, 6B2 remains the same. Alex, it basically is on the other phasing parts of it. So if the council is okay with that, I don't think the appellants cared about that.
So kind of going back to one, as far as the council's concerned regarding the force majeure clause, I think I agree with Mr. Sanders on this one. I don't know that it needs to be in there for performance. What do we think? Do you want to talk this through a little bit?
I'm fine. I'm fine with not including it. I don't know. Do we have in other CUPs force majeure? I mean, force majeure, to Mr. Sanders' point, is typical in most contracts. It's typical in most, legal proceedings. I'm not sure that the gain of putting it in.
Obviously, if something happens,
Well, it's also enforcement is also somewhat discretionary, right? I mean, I don't want to speak for the city manager and his designees, but I highly doubt that there'll be code enforcement, showing up on, 15 months in 1 minute. So
yeah.
I think to the extent
And
that
the
there are
buildings-
extenuating circumstances, that would be taken into account.
In the lower school buildings is kind of a great case in point, is that they we had a 2-year on it, and we extended that because of a global pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Mr. City Attorney, do you have a comment?
Yeah, may I suggest some potential compromise language is a force majeure provision as determined by the city manager. So it's within the city manager's discretion, because it seems like city manager may extend it already. And so to have the city manager make a determination regarding what constitutes force majeure.
That's a question for the appellant, I think.
Mr. Sanders? I saw your face.
Yeah, so no need to beat a dead horse. I think you have my position.
Yeah. Okay.
The council is entitled to make this decision.
Okay.
Where are we? I mean,
I'm fine with Alex's suggestion.
okay. Which is not as prohibitive, right?
Not as prohibitive? I'm not sure what you mean.
As far as, we could have our city manager have a determination, and it's not.
Right, it just gives the
Yeah.
city manager broader discretion.
That's what I meant, yeah.
And the parties won't fight over it, what constitutes force majeure, because whatever the city manager says is going to be.
Okay, and hopefully that won't happen, so.
Thank you. On condition number 8, we have proposed that drop-off and pickup for TK through 5th grade students shall be through the Michelanda gate, but drop-off and pickup for 6th through 8th grade students shall be through the Wilson gate. We think this results in less students drop-off and pickup at Michelanda. I think the staff's original condition had said we should have staggered pickup and drop-off time. That just doesn't work because I don't know how we would do it. I think the appellants don't care about our condition. They're fine with it. So I would ask that gets changed to be more practical.
If there's agreement, yeah.
Well, I guess, does the city have, I mean, these are conditions that we didn't actually speak about before, that were not necessarily, main topics of the discussion between the parties, but these are changes to the original,
Yeah.
to the original, I guess to the extent that staff has concerns, they should raise it. I mean.
Director Gonzalez gave us a thumbs up.
Oh, okay.
On condition number 9, again, one appellant doesn't care about what we cared about. We want to make sure that we have the opportunity to have wayfaring and pathway lighting. So we're agreeing that all parking lot lights shall be shielded and directed onto the site. No flood lighting shall be located to shine directly onto any adjacent residential property unless the lighting is low-level security lighting that cannot be effective unless it shines. That way, but we want to be allowed to have wayfaring and pathway lighting that's critical for safety reasons, and we will agree that there shall be no lighting on the sports courts. Is that okay?
No edits there.
That was,
That's
that,
how it reads.
is that how it reads? Okay, I thought there was, okay, that's, I thought that was our condition, but, okay. So then on condition number 10, let me see, what do I, city said we don't take out number 10. Oh, yeah, on number 10, I think appellant's position was that we heard the city council on the landscaping issue. We don't like it, but we heard them, but we're not gonna say yes. But the city council can do whatever the city council wants to do. We asked for it to come out, that on the landscaping issue. We just think that there is plenty of landscaping. We invite staff and the council to come and see it. And so,
Well, because this condition's about sound attenuation, right? So is this
This
where?
one's about glare.
Is
it is, but it talks about adding plant material and Grandview frontage adjacent to the sports courts. And so it talks about,
Can't find it. Where's the appellants? Oh, there it is. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm looking at the staff report. So this is something that was a condition of the planning commission approval?
it's from 2011.
But from what I recall, there was some vegetation in the Highland regarding the sports court in the most recent master plan, correct?
Yes.
I don't feel strongly about, I mean, this isn't something that the parties have even talked about. The vegetation that they're talking about is to deal with,
With light rather than sound.
yeah. Although I will note, I think the appellant added it to condition 11, which is a noise attenuation, but.
Okay.
I mean, it gives the city staff some leeway and some discussion on it, and I don't feel very strongly about it, but it looks like there's some flexibility there.
That it's
To be
consult,
honest, I don't even read this to have an obligation attached to it.
consult with city staff, yeah.
Right. That's, yeah, I think that's, yeah.
Not a lot of teeth to it either way.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll adopt the number 10 on page 5 out of 5 out of 30. Okay, so now on condition number 11, I would like the council's attention to go to page 2 of 30 of the staff report. We're going to work off of the appellant's offered condition. And this is where it gets a little tricky, so I apologize, bear with me, and I'm going to try to present it. My client is proposing that the language that's before the council, proposed by the appellant, be changed to after condition 6B1 is met, and that's the condition that requires the building of the 2 courts, sporting courts. After that condition is met, use of the Michelanda parking lot will be limited exclusively to the following uses. 1, vehicle parking. We would like to add 2, occasional use of religious and liturgical services. The appellant objects to that. They said that they heard the council, but they want to state their objection, but then the chips can fall where they fall. 3, we would like to add a number 3 that says ancillary outdoor activities such as track running through the field, students walking during recess to get to another point. And the reason I gave the specific examples, and I'm fine, I know typically we don't put examples in the conditions, but if your city attorney is okay with it, I'm just trying to manage the anxiety of the appellant that when we say ancillary outdoor activity uses, it's really ancillary, secondary, they're just passing through. So I'm willing to put examples. Again, they object to that. They don't want to put that language in there. Then number 4, it's play recess in the event that the academy's landscape contractor makes a determination that the multi-purpose field is unsafe for play or recess due to weather conditions, comma, flooding, comma, or other natural disasters, comma. Now, we would like to add aeration, but they object to the word aeration in there. And they also object to this condition becoming effective only after the permanent fields are constructed. They want it to become effective immediately. So there's those two minor points that we're not in. So the language, all of it, we were in agreement, except for the word aeration, and they want it to become effective tomorrow. But we're saying that our position is that the city can't impose any temporary conditions on us. We have a CUP that's silent on the use of the Michelanda lot, and it's not within this body's jurisdiction through this application process to impose additional conditions during this time, and it's going to be very hard for us without having the two courts to move recess and play and all of that, because we don't have, as I've said, it would be helpful if Mr. Sanders had seen the school. There's vegetation in the area. I mean, we can't tell the kids to go and hang out with the deers. There's deers there. So it would have to be after the condition 6B1 is met. Sure.
So I think that is generally accurate. We did not agree to the inclusion of the term natural disasters. When we were in the conference room, I think the major concerns were if the field is wet, then it could be unsafe. I thought we had resolved that by allowing a third party to make the call. I think allowing just for weather condition or flooding, I think that should be sufficient. So that's all I have to say on that. In terms of the timing, I think I apologize, it's late. I may have heard the council incorrectly. I thought what the recommendation was when it comes to volleyball, basketball, PE, recess, was that the play and recess really could move right after the approval. And the same would go for the PE, because you've got the multi-purpose field there. When it comes to volleyball and basketball, however, I thought what the council was recommending was that activity can continue on the parking lot for 15 months, because that's the time frame that the council recommended. But after 15 months, it's done. It's over. So I think that is my understanding of how play, recess, PE, which I think should really mirror recess, the restriction on recess. I think that makes the most sense. That's how I see those two, that set of three conditions playing out.
Yeah, from what I recall, there was some testimony by the athletic director that sometimes part of the PE is a basketball course, and there's no other place to do that right now. So, that's what I remember hearing, and I think we were considering that. And the school's going to change materially after the end of the school year. So I don't know if we can put a condition in there that it is, starting. Some of the recess stuff would start within the new school year, but I can't remember where we were on either. We've had a few agenda items since then.
I don't think we were focused on, I think when we were speaking, we spoke primarily around sports activities. And I don't know that we actually made a distinction with the other activities.
Regarding PE and recess?
No, just after, we made that distinction after the 15 months, but we did not make that distinction prior to the 15 months.
But we didn't not make it either.
No,
We just didn't.
Correct.
Yes, please.
So we had brought this up in discussion, and the school told us that they could not immediately change recess and PE to the grass field because the high school was in the process of using it. So I proposed at the beginning of next school year, next August, for those to go.
And I fundamentally have an issue with having temporary conditions in a master plan and a CUP that is meaning to deal with what happens going forward after our approvals are given. And I just think that it's clean just to say that 15 months with any extensions given, of course, by the city manager, because I think that's critical, because if it's out of our control that we don't meet the 15 months, that should be accounted for. That's why I'm going back to 6B1. But all of it should all be implemented at the same time.
I'm considering that, first of all, I don't think population in the next year will be 400.
It won't
So,
be.
so then why would they, could they then do recess not on that court?
Yeah, we'd like to heavily encourage, but there's no teeth to that, right? That you try to find alternative areas for those things. But I understand, like, if you're gonna do basketball for PE, that's one thing that's different. That's part of the physical education curriculum. Recess is a little different in my mind.
Yeah.
But while there's high school students there, I understand when I got the tour that students are kind of put in different areas throughout the day, depending on whether they're elementary school, middle school, or high school. And I think that goes to your compromise, that at the end of the school year, with the new school year, recess at least should be,
I agree.
yeah.
Yeah.
But PE is a different story.
Yeah, I agree. PE is different than recess.
I mean, if the council thinks that adding language that says, at the end of, I think the condition should be consistent, but if you want to add language, however, the applicant shall engage in every good faith effort after the high school is gone to move recess, then I think that provides a roadmap and guidance for staff to try to accommodate that.
Just as a technical point, I don't think the lead-in can be after meeting the condition. I think it has to be more centered around the time frame. And I get what you're trying to do, because you're trying to fold in the extension language, and I think we can do that here. But if it's never met, the other way to do it would be to say, after meeting or the expiration of the time frame set forth in, because if you never meet the condition, then this never kicks in, and that's obviously not the teeth of it. So I just from a technical standpoint, I think it has to be either the date itself as may be extended under 6B1, or it has to be, after meeting or the deadline for meeting is passed, because otherwise you could just never meet it, and then these conditions would never become operative.
That's a fair assessment, and I think the city attorney and I can come up with some language to clean that up.
In this section talks about what is allowed at the site. So if the city council wanted, it could say.
It does say will be limited exclusively to the following.
Right.
So I guess it's.
So you could say it'll include recess, whatever, until some date certain, and that could, if the council wants, that could be the start of the next academic year, and then those will be discontinued.
But I think there's 2 points here. What I'm hearing is Mayor Pro Tem is saying that overall, that we need to put a time limit at the top of condition 11 instead of when we meet 6B1.
Yeah.
And then there's the additional part on recess at a specific date. But I think that the way I heard what she said was, after 6B1 is met, well, if 6B1 is never met.
Yeah, no, I think we're in agreement on that. I think the issue is mechanically how to fold in any condition before that 15+ month time frame. I think that's the issue that you were trying to address, City Attorney.
Right, so this could be reworded to say, as of the effective date of the entitlement, the allowable uses are limited to set them out, and then to say, with respect to recess and lunch, you can have it at that site until X date. With respect to PE and after-school sports, you can have it at that site until X date.
That works for me.
I don't necessarily want to rewrite stuff that they've agreed to is the only thing. I'm just thinking procedurally, we're kind of getting far afield from, where kind of what the pathway that we set for this process.
So I'm hearing the discussion. I think maybe you don't have to rewrite it. To the city attorney's point, I think you can keep the introductory language, language about limiting activity exclusively to the following, and then just insert the date. Use his idea and apply that to the activities where you want the activity end by date certain, because that's not all the activities. So if you say that up front, it's going to apply to all of the 6, 7, 8 activities we have. We only want that time period language where something has to end only to apply to certain items. And by my count, there's only, recess, PE, and sports. I mean, really, it's those three. And I think if we can apply the deadline to only those 3 conditions, I think it's as easy as putting some additional language right after each condition. It doesn't have to be the same date, but as long as there's a date there.
That makes sense.
So I think that date for us, for any sporting or PE, would have to be 15 months after the approval to address the Mayor Pro Tem's concerns, plus any additional extensions added on with any additional extensions provided by the city manager. Something like that, I think we would be okay with that. But on the recess, we would ask for guidance from the council. We believe that recess, we run into the same issue. Kids sometimes they want to run around and play. We will not have to do additional courts. There's going to be no opportunity for them to shoot hoops if they want to do that during recess. We think it becomes very limiting without the 2 courts being built. So we would ask that that language applies to recess and playtime as well, that it's consistent. It's 15 months after the approval plus any extensions given by the city manager.
Did Mr. Athletic Director have some testimony? If you did, please approach the mic.
We did address this after all.
We did? Yeah. You have your notes.
I just wanted to say if some kids like to play basketball at recess, and there's one place on campus where they can't, and that's why I would hope that you would make the time the same for all 3 recess, PE, and after-school sports.
That makes sense. Well, what did we?
According to your proposed condition number 11, page 3 of the presentation we have, the applicant states the majority of the recesses and PE classes for the 5th through 8th grades will be held on the multi-purpose field or on alternative campus spaces.
Under what time frame?
And we're willing to do that. We're just saying don't prohibit it. We're willing to say majority will be moved. But if a kid wants to go play basketball during recess, we don't want them not to have that opportunity.
And according to it also said, and I think that was hard for us to understand, is like, what is majority? Well, that's interpreted, like that shouldn't be part of the language. But that was upon the start of the school year, and this dated September 2024, but you start in August. So that would be corrected to August. But I'm in agreement previously that
maybe that's splitting the difference, is to say the majority of it for that time period that allows the basketball, but then most everything else is removed. I don't know what that.
I don't think it's definitive enough. I don't think it's
that's what
the majority.
that is the worry.
You want me to clarify?
Please.
All right, 5th through 8th grade, there are about 110 students, 110, and during that recess time or lunchtime, I may take 15 to 20 kids that want to play basketball. So the majority is on the field, and I would have the few that want to play basketball with me. That's boys and girls, yeah.
How long is
That's it.
recess?
During the recess, 20 minutes.
Are there numerous, or is that the one when you can check out
20
a
minutes in
ball?
the morning, 20 minutes after they eat. Lunchtime.
Council members, the, I think the efficacy of this conditional use permit is going to live or die based on how we can enforce it. And, if the more ambiguous it is, the more Director Gonzalez is gonna be forced to make a call. And it'll be difficult.
Words like majority and things like that should be avoided, yeah.
Can I make a proposal? And sorry, I haven't, so if the athletic director tells me it's not a good proposal, please don't hold me to it. Maybe we make the language consistent for everything. It says PE, for PE sports, it's 15 months with any extension given. That's when it stops. But with respect to recess, playing volleyball or basketball can be conducted on the field. And so that's not saying majority on the court. It's very
So
specific.
it limits the activities.
Exactly,
that can
during
be
recess.
Okay.
So they're not sitting there chitter-chattering. If they want to play basketball or they want to play volleyball, they go do it, but they can't just congregate and eat their lunch there.
I'm a teacher, and I'm trying to understand how you guys are going to enforce all that. I mean, literally. That.
You do want it?
And then we have to, it's just a lot to.
It's only for 15 months.
Yeah.
I mean, and you know, I mean, when I tell the kids they're coming up to play, they come up to play. If they're up to hang around, I tell them to go down in the field. It's that simple.
You'll get it done.
Yeah, it's that simple.
So, I think the main concern, and I really do want to thank everyone for sticking around. This, I can see the dedication, and I appreciate it, so thank you. I think the issue with this extending the play and recess and PE for 15 months is my clients, that is the very reason my clients appealed. So what's going on in the Michelin parking lot? And so to essentially sanction this conduct for another 15 months, I can't fathom it for them. You know, I don't think that is equitable, and I think if we all put our heads together, there's got to be a better solution. For me, play and recess is something that can be moved very, very quickly. Okay, so that the kids can go down and play on the multi-purpose field. If they want to play basketball and volleyball for recess, I mean, unfortunately, this is an example of the academy kind of creating its own monster. So it has essentially authorized this level of population, and there's only one hard court on the entire property that can accommodate this activity, and they've destroyed the other two that they previously had, at least two and a half. So they've had these facilities, they've decided to get rid of them, and now they're asking the neighbors to essentially, you know, be quiet, just deal with the status quo until we get these two sports courts built, and I just don't think it's equitable. I think playing recess can be moved quite easily to the multi-purpose field until you get the two sports courts built, and I think that can happen, as Mr. Stevens suggested. We're willing to change that to becoming effective in August of this year. In terms of PE, you know, so I'm not exactly sure what activities that the PE does that would require the hard court. I'm assuming it's also hardcore sports. So if they want to go out and PE class that day is for basketball or volleyball, they need to use the court. Again, I think this is a problem of their own making. I do have sympathies for them, but they've made their bed, now they have to lie in it. So I don't know how productive that is. I don't want any kids to be deprived of an activity at school. I just can't think of any other way, you know.
So, but you are asking them to, you're asking to both deprive kids during PE or during recess of basketball and volleyball. What you're proposing is deprives them of basketball and volleyball. I mean, I'm not hearing any give on that. Quite frankly, I'm not sympathetic on that.
So, I appreciate the comment, council member. I think that there's just no room to give on that because there's nowhere else to put the activity. So it's essentially, the options are limited. Either they stay until the sports court get built. You can't send them off site, because you know they're objecting to that. I mean,
they can't send them off site for PE.
Right, exactly. So where else do you have that?
The problem I have is that this whole construct was premised on activity being permitted for the interim phase of building these courts. Now, I'll admit that we didn't get into the depth of exactly which activities we were talking about, and the conversation among the council was focused on the sports activities. But the flip side of it was then after the deadline for building those sports court has occurred, there is no activity, and that was not the original position of the applicant. So I sort of feel like we're backsliding here a little bit, because for me, the Goss proposal was, you know, kind of allow this, and yes, we recognize that that's a hardship and it's more time to put up with the very things that the appellants are objecting to, with the goal of then eliminating them pretty much full stop going forward. And so this like back and forth, and I agree with you that like we're getting into the weeds here, and we're getting to a point where I don't think things are going to happen tonight, and I don't think that's good for anyone. I mean, if this ends up being referred to the Planning Commission, 15 months would be a dream. It's going to be, I mean, we all know, like this has been a process. You know, the school opened in 2020, and the process of the Planning Commission took almost a year from when it started. So,
could you make a concession with coming to the middle then? Recess, no basketball, volleyball you can play on a field. But PE, I think, is much more mandatory. It's a standard for most education. PE, allow it for the 15 months, recess, no?
Can I interject? The sports happen at the end of the day, and when you come home from work, or when you, I can understand going right up to dusk why that's an issue. Recess and PE are in the middle of the school day, right? So I mean, I think the nuisance or annoyance factor to me is significantly different during the middle of the day than during the rest of the late in the day. Unless disabuse me of that idea.
Many of our neighbors are getting older. I work from home. Several of them are teachers who are doing remote learning as well. It isn't just us, but I'm explaining that our neighborhood is quite varied right now, and it's just, we have screenwriters who work from home. So it isn't the matter that it's just in the middle of the day and we come home and we don't want to eat listening to this at 5 o'clock.
And you're saying that in essence the level of annoyance is similar or the same for the recess and PE as it is for sports?
It's very much the same. You know, it's yelling, screaming, whistles, cheering, clapping, some cussing. Sorry, they aren't gonna like it. I got it recorded though.
I do want to go back to the point that the Mayor Pro Tem raised. We were encouraged to give on having activities on the lot after the 15 months, and we did it unequivocally based on the council's direction. But as you can see, they're trying to chip away at, they're only agreeing that basically after-school activity can continue during the 15 months, whereas the council was very clear that it's any sporting activity, PE included. I mean, PE, that's a huge part of our Catholic youth programming and the canon law. I mean, we're starting to get back into, and to add on top of that, that as I've stated over and over again, I don't even think the council has discretion to regulate this temporary phase, but we're giving up on many of the issues just to be in the solution.
I mean, seeing that PE is curriculum, and I have no taste to reach into your curriculum and tell you what you can and can't do during physical education. You know, the recess is a different story. But as far as PE is concerned, I don't think we have, personally, I have no taste to say what you can and can't do in your curriculum.
Agreed.
I mean, that's where I sit on that. But recess, you can find alternatives, I think, right? And especially if we limit it. You know, if we can find the limit that says, you know, only these activities can happen there, it's not congregating and chit-chatting, and I take former Mayor Goss's word, he knows this individual, and, you know, that's where I sit.
And we're willing to agree to that, as I said earlier. I mean, if there's a condition that says during recess it's limited to playing basketball or volleyball, and you can even add a condition that says, and the athletic director shall enforce it. There should be no congregating. We're willing to accept that, but we need to be able to allow our students to let out steam and play ball if they want.
We're in a totally different world here now, right? I mean, I work from home too. I'm not a screenwriter, but I'm an economist, and I live right by St. Rita, and they run up and down my sidewalk and blow whistles on my public sidewalk, and don't love it, but I deal with it. It's the new way we're doing things.
So I think on that issue, we would need direction from the council. We've both stated our position, and
Asking the appellant, would the duration have any impact if we were to not touch if we're to continue to allow the PE and the recess? If we cut this down from 15 months somewhat, would that have an impact on this?
Yeah, you can't.
So in good faith, okay, the Academy has said that that's it. That's all, that's the most they're willing to cut it down. I think, you know, just to try to streamline this, I feel we're close to being done. I hear what the mayor has said about the PE. Okay, so I won't agree to it, but you can, I see your reasoning, and you can certainly, council can certainly make that call. Play and recess, I think something between 15 months and immediately is probably the fair call there, because I think it's a different animal than PE. The only other point of contention I have is that my understanding was that the 15-month approval, the 15-month timeline where volleyball and basketball can exist after the approval would be with no extensions. That was my understanding, because that was the incentive for the sports course to get built. So long way of saying that I think as the conditions have been relayed by the Academy's council, I think I don't have an issue with how they're being modified, except for number 4, which is play and recess. Again, maybe a middle of the road between immediately and 15 months. And number 8, no sports and volleyball, no basketball and volleyball after 15 months from the date of approval, no extensions. So I think that's where we're at.
So as far as recess is concerned, you said there was 2 20 minutes, one in the morning, one after lunch. Is that it, or is there 20-minute for one group, 20 minutes for another group, 20 minutes for another group?
Because we do rotate, you're correct. It's 20 minutes for one, 20 minutes for another, but really only the older kids that play basketball. The younger ones are in their areas.
It's hard when you're 5 to throw a ball 8 feet into the air. I get it. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I feel like we're close.
I just want to comment on the issue of the extension. It's critical to us because if there's a okay, thank you.
And I think,
We haven't
I
gone
think,
there yet.
I think Mr. Sanders, I think Mr. Sanders has agreed to that as well. So I
No, he didn't. He just stated something totally different.
no, for the 15 months regarding,
No, but he said no extensions, period.
So let me clarify, and again, if this is not what the council recommended, then I apologize. This is my interpretation. 15 months from the date of approval to build the sports courts. We've agreed that there would be an extension if there was a delay from an agency or, the city or a permitting agency. When it comes to the sports courts, I'm sorry, when it comes to volleyball and basketball, currently taking place on the Michelinda parking lot, my understanding was that the council's recommendation would be that that activity could continue for 15 months from the date of approval, and once that time period lapsed, that was it. So I think if there's going to be an extension for that activity as well, I think that so
I don't think we were going
we
to,
never
we were not going to extend that. No.
done.
Okay,
That's
so
it.
It's done.
that's
If
what
you have
I
a court,
propose.
you use that. If you don't, you got to figure out another
That's
different
what I
way. Yeah.
propose. So
Sorry, I think it's two different issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the mayor pro tem because the mayor pro tem changed our language, and I agreed to her language. I said that's a fair point. She said I don't want it to be based on the completion of the courts. It should just be 15 months.
Yes.
However, we're adding language in there that your city manager has discretion to extend that 15 months if there's a force majeure situation or if the city or another permitting agency is causing the delay. That's out of our control. So it would be utterly unfair if that reciprocal extension is not given, because we could be then in a situation where the city or the building department has held up our permit and it's now 17 months, the 15-month ends. For 2 months, what are we going to do in the middle of? So they have to correlate. Whatever that time frame ends up being. And your city attorney has said, I don't anticipate there's going to be a need for an extension. I anticipate that building department's going to process this very quickly. He suggested that we can build in language that says, however, if the city's the cause of the delay, then there should be a reciprocal extension. But that needs to then apply to sports stopping too, because if we are not, so.
Yeah, no, that, I mean, to me, I think of 15 months as 15 months. That's the limit on the applicant. If our process doesn't allow for that to happen because, we have a delay or, we can't get it agendized or whatever the process is, like that, to me, it's gonna be 15 months. I mean, the only extension is going to be if we, as a city, have been non-responsive, and believe me, there's no incentive to do that. So, I mean, this is not a extension as requested by the applicant, or like we have to consider it. It's solely based on, either force majeure as determined by the city manager, or because the city manager determines that the city has caused the delay.
Those reasons are reasonable. Like, coming to the city manager and saying we haven't raised the funds is not acceptable.
That's not even an option for us.
No.
It's very limited.
It's frankly not even, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not even prompted by the applicant. It's gonna be prompted by.
But I want to make sure Mr. Sanders understands that. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I understand. Again, all I can do at this point is kind of voice my position and let the council make the call, which I hope I've done.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
So then, those were the toughest issues. Now hopefully it'll go a lot easier.
Just Alex, do you ever feel like I don't know that the council's actually given, was actually given direction here.
I don't know what the issue, what became of the recess and PE
Yeah,
issue.
that's still outstanding. We talked about PE, and I don't know that we had
I
consensus.
don't think we should rule on PE. I think that's a state, that's a
That was my opinion.
standard of
agree.
education.
Okay.
But I want to make sure the council agrees.
We aren't going to rule on it? What does that mean?
We're not gonna put limitations on what can be done on PE during those 15 months. Recess is a different story, though. We can have a little bit of a discussion around that. We haven't.
I think we should have it now before we move on, because
Yeah,
I feel
no, I
like
agree.
we're gonna get things lost. So we should determine this, 'cause I think this is the core of everything, determine what we're prepared to pass, or prepared to vote on.
What happens on the Michelinda court during recess now?
If our field is wet and all the kids have to stay up on the Michelinda lot, then they are playing on the Michelinda lot. Basketball is being done, kids are doing foursquare, they have to stay on that area. If the field is dry, then of the 110 students, 90 go down to the field, 20 stay up on the court, and they'll play.
And
That's what it is.
So you mentioned foursquare. I hate to bring up another thing, but I'm not seeing how you play foursquare on the field. So are we now saying?
No, we're not. No, because we're just limiting it to basketball. Because I don't say kids who want to play foursquare could stay up here. I just say if you want to play basketball, because I'm the basketball coach, I want them to be able to play stuff during recess and lunch. So I say, I will be here on the court. If you want to play basketball, come up. And boys and girls, and they play.
So today, they could play foursquare and other ball games on Michelinda. That's happening right now.
Today, because it would be a nice sunny day and the field is great, there is no foursquare going on. They're all down on the field. The only people who would be up on the blacktop would be at this season would be volleyball. But even with volleyball, we have purchased some grass courts, nets, so that we could even have those students go down.
So we could bring it
So
down.
we're really trying to get students to the field. But basketball, I can't.
So, I mean, to Councilmember Parker's question, that's your plan going forward, or we're going
That's the
back in
plan
time?
today.
What is
That's-
going on now?
That's what's going on now.
The plan going forward would be that the foursquare could be played on the sport court. Right?
Right, but what I was trying to assess is, what I'm hearing is that the status quo on recess stays for 15 months. Status quo as of today. So the noise that the Stevens are hearing today is that from the parking lot is the noise that they'll be hearing for 15 months.
There's one part that I did. Right now, we are still eating on the Michelinda court because the high school uses the cafeteria. So there are a bunch of students, so all 110 students are on the court while they're eating, and then I send 90 of them down to the field, and I'll keep 20 up on the court who want to play. But next year, that is not the situation. There won't be any students eating on Michelinda court area.
So with that limited time then, if they're eating snack or lunch in the cafeteria, it's a 20-minute and 20-minute, how much time of basketball is there? So, and if it's just basketball, or do we
I think
say?
it's 20 minutes after lunch. So
Oh, got it.
Not 20 minutes including eating.
Got it.
Which is pretty healthy, actually, for lunch break, I have
That's
to
a
say.
long break. Mine's 30.
So where are we?
I mean, I think frankly, the way it needs to, if this is the direction we're going into, it probably should be activity that only can occur in the parking lot, which I guess is basketball, because everything else can go elsewhere, right?
But do we even allow that during
But yeah,
recess?
that's the question.
I know other schools have to limit things when they're under construction, like when we redo softball fields, redo basketball courts, tennis courts at schools.
I mean, the middle school doesn't
And they
have
don't have-
outdoor, the middle school literally has no outdoor basketball hoops. The neighbors demanded that they be removed. They removed the basketball hoops, and I don't know if they're allowed in the gym, when they're allowed in the gym. So, I mean, there are restrictions on
But-
recess.
But to Councilmember Parker's question, I think he's basically saying, look, if we go forward with this, there's no reprieve for the Stevens and their neighbors for the next 15 months, right?
Right, and I think what we're saying is that it's not unreasonable to restrict some recess activity, because it's not like that's unheard of at other schools.
But it sounds like that's what's already happening.
No, I think we're saying eliminate.
We're eliminating use of the basketball court, the Mitchell Linda lot during recess.
Oh, so you want to take
That's what we're talking
basketball
about.
away?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
That's
It's
a
getting late.
nice way of phrasing it. Yeah, we want to take basketball away. That's exactly what we want.
Yeah.
It's getting late.
It is getting late.
Keeping it during PE, yes.
I'm just
Recess.
not ready to do that. I'm just not ready to do it.
Sorry. So if that's the direction the council wants to go, I just want to remind the council right now, the lunch, because of the high school, the lunch is happening here. So any restrictions on recess, if the council is inclined to go in that direction, would have to be after what's the date? August of 2020.
Oh, that makes sense, because the high school's still there.
And I think the appellant understands that.
Isn't the high school done at graduation? Yeah, so it wouldn't be August, right? It'd be June or?
But we're saying that they're gonna have summer camps, and we were gonna allow summer camps to play basketball.
No reason.
So their point is it's when the school year starts.
Oh, I thought, yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I thought they were talking about lunch.
But the issue is recess.
No, I was talking about lunch.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
correct.
you're right,
Oh,
right,
okay.
so. Because the summer program can use the cafeteria, right? Because there's no high
Right,
school.
yeah. Okay.
They would allow.
I feel like I'm gonna run a school after this.
So if I heard the council, is the suggestion then no activity on the Mitchell-Linda lot during recess and lunch starting whenever the academic year ends?
When the academic year starts and.
Because of
Or-
summer camp.
So you want when the summer academic year starts? Is that
That's
the
not,
consensus?
I don't think
or-
Jean's,
You have a consensus. I'm gonna be the black sheep on this one.
no, I don't, where are you on that?
I could even recuse me, because I remember, my son's experience at recess with Coach Martinez, and he did the exact same thing at St. Rita he's doing here, and that helped those kids, my son in particular, develop their skill set, which prepared them better when they went into practice and played games later on, so. I have a hard time, this is a personal thing, I don't really feel like I should even be weighing in on that, but you understand that every time we talk about modifying behavior at a school campus, there will be a cost.
Yeah.
There will be a cost.
I do kind of like being consistent with other schools. I don't like to keep one school has one rules and the other schools have the other rules, and
Yeah, but we have that anyway.
yeah, that's, I guess. But if other schools don't have it, then does that mean they're,
Some schools do, some schools don't. I mean, it's already not consistent.
yeah.
I know you don't want to leave this one, Mayor Pro Tem. I'd like to hear the others. Like, if everything else is kind of agreed upon and this is the sticky point, I'm fine to come back to it. I'm really waffling on this one. I'm having a real hard time. It's like I hear Councilmember Goss's thought process of not taking away. I hate taking away basketball from kids. I just that seems like such a Grinch move. I understand that the noise is there for the Stevens, and I'm sympathetic to that. But I'd like to hear everything else. If this is the last sticky point, then maybe we can nail it. But right now, I'd like to hear the other stuff because I'm worried about number 8 because I'm hearing some talk about number 8.
So we're agreed at recess and lunch, nothing but maybe basketball?
Coming
We
back
haven't
to the
agreed
recess.
anything there.
Because we need to move on and look at the other things and see if there's
I think
other
we've agreed to lunch. It's the question is basketball. It's in my mind for recess.
Okay. And I do want to remind the council again, the compromise was for us to give up on our points, and we're not trying to sneak little points in and say, we want this and we want that. I really hope that it could be a clean slate like the council suggested for us. The next The next exception would be, let me find it, public safety demonstrations and a gathering space for public safety emergencies. We're both in agreement. We have agreed, despite our athletic director's recommendations against it, that there shall be no amplification used on the Michelle Lenda parking lot at any time. And that's again in violation of RLUIPA, but we agreed just to move on because we should have amplification for our religious events, but the appellants were very adamant because the city doesn't have regulatory powers over our religious events. So if we're allowed to have religious events there, we should be able to have amplification, but we gave up on that point just to have agreement. The next one, so that was 7, then.
I think that was
Now, what numbering are you?
That was 6. That was public safety. No, 7 was there shall be no. Oh, that was 6. You're right, because we combined all the play, recess, PE, all of them together. We had broken it down. And I think that's it, because number 5 comes out, the landscaping for Grandview. Again, appellants understood that the council told us to figure it out. We object to doing any more landscaping. The appellant's position was, we don't like it, but the council can do what the council can do. We just think with all the additional costs we're gonna have in building the second court and the expedited process, it's a burdensome and unreasonable condition when it's plenty of landscaping in that area. I think
And
that was it, right? That's condition 11 was there. Did I miss anything on condition 11? Okay, and then the next one was condition 12. I think we're in agreement on this one. 12A, so now I'm looking at page 6 of 30 of the staff report, and I think we're back to our conditions. Condition 12A comes out because it's no longer applicable. Appellants have agreed to conditions B, C, D, and E. F comes out because we dealt with it under condition 11. And then we have G and H, they agreed to those. Well, actually, for the record, they don't agree to H, but they said they heard the council on the amplified school events shall be monitored for noise levels and shall not exceed 70 dBA. So they understand it, but they don't like it. Did I state it correctly?
I just want to add that on the issue, so this is applicants 12B. So no activities on the sports courts shall be held after sunset. It was discussed in the conference room that that condition should also apply to activities on the Michelinda parking lot because there are currently sports occurring there. And so the conversation turned to, well, can we do any better than sunset? I proposed 6 p.m. because, and the athletic director can correct me if I'm wrong, if I misstate something he said. Essentially what I believe I was told was practices start generally around 3:15 p.m. Games, but it could be later because, you know, of some unforeseen circumstances. Games maybe around 4. And so I asked, well, how long could it be reasonable to stop both of those by 6? I think the response was something like, well, maybe 6:30 to account for some unforeseen circumstances by the parents being late, etc. I think that's the only point I have with what Sunny's.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'm looking at Rich, and he's saying he's okay with 6:30. We'd be fine with 6:30 instead of sunset if that.
Yeah, in the wintertime, you're not gonna even make 6:30.
Yeah, we're not, yeah.
Well, and today
Well,
it was
wintertime, it's going to be
7:21.
sunset, because that sunset will be earlier than 6:30.
That's what I'm saying. You won't
Yeah.
even get to that.
6:30.
And you can't play right up to dark either. I mean, it's not safe.
Right.
So then that takes us.
I think that's it. That takes us, to condition number 8. We ask that the council adopts our proposed condition number 8, which provides that, that there's a process, that the planning, well, can you wanted it to go to the planning commission, right? Did you?
You're on page 7?
Top of page 7.
Oh, maybe that's why I'm missing it. Where's page 7? Sorry, yes. We're proposing that the planning commission shall annually review the condition, the CUP, and if the commission has any issues, it comes to the council for public hearing. And that's a very typical review process for CUPs. I've never seen a city council that wants to be involved in a CUP review. They'd rather have the planning commission look at it, so that's our proposal.
Sorry, I don't think I understood the condition. Were you suggesting that you're saying if the planning commission has a concern, you're saying it kicks up to the city council?
No.
No.
What we're proposing is that instead of being in perpetual public hearings at the planning commission,
Right.
the commission should schedule it on a regular agenda, basically not a public hearing, schedule the item. If there's issues that develop, the commission can then decide, let's have a hearing.
So I believe, I'm gonna look to the Director Gonzalez now in the back. I believe the direction we got from the Planning Commission was that schedule this annually until we say don't. So it was intended to be indefinite until the Planning Commission says, Alverno is doing what it needs to do, we're done.
Yeah, we didn't see that in the condition, though. The existing condition, does it say that? The planning commission's?
The planning commission's condition, I think is silent as to, it just says annually, right?
Yeah.
This just says annually as well.
Right. So it doesn't, right, it doesn't say when they're going to.
There's no end date. It just says shall
There's no end
annually
date.
review on a regular agenda. I think the distinction that they're drawing is the difference between an agenda item versus a public hearing.
Yeah.
I think they're asking if initially it can just be scheduled as a regular agenda item, and if during that agenda item it becomes necessary in the planning commission's discretion to schedule a public hearing, then they would schedule a public hearing.
I mean, they could even decide they want to do a revocation if, you know, it rises to that level.
Right. I'm trying to think here. What would be the difference in your mind between having it scheduled as a public hearing versus agenda
I just
item?
think it's really onerous to have a school that has annual public hearings for a review of the conditional use permit. It could be in a couple of years, like you're saying, that everything's going according to plan, but then basically we're having a public hearing where we're mailing out over, I think, 300 notices to the neighbors, so.
I see.
Yeah, it's pretty burdensome.
Right, and I think that was the. No, I'm sure that was the intention. Is to have it agendized, and if they see a problem with it, then to schedule it for a public hearing for potential revocation or modification. So I can make those edits.
That seems reasonable to me.
That's actually what their proposed revision says. Alex, do you see that?
I will review it in greater detail with fresh advice.
I just want to make sure we're
Yeah,
talking
if the
about-
planning commission
I just wanna make
determines
sure
that
we're
one or
talking
more
about
of the
same.
conditions of approval has been violated, shall then request a public hearing.
And of course, we object to any private citizen having an enforcement right, and I think so does the council.
Yeah, I'm not.
So, I think my issue with this, if I'm understanding the framework correctly,
Which
is
thing?
that, and I'm still in the public hearings.
Oh, okay.
The difference between a regular agenda meeting and a notice public, so maybe I'm not understanding the difference between those. My concern when I hear that is that the public's getting shortchanged on notice requirements. It's going to be, maybe they're not going to have access to the information in order to present a challenge to this, review. So I may be looking for a little clarification on that.
No, you're absolutely right. That is the difference. It's going to be the difference between mailed notice versus just general Brown Act notice that we publish
72.
on the agenda, right? So I mean, I think Alverno's concern is the cost of sending mailed notice, but I believe there may be other opportunities available for them to provide notice beside just mailed notice. They have a newsletter, for example, that they're required to circulate. They could place this in their newsletter. It's a quarterly publication, I think, that they have to send to all their residents, notifying them of all the events taking place per quarter. And that includes filming, special events, all that. So perhaps there could be some requirement that they include this
Will we know?
meeting date.
Will we have the meeting date in enough time to give them that to put into a quarterly newsletter? I don't know how far in advance.
It's annual. The date would be set to, if the entitlement's adopted today, the date would be set basically today.
So
Oh,
a year from today.
so that's notice right now then, basically, like people need to pay attention to the
And-
April.
And the nearby residents get they're required to get a quarterly mailing listing all the
Yeah, I mean,
temporary uses and filming
If we're just
events.
saying now that it's gonna happen in April, then I don't have a problem with residents having to just look and see which of the April meetings.
The second meeting in April every
Yeah, or we could just set it. It has to be the second meeting of April.
I'm sure if the residents are seeing issues, they would be at the city, and the city can say, hey, the annual review is coming up on the agenda, make sure you're there and speak. I mean, I just don't see a scenario where the residents are having issues and they're not coming and saying, when is the review?
I think if we say it's going to be the second planning commission meeting every April, then that to me is like permanent public notice.
And to me, it reads as if the planning commission is hearing rumblings prior to this meeting. They can just straight up, not having a regular Brown Act agenda meeting, they can just say, we want it to be a public hearing this time.
The planning commission doesn't agendize that, just for clarification, the director of planning does. So the director of planning could do that, and he doesn't have to wait the year.
So I think I understand the direction the council's going on this. I just have to stress that I think the difference between the notice, so you are essentially carving out residents who may have an opportunity and a desire to comment. I think I hear the rebuttal, which is, well, it's now going to be the same date every year, and people who want to comment just have to look out for the staff report, which will be issued 72 hours before the hearing. Again, 72 hours is not a lot of time to prepare for an attorney to prepare, let alone a layperson. So
You don't get any more information on the public notice. The public notice just says, it's a little yellow card that says we're going to have this hearing. So you aren't going to get any more information from a public hearing notice other than it's going to come into your mailbox instead of just being a known date throughout the neighborhood.
I take the point. I think the distinction there would be that the recipient at least knows that this is coming up and they have time to look into the project's history. Like the history surrounding this project, quite lengthy, difficult to get the facts accurate, to do it justice. So that's my concern. I think I've said my.
So it sounds like there's two big issues. One is the notice, and one is the recess, right? Those seem to be your two biggest issues, right?
Well, that plus the 15-month, whether there's going to be an extension for the volleyball, basketball on the Michelin parking lot. So
I think we've talked about the extension.
It's an act of God, or if the city.
But they didn't agree. We talked about it, but
okay.
The appellants didn't agree.
I'm sorry, I forgot one important condition under condition 11. We also wanted to add that valid film permits, if there's a valid film permit, of course, that would be allowed. And I think the appellant understands that there's a whole different process for that, and city would have review over it, but I forgot to read it off the list. I just wanted to put it in there for the record.
Historically, have you ever had public hearings where there wasn't something at issue, like for just an update on how things are going? Have we had public hearings that, because usually there's an issue when we have a public hearing. Somebody's asking for a variance, or there's a CUP, or TUP or something of that nature, but just for an annual update, if there's no issue, have we ever had a public hearing?
City Clerk Aguilar, are you aware of any public hearings we have on an annual basis to review a document?
At the city council level, there are some. There are annual public hearings, like the budget, for example, or the fee schedule. We also have instances for, like, the assessment district. The business assessment districts are annual. We did at one time have the Metro public hearings and the COPS grant public hearings, and those are annual hearings that happen about the same time every single year.
Those are generally taxation issues.
And in those examples, action is actually taken.
And anytime a neighbor would have an issue, they can come to city council or planning commission, correct, and do a non-agendized
Public comment.
public comment?
You could, always.
Yes?
Absolutely.
What's the extra staff expense to having a public hearing relative to a normal agendized Brown Act?
So there is no legal public hearing requirement here. If staff were to follow its normal procedures, then they would provide 10 days public notice. They would require it, and the applicant would have to bear the expense of compiling the addresses and mailing them out to all the residences within, I think it's like a 300-foot radius. That would be the additional burden on the applicant if the council chose to require it. Staff, in terms of the staff expense, it's not gonna be that much greater, I don't think.
It's just a matter of printing and postage and the staff time that it would take to put all that together. I think it's minimal.
But cost incurred by the applicant.
Okay.
City clerk, who bears the cost of posting in the paper?
If it's a legal public hearing notice, the legal public hearing notices, well, all public hearing notices are paid for by the city. The difference is that a legal public hearing notice has one cost versus a non-legal public hearing notice, which is more expensive. If the public hearing is not a legally required public hearing and it doesn't have to be legally noticed, then the cost would be somewhat higher than it would for a legal notice.
So I mean, where my mind is that we're asking for, we've got two sticky issues now. We've got this notice and we've got recess. In my mind, I'm just gonna throw this out there, is, you know, we pick one and we give on one and stick on the other. I mean, and okay.
Sorry, I'm making a face.
I understand that, I see that, and it's.
With all due respect, I don't find the
Please.
notice issue to be sticky. I mean, I understand and I respect the position that's been stated, but I don't think it's anybody's responsibility to, like, send a notice to somebody to say this regularly scheduled meeting that's scheduled at the same time every year is happening, don't forget. Like, there's a level of sort of responsibility that, like, I mean, and I understand that they've borne this burden for a long time, and I appreciate that, and I'm sure their neighbors appreciate that, but on the other hand, if we say it's going to be the second April meeting of the Planning Commission every year, to me, that's like even better than getting something in your mailbox, because frankly, sorry, Laura, I oftentimes don't even pay attention to those things, and so, you know, I mean, just put it in your calendar, like second, you know, whatever the second meeting is, third Thursday or whatever.
Pay my taxes, then go to the planning commission meeting, right?
As
Yes, please.
another option to consider would be the posters that Alverno would put on the wall, because we've noticed most people walking on Grandview or Michelando will stop and read the poster, and that's certainly less expensive than a mail out.
Is that in line with the newsletter? Is that what's published on the poster?
I'm being told that we don't do the newsletter. Is that correct? We do one for the Ville, okay. But Mayor Pro Tem, I think you have a very elegant solution that you're proposing. I do think, I don't understand why that responsibility of has to be shifted onto my client. It's a very elegant solution. Put it on the calendar. We'll put it on our calendar. And if there's anything that's happening that can't wait until that hearing, the neighbors can always come and ask the city manager to schedule the hearing earlier.
Well, and quite frankly, the planning director could schedule a public hearing if there needed to be
If
one.
there's an issue, there will be a public hearing.
This third, to the, whatever, the third Thursday or whatever the appropriate one, I'm fine with that. I'll agree to that.
There's also the issue of the modular buildings.
Oh. Remind me, sorry, of that issue.
The authority to have the modular buildings at the site has expired for the temporary use permit. And the city council, is being asked to consider whether to extend, the time those modular buildings can be there. I believe applicant has requested an additional 2 years.
And then, and at the end of that 2 years, what happens?
Well, they'd have to get rid of it. If the entitlement is approved without that extension, they would have to remove it immediately.
Right, but if the extension was granted, what happens on 2 years plus 1 day?
They remove it from the site after the 2 years expires.
Okay, and then, and the enforcement is similar, code enforcement?
Right,
So-
and they're renting those, so they can, someone comes by and picks them up, I suppose.
So, I mean, we haven't enforced it because it expired.
We haven't enforced it because of these proceedings. We're waiting on the outcome of these proceedings.
I'm inclined to give it 1 year.
That's where
And
I was-
and have the
mine
planning
was.
commission deal with it next year.
Agreed.
Will that need to be a public hearing?
That was my thought. That was my thought, actually.
We may have just killed 2 birds with 1 stone.
If you want it to be for a single year, then at the expiration of that year, they'll need to remove it, and they'll need to report to us that they've removed it, and they'll report that to the planning commission.
But are you suggesting that they would have the ability to request an extension?
Request an extension with the planning commission next year.
That would cause a public hearing.
That's my thought.
We would have to modify the CUP. There would be a public hearing. for
So
that.
year 1, there would definitely be a public hearing.
If that's your direction, then yes.
I don't mind that.
It is what it is.
It's very elegant.
Thank
Nice
you.
job.
Good?
Good.
So rather than providing you a 2-year extension per your request, providing a 1-year extension, and then the planning commission will entertain another extension if you want, and that actually will basically for year 1 forces another public hearing. So it kind of
Provides a transition period for
Yes.
the public hearings. Smart.
I can hear the chirping, but we have to make sure that we speak into the mic.
I don't think. we need-
And
don't
I think
so.
I'm hearing what you're saying, and I think it has to do with the full school year, and I agree. It should align with the school year, because it would be overly burdensome to have to pull those modulars out during a school year. Right, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a calendar year, but I think the public hearing should still be in April, because to request the extension, they're gonna need some notice.
Yeah, so we can provide the 1 year plus 3 months or whatever it is, because then you want some time, if they grant the extension, that they'll know.
Or if they don't
right?
grant the
If-
extension.
Or if they don't, right?
That's
No,
gonna be the
but,
bigger issue.
yeah.
That's 15 months.
15 months once again, yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But it will be heard, the extension will be heard at the first year update and/or this will be a public hearing. Does that make sense? Yeah, we agree?
Agreed.
I agree.
Okay.
Is there anything else we're missing?
Recess.
Sorry, I pushed it.
Oh, we could vote. We've discussed it.
Exactly.
We can do a straw poll on that?
What are the, remind me of the options. It's
So
late.
we've agreed, we've decided that P, we don't have the right to limit as a council. That the recess would be 20 minutes in the morning, 20 minutes in the afternoon or so, and with only one group because the younger kids don't play. So then there would be basketball for 20 students or so, whoever wants to play basketball, and then 90% of the campus would be down on the field or elsewhere.
So that's
Do
one
we want to
option.
allow that?
So it's whether it's basketball or not.
Yes.
If I try to make it simple.
Yes.
Are we gonna allow basketball or not, starting?
15 months.
Yeah.
Interim period?
Right.
Can we limit to that one group where they're not the little kids, but the group that, I mean, obviously, that's what you said, Mr. Athletic Director, that you said that's the only group that's doing it. So it is 20 minutes and 20 minutes instead of 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes, right? Instead of 80, it will be 40 within a day.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
That's the what, that's the 5 through 8, or?
Is that, yes, please. And does that cause a burden to you, or does that make sense?
It is 5th through 8th, and that does make sense.
Okay, thank you. So we can, that kind of narrows it a little bit more.
No, it doesn't narrow it from what's actually happening, to be fair.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Should we split it? One recess you can and one recess you can't?
Mm.
Trying to find a medium here. Come
No,
on.
I.
Do it, that's better than nothing.
I'm
Which
on
one
it.
do you prefer?
For either party, which one do you prefer?
Yeah.
Better than nothing.
What, I don't know, we have to, the time, we say one, and you guys can work it out. Like, it's like one recess.
No, we should
Please don't let the
designate.
parties work it out.
Oh, man.
What?
So, I think it's best if the council decides it today and
Yeah, I
then
Yeah.
agree.
set clear.
So so what if we do it as we eliminate the afternoon recess? So the logic I have on that is if you've got a morning recess and then you've eliminated one and then you have sports.
Yeah,
So
because
it's
otherwise you are.
Well,
Yeah.
let's ask maybe what the more prevalent.
Maybe with the Stevens, as far as noise, we're trying to limit it, right? Would you rather have the noise in the morning or in the afternoon? Morning? Okay, what about Alverno? Is there a preference?
For me personally, lunch is easier, but whatever.
The reason I was thinking that is because if it's afternoon, you have sports soon after within a certain amount of hours. So that would be like quiet but then intensified. So that's why I thought morning might be easier for kids too. If your kids want playtime and that's their ability to have that playtime and get their bloods flowing and everything, then it's spaced out appropriately as well.
I can do that.
It's following the owls, the optimal window of learning.
So, Alverno Heights Academy, is that okay with you?
Yeah, whatever you go. I mean, we'll work with whatever.
I think that's a good compromise.
Nice work, Chris.
Yeah.
Little working, still just a little bit.
Can the city council please restate the compromise so I can?
So during the 15-month interim period, basketball activity will be permitted on the Michelinda parking lot during the morning recess for 5 through 8. Is that right? Anybody?
That sounds right to me.
And that doesn't include volleyball, that's just basketball.
Yeah, they have volleyball too.
You can do volleyball on the grass.
South.
And I'm a big proponent of volleyball.
Okay.
Are we done?
I think so.
We done?
It's only, what, 1:15?
Yeah.
Well, this is a record for me, guys. This is a record. This is the longest one I've ever done. I've done midnight before, but not 1:15.
And were you there for closed session before the midnight?
That's right. That's right.
Do we need any more clarification or guidance on the edits that can be sent to our city attorney to finalize?
No, all I ask is that after the city attorney drafts the conditions, that Mr. Sanders and myself have an opportunity to look at it and make sure it's consistent with what we discussed. And just so my client is assured. They're concerned that the 15 months includes the extensions, and I said, yes, the council was very clear on that. So, yes, yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I think we should all just approve it and move on right now before any other issues come up.
Let's do that.
I'm putting my notes away.
I don't even know how to craft a motion, but.
All right.
Do we need a motion?
We do.
So we have modified it, right?
Hold on, I think they're talking about process.
So it's.
Are you
it's-
guys
Are
okay?
you guys okay with process, or is that, I don't know if this conversation was about process?
What should the motion look like as far as?
Alternate number 2, right?
I can restate the proposed conditions to be amended. And the city council, if it chooses, can adopt the resolution as amended, as restated.
That
Um,
works.
I like it.
In the alternative, if you'd like, we can push this off to another meeting and I could provide you a clean copy.
Nope, I think we'd like to do door number 1,
Yep.
Okay.
if that's okay with you.
All right, I'll try my best here. So, I won't state the order of the conditions. I'll work on the order myself, but the substance I'll state. So the proposed classroom building will not generate an additional student body capacity beyond that permitted by the 2011 master plan, 400 students. At all times, applicant and property owner shall comply with all parking requirements as fluctuations in the student body capacity occur.
Are you,
That was from page 4 of 30,
are
right?
you looking at the resolution, so I can follow along?
No, I'm looking at the staff report that I made amendments to.
Oh, okay.
So that student body capacity condition isn't going to change. What will change is on the next page regarding the phasing plan. It's going to read that the applicant shall construct 2 sports courts as shown in Exhibit B submitted by the applicant. And that the first court, both courts will be completed within 15 months. And the city manager may grant an extension for one of 2 reasons. One, either there's a force majeure as determined by the city manager, or 2, there's a delay in the permitting process, for issuing building permits.
From the city's perspective, right?
From the city.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll draft that way.
Regarding traffic flow,
Sorry, Alex. We actually said the city or any other permitting agency because there may be a county permit we need to get to, but absolutely something out of our discretion.
both of which will be determined by the city manager.
County permit.
I don't know.
Director Gonzalez, county permits? Stormwater. Okay.
The same page, page 5, the nighttime lighting condition, that won't change. The condition 8 regarding traffic flow, sorry, the one above that, I think that isn't changing, correct? Oh, that one is changing.
Yeah, so you would adopt what we proposed on page 5 of 30 on the staff report?
Right,
We
right.
actually had agreement on that one.
Right, drop off and pick up of TK 5th grade students shall be through the Michelina gate, with exiting through the Highland gate. Drop off and pick up of 6th and 8th grade students shall be through the Wilson gate. In the staff report, page 5, there's the condition regarding sound attenuation that was adopted. Continuing on page 5, condition 11.
I think we used the appellant's list
Right.
of 11.
So we skipped that. And condition 11 for the appellants, it says that use of the Michelinda parking lot will be limited exclusively to the following. Number 1 is going to be vehicle parking. Number 2 is going to be occasional use of for religious uses, and I can work on that language a little. Number 3 was ancillary outdoor activities. Number 4 will state that during the 15-month period, basketball will be permitted on the Mitchell-Linda parking lot for 5th through 8th graders.
During the morning recess.
Actually,
Oh, is that PE?
if I may, Alex, I think it's the condition, it's easier just to say, after the 15 months or any extensions granted, use of the Michelanda parking lot will be limited exclusively to the following uses, period. 1, vehicle parking. 2, occasional use of religious or liturgical services. 3, ancillary outdoor activities. 4, play, recess, PE, in the event that in the event that the academy's landscape contractor makes a determination that the multi-purpose field is unsafe for play or recess or PE due to weather conditions, flooding, other natural disasters, or aeration. I think that's what that one said.
So
It moves the 15 months to the beginning.
So aeration is a sticking point, right?
So, thank you, Sonny. That is not what we agreed to.
Right.
I know it's late. So, I think permit condition number 11 is fine as it is. I think the only thing that needs to be clarified is number 3 when we're talking about ancillary outdoor activities. Sonny wanted that to be, well, the cross-country team's got to cross the parking lot to go out the fence and onto the sidewalk. So that's the kind of activity we're talking about there. I think the 15-month period really should only apply to the play recess, that's 4. It should apply to number 8. Council has not got there yet, but that's sports, basketball, and volleyball. We eliminated PE, so that's off the table. So, I think if you write it the way the academy attorney is wanting, then that limitation applies to all of the enumerated permit conditions. That's not what we intended. It actually has a different effect. I think we should avoid that. I just think that we need to leave it as it is, and then there also needs to be some sort of condition that says after the 15-month period expires, that the sports and the courts are built, okay, that all the sports need to move off that lot. So that is something that is not what's in the, I guess, permit as recited by the attorney, but I think that's the intent, that's the spirit. So I think that should be expressed in the permit expressly.
We're just talking about like construction or like the structure of this provision? Is that really what we're talking about?
Yes.
And so, I'm sorry, I'm not quite following. You're saying that this condition should be a recitation of what will be permitted
Yes.
into the future after the interim period, and that you would then provide for an exception? I'm not quite following.
I think to make it simple, I think it needs to just stay as it is, because right now it's limiting what can occur on the parking lot. And there are certain time frames where things are no longer going to be prohibited, or no longer going to be allowed. And so I think it's fine as it is, as we have kind of agreed to today. So the use of the Michelin parking lot will be limited exclusively to the following uses: vehicle parking, occasional use, religious use. I object to that, but I understand that the council has discretion there. Ancillary outdoor acts, I think that needs to be explained a little bit better.
Right.
Play recess, 15 months, and then, you know, thereafter, assuming the courts are built, then that activity goes down to the courts.
We don't even have to assume the courts will be
No, we're
built.
not gonna assume the courts are built.
It's
And-
just
and
the
pl- and
activity's
and
gone,
play-
yeah.
The
Yeah.
play, the play recess actually is not limited. The play recess is the alternative if the multipurpose field is not available, right?
So the way Mr. Sanders wants this condition drafted, and we've agreed to it, is to say that the use of Michelin parking lot will be limited exclusively to certain uses. We are fine with drafting it that way.
Okay.
Because it's confusing when he says it should stay the same, because we have not agreed it should, we actually have made major revisions to his condition. We're just going based on the construct of it being,
Okay.
you know, that it's the
Okay.
use of Michelin parking lot will be limited exclusively to the following uses. Number one is vehicle parking. We both agree. Number two is occasional use of religious and liturgious services. He objects, but he says, I understand the council will adopt it. Number three is ancillary outdoor activities. He wants further definition. I'm willing to put, I already stated, we're willing to put examples when the track team is running through or kids walking to a different destination. So there's some guidance. I'm okay with that. Number four, play recess in the event that the Academy's landscape contract makes a determination that the multipurpose field is unsafe for play or recess due to weather conditions, flooding, other natural disasters, and he objects to the word aeration, but we asked for it to be in there. Now, I think that's what we proposed.
Hold on, so, and natural
But the
disasters.
and
I
that-
objected to that as
oh.
well.
If there's an earthquake and there's big trees that fall on there, we want to be able to have. And it may sound silly that we're getting into this level of detail, but I'm getting into this level of detail because I don't want to be before you interpreting whether the.
Detail.
Yes, so I'm trying to be helpful so we don't end up in front of you again. And I don't understand what the objection is. I can't think of a contract where natural disaster is not listed as an issue that needs to be, I'm exhausted now. But anyways, I think then what we read that and the council wanted to add the same language for its play, recess, PE, and any sporting activity. And that makes sense because if this condition is meant to deal with the permanent situation, so if we have agreed to move our PE offsite, but then we have any of these conditions during that limited 2-3 days, we want to be able to use Michelin Light. So that's why I'm proposing that this part just says play, recess, PE, or sporting events are allowed, because now we're saying what's allowed. We're saying it's exclusively allowed, are allowed in the event that the landscape contractor makes a determination that the multipurpose, and I've already read it. So that's one component of it. But then there's the other component as to, well, let me go off the list. Yeah, number 5 is what's allowed in the interim period. And the council decided we're not touching PE, after-school sports, but recess, we're going to limit it to basketball during the morning. So there's those are two different permissions allowed. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I don't think that's, I'm not arguing, so I'm not arguing against that. I just think that the play recess needs to be, it needs to be limited to the 15 months, okay? That's what I'm trying to get at here. So her proposal was to throw that language up front, right at the top of permanent condition number 11. I don't think that works because it's not supposed to apply to every enumerated condition.
It's just.
Yeah, I think our city attorney was talking about language where you'd have a comma and have a date at the
Right.
end of it.
So I think there could be just one final condition to Mr. Sanders' point that says during the 15-month period, basketball will be permitted on the Mitchell Lindo parking lot. The following activities will be permitted: basketball for 5th through 8th graders during the morning recess, PE, and after-school sports. And that's it. And then the other things that are permitted that the parties agreed to are public safety demonstrations and gatherings, and that there shall be no amplification used on the Mitchell Linda parking lot at any time.
That's fine.
I think that's fine, City Attorney. I would really like some language in there that after, so if I'm understanding the permit condition correctly, after 15 months, all that activity comes off the lot, and it doesn't matter if a court is built or not.
Correct.
Doesn't matter if what is
Correct.
good?
A court.
A court has
Court
been
is
built or
important.
not.
Oh.
Sports court.
Correct.
I think
And I'll
that,
word it as such.
I think that needs to be really
yeah,
clear
yeah.
in there. I mean, so that's one of the
I'll
important
word it
points.
as such.
Yeah, that's
Understood. I think all parties agree.
What about the extension under force majeure or permitting?
So, right, that is that's an issue.
Yeah, it's 15 month, I mean, I
It's
think.
I'm gonna draft it as 15 months, subject to any city manager approved force majeure or permitting
agency
extension
delay.
that the city manager determines needs to happen.
And I want to be clear that the lunches, we decided that the lunches will stop June of, the date for lunch activity stopping on Michelanda parking lot was June of this year?
2020.
This year.
June of 2023.
I should have a date though, because it couldn't be June 1st. When do you guys get out of school?
When school ends, the school year ends.
Okay, end of the academic year. Academic
And then we had the exception for public safety demonstration and gatherings.
Right.
And the valid film permit,
And the valid film permit,
yes.
right.
And the landscaping condition comes out, and we agreed to there shall be no amplification used on the Michelanda parking lot.
Right. Now, skipping ahead here to page 6, condition 12, general noise conditions. I have, this is what remains in. No activities on the sports court shall be held after 6:30 p.m. 8, Alverno will rotate outdoor recreational activities to multiple areas of the campus in consideration of the neighborhood. Lunches will be held in the cafeteria and central campus locations. Recesses and lunches will be staggered such that the entire student body is not at recess or lunch at the same time. There shall be no use of amplified sound of athletic events, including practices and games. And amplified sound events shall be modified for noise levels, etc., as written in the staff report. General conditions number 8 regarding annual public hearings. So it's going to be drafted in such a way to require it's going to require a public hearing to the extent a public hearing is required for purposes of modular buildings extensions, so revisions to the CUP. But if no CUP revision is being considered, then it's going to be agendized as a regular agenda item for consideration by the Planning Commission with all the rest of the verbiage that's in here.
On the second April meeting, whatever.
On the second April meeting of each, on the
That would be the
third
third
Thursday
Thursday.
of April every year. And lastly, regarding the modular buildings, the council agrees to a 1-year 15-month extension for use of those modular buildings, with the caveat that that Alverno can request another extension for some indeterminate period of time when the Planning Commission revisits this issue on the third Thursday of April of next year.
Yes.
And those are all the revisions I have.
I move that we approve the conditional use permit amendment and addendum to the mitigated negative declaration to update the Alverno master plan with the modifications as just recited by the city attorney.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. I mean, that's the way compromise works. That's the way neighbors treat each other. Thank you. I'm glad, I'm almost getting teary-eyed here. I'm glad got this,
Sleep deprivation?
yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Move to adjourn the
Mr. Mayor
meeting,
and the
Mr. Mayor.
council.
Any new,
No.
any new business?
I have new business, if anyone else doesn't. Sorry, who signed up?
Rita, your
Oh.
staff have been stellar. I just, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to direct city staff to take a look at the fire service issues and the critical issues we have in case city employees do take that opportunity with the applications that they have out, and we don't have personnel. We have to have a plan.
Okay, that was worth it.
Is there guidance? You,
Of course, I would prefer we look at how we are gonna be able to remedy keeping our current fire staff. Because if we have to go to a new staff, which would be impossible, we have to somehow figure out a way to do the first initial sustainability, and then later we can look at MOUs and whatever we have to do later, but for now, we need to, this is a crisis. We don't
are
want
you talking about like a contingency plan in case?
a contingency plan as well as a retention, like retention now. Like, what can we do?
Mr. City Attorney, or Mr.
You have questions on that?
Mr. City Manager, is that, yeah.
I think I have enough direction. I think I understand the issues, and I think I have enough direction.
Any other items for future business?
Thank you for remembering that.
There was a motion on the table.
To adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Yay.